Oh, good morning, one and all. Well, actually, technically, it's afternoon. At least, maybe in the Britlands. But what a weekend! What an incredible... Wait, where have I gone? Huh? Hi, guys. This is the new me. Yo, what's up, Mopey Pixel? I appreciate it, bud. 1 second. We seem to be missing a second camera for some reason. Huh? Where is it? No. What? Oh, I remember now. 1 second. Sorry, the grand finals day was so quick I forgot it even happened. It's literally because I have to swap that camera across for when we go on EGC's broadcast. That's why. There we go. Love the music. Hell yeah! It's good music, right? You know what? I'm realizing very quickly, and it's kind of criminal because I remember I played a little bit of it in uni. I was like, oh, this is awesome. I have to play the rest of it, and then I never got around to it. I actually think Sonic Generations is by far the peak music iteration of the Sonic games, full stop. There's maybe one or two from other Sonic games. I still need to play through. What one was it? It was the Sonic the Hedgehog one, which was was it 2006, 2007? I haven't played that one. That one actually has some ballers as well. For example, there's where is it? This one. This one's epic. You guys know this one? I discovered it the other day. I was like, holy crap, dude. How have I not played this game? This is the boss music. And I think there was another one. I'd have to double check, though. But this actually, this might now be my favorite Sonic full stop, song of all of them. Yo, what's up, No Pay IP? I don't know why. Did it play the laugh? It should have played the laugh. Did it play the laugh? Okay, it did. Nice. It's because it plays on there. So I have two configurations basically. I have one for when we're doing the variety content where I'll hear all the alerts. And then there's one where I don't. It's kind of weird. But thank you very much, man. Appreciate the sub. Welcome back to the swarm. Oh, all right. So, yeah, you see what I mean with this song? This song's pretty epic. So today we're going to be kicking off Louis MT versus Ayame. We have a pretty stacked week in the Midweek Master, actually, guys. Just take a ganders at that and try not to pog too hard. We've got a bunch of prominence there. Beastie, Myriad, Louis MT, B, Wham. Got Scabrain back in there, Anatan returning, Kilyadi. It's pretty stacked. We're missing Vortex and Lucifron. I guess they're just taking a little bit of a break. This was the grand finals week, right? So I think Vortex wanted to not reveal too much. Marine Lord still hasn't signed up. I'm disappointed. Starting to feel like he doesn't like me. If he signs up, I'll wear a beret. There you go. I've obligated my part. So now if he doesn't sign up, he clearly hates his own country and the headwear. That's the only reasonable assumption we can take from this all, to be honest. But yeah, we should have a bunch of these happening. We're gonna have the Beastie Starflux set. We've got the Louis MT Ayame set we're going to be opening up with. We should also be able to check in on B versus Mahodo. And then, the Kilyadi boy type stuff. Plus, extra ones getting scheduled all the time as we speak. In fact, I am quickly to make sure that Ars is on the move. What sets are we missing? App players. Let's make sure to get those R16 scheduled for today, please. There we go. When's the Beastie series? I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Chill. There's other people playing. Louis back. It's not just Beastie. There's Wham play. You got loads. You're so greedy. I'm like, oh, look at this great palette I've given you. Like, look, we're gonna start off with like this is the best tomato soup you've ever tasted. You ready for this? And you're like, I just want the ice cream. I'm like, okay, we'll get to the ice cream. The ice cream is coming, but first, try the soup. Ice cream. Yeah, and that's where we're at now. By the way, I love the inconsistency in like the people trying to screw you over with like Undertale copyright. Like I can't play Megalovania. That will get copyright struck straight away on YouTube. But this song is absolutely fine. Although in fairness, I think someone remixed it a bit, so. So I need to get to Louis MT's data for the Ayame Sute series or Satu. Wait, please tell me he hasn't played. Did he just spam a bunch of fucking dry erase? Yes, he did. He spammed. Why? Okay, no, we're good. Pardon the French. That I was like ready to rip my hair. I was like, are you kidding me? I click on Louis MT's profile and it's all Ayame Satu games, but they're all Dry Arabia. I'm like, what? But I guess not every single one. Yeah, because we should still be fine here. So I hope. Custom search is being really weird, not gonna lie. I don't know if we can actually do their games. What? What the fudge have they been doing? It's like they've just been jerking off into Pull Their Tears in the center of Dry Arabia, like, non-stop. For like 10 plus custom games over the last day or two. For reasons I don't know. Because we're meant to have Rocky River. Have we got a Rocky River in here? We have. Against Iggs. Is Iggs Louis? I'm confused. I think this is like his Smurf. Because you know, who Smurfs in 2025? Come on, XD. I think we have the Louis games. We do. That's just confusing. Yeah. Okay, we do have the games. It's just Iggs is literally Louis MT, but for some dumb reason he didn't swap to his main. I don't know. Whatever. Like, we're good. We got him. So, game number 1, we're doing Rocky River as the opener this week. Rocky River is going to be Mongols versus Mali for game number 1. So, let me get the details up and we'll hop into game. Mali, Mongol. Oh, dude, we're already back on a Spyro. Now I'm gutted. All right. You know what? I'll give you, like, a few seconds of Spyro because I think we can all appreciate how god tier it is. I've got some plans for Spyro, by the way. Right? I need to get a drink. So just let me open my fridge and I'll give you a little bit of Spyro time. Really hate soap IRL. It makes you... Wait, what? Well, I mean, like, this is the thing. You know, like, we're trying to give you soup. So if you're eating soap before we give you soup, that would explain why you have no appetite. Because you're literally just full of, like, cleansing products. Right? Like, not even palate cleanser. Why stop eating soap? Like, I'm not your dad, right? But like, I feel like your dad, if you phoned him up right now, would also tell you not to eat soap. Unless he's a troll. You guys ready? Ready for this noise? That is the noise. You know Mega Man from Caleb? Mega Man from Caleb? I don't think so. Why do I get... That sounds like something... Is it from the Mega Man game, do you mean? Or is this something that's going to get me, like, copyright struck? I think it's just an independent person, right? It's not from game. So I won't play on stream. I haven't heard of it, no. Basically, like, I've been readjusting and expanding my playlist because it's going to be, like, a lot of different game music because game music is the safest way to conduct yourself as a streamer. because the likelihood that you get DMCA'd or you get copyright struck is very low compared to, you know, if you slap on Imagine Dragons, you're screwed straight away. So we got like a lot of things, you know, like Cuphead, you got like SimCity, Might and Magic, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is weird though. I've had it before where like I used to have at Zanakin in my playlist, but like a year or two ago, it just randomly kept getting demonetized. For some reason, at Zanakin would get you in trouble, even though it's literally in a video game that a lot of people play. So that one was weird. But you know, like Delfino Plaza, Zelda, Star Fox, Sonic. Red Alert, got some Battlefield in there as well. You know what actually is a really good one? I recommend people checking it out if you like good vibes. This. Anyone notice it? I bet there's someone right now who's like, oh, what is that? I know that. This, like, I could game to this happily. So this is from Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed actually doesn't get enough credit for its early game OSTs and how good they are. Like, here's another one. This one's incredible too. You probably wouldn't even guess which one of the Assassin's Creed this is from, because it sounds like it's going to be from Black Flag. This was actually from Assassin's Creed 3. And then you had like this one, which was the main. Like, I didn't realize it until I was bolstering my playlists how many good songs the early Assassin's Creeds have. Because it's not like, you know what, it's not like this, right? It's not like this type of song. Where it's just a gimmicky thing in your brain and you instantly register it. Because, like, the immersion level, I think, part of it with Assassin's Creed, you're doing so much that you don't appreciate the music that actually makes the game so much better. Whereas this is like, anyone remembers this? You pause the game and you're placing down a new diagnosis room and you just hear this playing. Like, it's unmistakable, right? Like, I imagine 3 people in chat at least already instantly guessed that it was Theme Hospital. All right. Well, with that, let's get ready to get underway. Because I'm sure you guys want some games. Damn it, now I want to play the whole song. No, we're good. All right, so. This should be a fun one. Let's get into it. Wait, have I actually got the thingy running? One second. I don't think I have. All right. This is going to be fun. A new week, a midweek muster, and I decided I was a little bit bored, so I decided to spice things up, which is why we are now, in the middle of our cast of games, going to have a random word generator challenge. We have to keep using the words that pop up at least once, and they will change every 30 seconds. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We're kicking off this week with Ayame Sato up against Louis MT. The rising, crashing comets from the east, especially considering, although Louis, who is IGS in this game, is already well known, Ayame Sato has been on the rise as a potential threat in the future. We're going to have to see if he can tutoroo his way through this one. I mean, Mongols versus Malians, it should in theory be a decent matchup for the Mongols. Malians have got a little bit better at dealing with the Dark Age aggression, mind you, so like that's something to definitely be cognizant of here. But I'd say that this is like still a fairly competent matchup for Mongols, especially with some of the ways that certain players have been playing at the moment. Question mark is, how is he going to open this? Is he going to try to actually move across the map and discover what his opponent's doing? Or is he going to just use the power of telepathy to predict that it's going to be him saving the wood for an outpost opening? Because you can see he's already holding on to it, right? So like this shouldn't technically work. Yeah, these type of spawns, like looking as well, the secondary gold is pretty exposed. That could be an option for like attack if he sees that maybe Louis getting a little bit too greedy on his spread. But you know, I feel like the anthropological approach to Malians these days, at least, is to actually be present in the feudal age. You don't just tend to rush into this greedy format where you're trying to boom up the cows and you're building only donzos and javelins. You don't really move out your base. It really has taken on its own identity. Like, it's a lot more, I want to say, a lot less risk-averse than it once was. But because of that, there's a lot more potential reward from playing the game, which I am wholly thumbs up for. I gotta say, though, like, recently I have been adoring Ayame Sato's play. For those who don't know, we don't have limited time. We can't cast every single series, but what you didn't see on this bracket is in the round of 32, I think it was Sass that Ayame went up against. So he managed to 2-1 Sass, who is a well-known name amongst the community. And he done it with a pretty solid draft, actually. Like, yeah, he even allowed his opponent to have, like, Ottomans, Mongols, French. Did get Sengoku to close it out, but a win is still a win. And, whoa, okay, that... Hold on. I know this is like technically a good map for it. You know, the seclusion of the trade post to the far sides does give you maximum trade. I was not getting in this game expecting to steal a silver tree. I thought we were going to get maybe some like Deerstone play into a push. No, instead he chill pills fully. Of course, Marlians will be a little bit slower to begin the tech up. We'll have plenty of gold to get into their technologies upon age up though. Man. Slapping a few outposts along the way when you go to the corner, and all of a sudden you're going to find Marlians needing to call a cab just to catch up with these things. Remember, like one way to play this was pretty cool with this build is you play into Keshiks, and then you just eventually set up the outpost, which provides protection and movement speed to those traders, as well as the Keshiks to react to Sofa raids. So there is a way to actually play this logically, where Marlians spamming Sofa doesn't necessarily solve the trade. Moving on to the wood line now. Just going to be setting that up because, of course, you want to get ready for your early ranch. And also, if he has scouted that it's going to be a greedy play, he wants to try and get the second pit mine up fairly quick here. He wants to expedite the process so he can take over the rest of the map, right? Like, once you have double gold vein plus the Mansa, that's a lot of gold gen to get into those sofas. While your opponent, even if he plans to go Keshiks, is initially going to be investing pretty hard into traders. And straight away, it goes on the move. That is not a word. That is not even a word. Is that a word? There's no way that one is a word. Look, he's going to have to use some advanced encryption standards to make sure that he doesn't get spotted doing this. That's the only thing I could find for AES. What is ace? It's an old English word to represent a vowel. So it's not even a word. You know what? I should have forsaken this challenge. I should have forsaken this challenge. It's going to get ridiculous. I can tell already. I think there's like 50,000 words you can choose from. Double trader already coming out. Oh, that's sick, actually. That is a build that was forsaken. We don't really see this focus on like double pumping traders as much anymore because it's very risky. It means you haven't got units coming out to control the map at all. I wonder how is he going to respond. So he actually chooses to take the time to actually set up the walls. Do I even, like, does anyone even know what that word means? You know, like, the thing is, I feel like I'm so glad that sofas get played now because the old Donto Javelin build was subcutaneous. It really did get under my skin. There you go, I figured out what it means. Because they just weren't playing the game at all. So, like, in theory, we should see them present, right? Like, he has got the stables up. He is building into the scouts. And presumably, Sofa will follow. We have got the ranch opening, plus a second one soon to be on the way. Meanwhile, Ayame is showing off all of his entrepreneurship here, just getting as many traders going as possible. Double pump, double pump, double pump. And then it's going to be a switch into Magadai. No double production, though, so it's going to be slow coming out of the door. Wait, this isn't going to be pro scouts, right? I don't think so. I think this is just him trying to play for the mass. So he just wants mass scouts so he can kind of snipe this out. Now, has he charted the map? Does he see everything? No, he doesn't. Well, he should know where the trade is because he's seen his own, you know? Herodotus would be proud. He was a big fan of people just kind of landscaping, figuring everything out. Oh, for a second, I thought the traders just stopped moving. Scouts are already arriving, so they should start to intimidate the trade here a little. And it's kind of awkward. Like, this is the thing. With this type of greedy build from Ayame, he's already spread himself very wide. He has a lot of ground to cover, whereas scouts can kind of in and out, sneak about. And remember, the damage being done here is gonna be pumped. Rank of these guys, these are top. IGS is Louis MT. He just screwed up and didn't play on his main account. And Ayame is, I think he was ranked like 4th recently. So it looks like we're seeing some food strugglings coming in for Ayame here. His only recourse, of course, is going to be moving out into the deer right now. It's very difficult to be pumping Magadai, pumping Mass Traders, and adding in a lot of pastures all at the same time. Stretches you pretty thin, especially when you consider the tree line he went with. You know, he chose to got the gold, so that means he only got the baby tree line. So it's going to become pretty inefficient quite quickly when he has to move over to here. Oh God, this silver tree is turning into a conveyor belt. Just pumping out quite a lot of trades. What is it, 8 already? 6. Okay, no. He's getting slightly slowed down. I think he's kind of pivoted into more Magadai with some bigger gaps coming between the trades. But Javelin follow-up now, I mean, this is really good against the Magadai strat. One unusual direction, but also one that he was kind of forced into. It's a logical direction to take for sure. It's not one you would have expected here. Oh, they're not as peaceful as the Tuklac tribe. Mongols are known to want a war here, so even though we've got javelins coming in, presumably he's looking for a way still to blunt the base. Problem is, now Donzo's as well. I mean, it solves the Keshiks. This is the thing, once you go trader like this, your overarching strategy is pretty clear. Who are these people that this word generator keep... you know what? Like, it's so much coinage, Satoshi, who created Bitcoin, would be proud. I will give you that one. There you go. We figured it out. Oh my God. You know what I need? I need a text-to-speech that explains what these words even mean. Okay, this is not really looking effective right now from the army. So far, he's lost a worker. That would have been the traders, and he's not killed anything. I don't know. This build feels a little bit damned right now. He's going to be playing for the castle play after this. Maybe this was the intent all along. I mean, technically, he has forced Javelin Donzos, which is suboptimal nowadays. Malian players obviously looking for the Sofa Archer strats, where they can scale that up into the next stage. More scouts to follow, too. I mean, it's not bad, actually. Like, the scout strat, it doesn't immediately kill, but it's gradual. And it's something that can just heal up and also shift away. Kind of feels like the trade boom is cooling a little here. It's not exactly amplifying at the pace that Ayame was looking for, especially considering his opponent has already got up to 14 cows. Ayame will momentarily be going towards the third age, but I don't think that Louis is going to be far behind him here. It is going to be a Kurotai build. These can be effective, but the big problem is when you play double cav like this, it's mobility and scaling. You don't have much cav yet, and it's very hard for the Kurotai to keep up with them. How do you even use Fate? Isn't Fate just like, I'm pretty sure that is that not a mathematical thing? All right, so based on the Fate of this mathematical trigonometry, I can tell you the angle of trajectory is going to be straight towards the base. In he goes, looking to scour upon the deer location. And this scouring is going to force Ayame all the way home on only a double pasture play. And what is up, Smoothie? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Kurotai is going to deploy. That will slow things down a little bit here. I don't think it's going to stop the inevitability of Louis MT's approach, though. It's funny, like, normally this strategy, I actually, like we said at the start, I kind of cuss it out for the defensive nature of it. Yeah, I got to give Louis a lot of credit here. He's not playing defensive at all. He's getting right up underneath Ayame's snout. Men-at-Arms are coming, but that's not a great idea against Malians. They have two great answers to that in the castle age. They can either go towards Musafadi, or they could go towards Sofa, both of which will make quick work of Men-at-Arms. These traders, there's no way they can run and hide, not anywhere quick enough. They'd have to escape to a different exoplanet just to feel safe. I don't know, man. Like, this Magadai strat, I think this is the type of thing that probably works against different civs, but the javelins have just ruined it in its entirety. Kurotai is going to try to park up, but like this is the other issue going men-at-arms. Now you're trying to protect trade, but it's flank raid, so you're going to be really slow to respond left and right. Yeah, honestly, these guys, they move so slow, you might as well just rename your great-granddad Cyril. Like, look at it. He's just looking at the guy with the horse like, damn, I wish I could have afforded one of those. That seems like a smart idea, like bringing an umbrella in the middle of a shower. Sofa's still not actually coming through yet. I imagine that's going to be next on the hit list, though, considering Castlade is fast approaching. That's not even a word! It just broke the random word generator. It just came up with a dash. All right, my random word generator may need to script it a bit more. Did it? Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, it just full on crashed. All right, we're gonna have to restart it. You know, I like to think that this is an educational stream, but we've really taken on a new direction with a random word generator, rather. Just giving you now a way of learning new words you didn't even know existed. Musafadi have started to be scattered in slightly here, and the upgrades are coming through, so there's an intent to continue this, which makes sense, because Ayame Satu is only building into men-at-arms. Seriously, we're up to 13 already. What does that even... Okay, I need a better word dictionary. That PCC is not a word. That is not a word. I'm going to call the PCC, the Police and Crime Commissioner, about this. This is outrageous. Moving in. This is going to be a little bit of poker fair here. Not in a rush right now. He knows he's got the tempo. Yeah, the trade hasn't really scaled there, has it? You know, it's looking a bit underwhelming. Only 8 traders in total. You know, you could call up your best friend Barn to come and 2v1 this right now, just to make it kind of fair, because Malians are going to outblow real fast. Jabs, just getting easy snipes on the Magadai. Important here when he's got Donzos, Musafadi, like these are unarmored units. Kurotai is just not deploying right now. It's going to be a breakaway, just completely retreats. Yeah, giving him a lot of breathing room, actually. More than I would have expected. No backstab wall low coming through. Congratulates him on the attempt to get the relic home, but ultimately it will just be lying on the ground. The Kurotai does force the continuous retreat, but remember, Louis MT is prepping a new wave. Mass Musafadi is going to be on the way soon. He's been hiding it really well. This is only the spearmen and the javelins. So right now, Ayame... He's lulled into a sense of security. He feels like he's winning the game, but actually, he's slowly being set up for a disaster. Yeah, there's going to be watershed tears when the reveal comes through. And there it is. The Musafadi, they do come on in. Does get to deploy on the Kurotai, but hesitation is sure to set in here. In fact, no hesitation from Malians. They attack the Kurotai, forcing him away. This is why you just don't mass men-at-arms against Mali. The counterplay is so brain-dead simple and so cheap as well. You know, you're only paying 75 resource compared to 120. You don't have to be a giant nerd to figure this one out. It's a good trade. Veteran Siva Archers has just been queued up. Ayame is going to have to fight tooth and nail for a minute at disadvantage. You can't even easily run away due to the movement speed difference. He unpacks the Kurotai again. That's going to force the engagement. Javelins seemingly be just being ignored here. And the Musafadi... Wait. Louis, can we please attack? That was so weird. He didn't realize what he was doing. He thought that it was just going to be a burn with no turn. So that is going to be a state of execution. The problem is Ayame, his wood income is quite worrisome here. He doesn't really have any. He just switched a bunch of people across, but this is going to take time to build up the archer count. Meanwhile, the Musafadi count is ridiculous. 36 and scaling. Good God. Yeah, this is about to turn into the big boy flood. The classic Malian strat, if you will. The one that has ended many a player and shunned any hopes for them to win a game. 43 now. And he's got, what, probably 28? Yeah, 28 of those on the offensive. Already moves the javelins. And this being... Okay, he's already intercepted the trade. So Yame, not going to be able to keep scaling men-at-arms alongside the archer comp. Really, he only needs archers. The problem is he needs a lot of them. Burn down on one of the towers. He's creeping in on both sides here. In this Chinese derby, game number 1, Louis MT is looking to remind everyone why he is number 1. They're going to try to intercept the trade. It's quite a lot of trade to kill now. Like, was it 12? Yeah, won't be for long, though. This is the problem, right? Like, this idea from Ayame, it's kind of coming together because of the raiding approach by Louis, but this makes it even more annoying. It's like, even if he wins one fight, he loses 2 more. Right? There's no recompense quick enough against this, especially considering you're also losing the relic game. Sofa now being queued as well. Clash is going to come through, and the Kurotai... Wait, the Kurotai went back center! What? Gonzo, Musafadi, enough of them to deal with the mass on the right. And that is going to be an immediate throw-in at the towel. He simply can't keep up in this Louis MT kitchen. What a staggering performance by our caster. He managed to get almost every single word, bar a few of them, because a few of those words were stupid and were not real words. Can we agree on that, chat? PCS is not a word. ACE is not... AES is not a word. I'm probably gonna have to figure out a different dictionary to use for the word generator. Because right now, it uses word freck, which I don't think... Python library for looking up the frequencies of words in many languages based on many... Yeah, but we used the English one, but the words it's bringing in made no sense. Maybe we need the small list instead of the big. I'll have a look in that later. Find one that uses 70s slang. Yeah, but you want a lot of 70s slang, you know? Like, this one we have, I think, has like 50,000 words. But, like, some of them are not even words. They're just fake. All right. Game 2 is going to be Tundra. What do you guys think about the word change regularity? I've got it at 30 seconds. Do you think we should put it up to a minute instead? Or does 30 sound good? We got Roos versus Byzantines for game 2. Don't think Tundra ever got added. Wordsmith dictionary for kit. What does that mean? We handle those words like a champ. You probably didn't even know what half those words meant. Like, educational. Got him. Like, it's okay. So I can show you basically like what we're talking about here, right? So this is what I've been. This is what I have. It's a very basic code, but like what it's gonna do. Is there a way to actually zoom in Visual Studio? I never thought of that. I don't know if there's a way to zoom in. Or, like, make text bigger. Surely there is. Appearance? Oh, yeah, it's just Control... Was it Control Plus? So, like, this is the code, right? Oh, wait, I haven't switched over to show you yet. One sec. Give me a second. I seem to not have the scene that I wanted. Wait, do I not have display only? All right, I'll show you guys what I've made. It's very basic. Why is it being weird? Okay, there we go. So, this is what I've created. It's very basic, but like literally what it does is it pulls in WordFreck's dictionary, And then, hold on, so I'll make it even bigger for you guys. I mean, I feel like this should be big enough, but whatever. Let's be obnoxious. Let's bring that down as well. So what it does, like, it pulls these words, just chooses a random one, and then pushes it to the front end. And it writes it to a text file, which then displays it on screen. So you can see it's actually still running here. But, like, some of these words are just, like some of these are just dumb, right? Like, AES. What does that even mean? Some of them are good, like subcutaneous was interesting. But, like, Okla? Satoshi is a person. Fita was just, like, such a dumb one for it to bring up. And then, like, Barnard is a person. It done shun twice in a row. It shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna have to update this so it checks the previous word and then make sure that word can't be used again. But it shouldn't usually be a problem. But, like, you know, some is good, but, like, I don't know, is Shiro a thing or a person? Learning programming? Like, I guess. You could also say revisiting programming. Like, I used to be a programmer. But that was many years ago. And I never really used Python. A simple if statement? What, to do what we're doing? Yeah. Or do you mean, if statement? Well, you do an if check, basically. What you do is you'd, I mean, you do it here, right? So you'd be, no, not here, sorry, here. So you go return. So what you do is you would store the previous word. So, like, we want previous word. I forget what you put. What do you put by default? My brain. You just do that. So what you do is, like, you do this, and then you'd want it to be... Okay, let's actually stop it running for a sec. So what you do is you'd have... I mean, you're doing here, right? You get the random word. And then... be if... word is... This is the weird thing I'm getting used to, because I used to code in C#, so you'd have equal, which I think you can do in Python, but you're meant to do is instead. So if word is previous word, then you'd run the random word generator again. Oopsie. Like that. And then that would fix it. But we need to make sure previous word gets assigned. So it'd be... Actually, I don't think you need to do it this hard, right? No, you do, yeah. Do that. Else... previous word equal word. And that would fix it. Camel case? What do you mean camel? I always forget what the... I should know what camel case is, but I always forget. Into a single string without spaces. Oh, like that? Yeah. Oh, you mean like how I write variables? That's how I write variables. What's your problem with what I've done here? Oh, you mean the fact I've done underscores? Yeah. I would, like, I mean, I copy and pasted part of this to make it easier. You can literally tell where I've, like, written and where it's written. Like, the way I learned to code, like, so variables, so some good practices I would always follow, for example, is, like, functions. Like, I mean, I should rewrite this exactly how I'd like it anyway. Basically, I found, like, a basic script and then just altered it from there. Because, like, for example, I would not write definitions like this. I would not write functions like this. I'm a big believer, like, if you're writing a function, it should be capitalized. You always begin, like, functions with capitalization and variables with no capitalization. That's a coding fundamental for me that I learned early, because it allows you to very quickly on the fly remember and identify. When you're looking back at code, you straight away go, okay, this is like, regardless if it's in a weird kind of cool format, you know that's a variable or that's a function. It's like, I mean, I'd normally not do it like this. Used to C#. You said this, yeah, this is Python. So I started learning Python. But I learned the C sharp. So like for example, C sharp is very different, right? So C sharp, you put function instead, right? You also like for example, like when you're writing a function like this, let's say function get these nuts, you would do this. So you use these parentheses, but like JS doesn't use this at all. Whereas I would always in C sharp write like this. Right? And like another thing is like in Python, you would like, so you do an if statement like this. If previous words is time to wait, right? Or you would do like if previous words, like I'm typing previous word, which is great. It is like not, and like these two things. So like this is how you do it in Python. But in C sharp, you do it like this. So if previous words equal time to wait, that would be if it is. And then like you would have the parentheses again. Or you do if previous word is not equal to time to wait. And then you'd once again like do the parentheses type thing. I mean, you didn't even need these brackets I done. I'm pretty sure. So like it's really weird. Like the biggest challenge if you're like if you're trying to learn coding, stick to learning in one code first of all, because it's like the syntax differences is really annoying to try and figure out. If you double dip code, you're gonna get confused quickly. Like if I was only starting coding and I'd done like C sharp and Python, like it would get very annoying to keep track of these completely different definition like categorizations, right? So yeah. In C sharp, you're more often making class methods. Exactly. Yeah. And also like the way that you call variables is different, right? Like I was discovering that with Python. Like I can just have a variable up here and that variable will be trackable in all of these. Whereas typically, like the way that this works, like we just done here, where you would claim a word to be a separate word. Like if you were to do it the other way, like if you needed previous word registered, I think sometimes they say you basically want to create a temporary variable that pulls the global variable, which I like a lot of the times I've got a few scripts I'm working with had to do that, but I wouldn't need to do that in C sharp, which is a bit different. Yeah, this, like I said, like we run this. And this is how, wait, are we missing, where am I missing a freaking line 24? Oh, yeah, that's why, yeah. Try that again. So, that's not even a word. So now we have the check, and it's like able to say if it's the same word. So now, like, if it's the same word, I mean, I could easily test this. If you want to test this to make sure it's working correctly, you just do this. Word, we change it to be the, we'd like get rid of this. And we would make this. Let's just make it that. Actually, that's easy. That's perfect. And then we change this to be that. And then what that would mean is now. Wait, what's wrong with the else? What did I screw up? Oh, yeah, we want to do print. So then you do a print is previous word. So now if I run this, it should come up is previous word. Yeah. There you go. That's how we know it's working. Because it wouldn't get in here unless it's the same word. So this code now works. That's fine. Okay. Who's playing next? We've got game number 2 between Louis MT and Ayame. We're getting into it in a second. You don't know how you code? I tried it. I fell asleep every time. It depends what you're coding for. Like, I find this stuff enjoyable because I'm basically creating code for a bunch of different cool functions we're working on, right? We've got things like Twitch plays in there, for example, and that's quite thrilling to me because it's like playful and it's a discovery. I didn't enjoy coding when I worked in SharePoint because it was boring and mundane. But what got me into coding is like I would make games, and that's very different. Yeah, what's up, Seven? Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, so like, so for me, like, I got into coding because I was on a game development course, And that's very different to like working in SharePoint. SharePoint is just boring. But like when you create things, that's how I knew that content creation was for me and casting was for me. Is because it's like this idea of invoking emotions and creating experience. And that's really what drew me towards game development. Is the idea that you could create something, you could do something that would like invoke feelings in people. That's how I realized that's how I realized I'm an entertainer. When I started casting, I was like, oh shit, it all makes sense now. Going for games give you adrenaline? Yeah, like it's like you bring your creations to life. Like legit, I made I made a few different things actually. So for example, we had a game where it was like you had it was an FPS where you could teleport constantly. So you had like a blink on a cooldown. So you just like flash blinking everywhere, and it's like Unreal Tournament style. So I learned how to do like netcode as well as like anti-cheat solutions by like limiting the amount of data that you send to a player. Because for example, the reason you get map hacks, right? Like the reason why map hacks work is like if you create a situation where I am being sent all the naked data, and let's say I was pink and I was cheating, right? If I have all the naked data, I know exactly where IGS is. I know all of his stuff. I can find out where his entities are on the map, where his TC is on the map, etc. But if you want better anti-cheat solutions, what you would do is you would not send this data. You would only send data in the field of vision. Now, like, I don't know exactly what AoE4's anti-cheat is like. Probably doesn't do that because, like, it's so intense to do that. But they technically already have half the work done in that, like, you technically can't see units until this mask reveals. But, like, to put it in a simpler to understand situation, like, if you were making an FPS and, let's say you're making an FPS. Let's just get, like, a picture of Doom up as an example. And there's a guy around this corner here. The way that it would work is like if you want to make a more advanced like anti-cheat, what your server would be doing a check on is you could do a ray trace track between the player and the receiver. And if there is if that ray trace line connects with any barrier or anything, you could argue they can't be seen. Obviously, it's not that simple. You'd actually have to set it up to be incremental hitboxes everywhere, so it gets more complicated. But like as a baseline, this is how you can choose what information to send to a client. Yo, what's up, League Chronicler? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Appreciate you. Making map hacks for a living now? What can I say, man? Some people made good efforts to sub, but we clearly need more of them. Otherwise, I'm going to have to become a hacker. All right, let's get ready to get back to the game. So this should now be working. Dungeon's good. Hate playing China. Oh, wait. There's an actual map called Dungeon. I thought it was like some Doom joke. I don't remember the Dungeon map. Learn Python or C++. I learned to code in C#. Very first language I used was ActionScript. ActionScript 3.0. And then we switched over to C# and Unity, which is kind of similar to JavaScript, the way that like some of the things integrate. But obviously still C#. And then I learned some web development when I went to SharePoint, and now I'm like picking up coding again with Python. And I'm being lazy. I'll just like use ChatGPT a lot, and then like it's nice though because my approach isn't bad, and I'll get what ChatGPT gives me, and I'll be like, okay, let's work back through like how do these functions work, which is like how you learn to code. The big thing, like if you guys, I mean, before we get in the game, final tip on it for you guys: if you guys ever want to get into coding, and you have someone to help teach you, like I was at uni and we had a lecturer who's really great for that. What he would do is people like, Chris, can you fix my problem? Chris, please, Chris. And he'd walk over and he's just a typical like nerdy glassed, ginger bearded guy that knew all the code. And then he'd walk off. I was the only one that would go, how did you do that? And that was the difference maker. That's how I quickly became one of the most proficient coders on my course. Is because every time my mind was inquisitive because I wanted to now solve it myself next time. So I'd be like, that's cool. How did that work? And he was happy to explain it. But he wasn't going to explain it by default because I respect him for it. He didn't want to waste his time on someone who didn't care. Right? But like that is the important thing. Like use ChatGPT and whatever to figure out these things you want to do. Understand ChatGPT is going to be lazy sometimes. Like we already highlighted in the file some of the things I need to change so I don't like this wording. But like the general gist of it, the cool thing is that you will easily be able, not easily, but you'll definitely be able to learn code by having all this crap taken for you and then digesting what it does. Like, that is really valuable. Like, for me, you know, even back before ChatGPT, because it wasn't around when I started coding, there's a saying in programming, and it's that we're not professional programmers, we're professional we're professional Googlers, right? Because you Google to figure someone out, and you copy and paste pieces, and then you alter it and fit it into your code. And then you know, eventually you get the confidence and skill to develop from scratch. That's why I respect the hell out of people who coded back in like the early 2000s, because they didn't have that guiding point. Google wasn't that good. It didn't have that much resource. F# or function Python? Maybe. We'll see. We'll build into what we need. Python fuels my needs right now. I'm lazily not even like setting up as executables. I literally just run it from this the console. Not console, from the debugger, the Visual Studios. All right, let's get ready to go, though. Are we set up on the right side? We are. All right. Game number 2 of the Chinese Showdown. Byzantines versus Roos on the new Tundra map. Let's get into it. As we've got Louis MT on the Roos and Ayame Satu on the Byzantines. Man, honestly, like, how... You should be disqualified for this pick. This is such a powerful civ. Byzantines are incredible on practically any map, and they've looked pretty solid on this particular map, courtesy of the berry spawns. The back berries in particular gives you a lot more flex, a lot more variability than you'd otherwise have on comparative maps, because it's a guaranteed spawn from what I've seen. Yeah, you're like a pharaoh, just a group of little pigs hiding in the corner, feasting, because you get the deer as well in case you need to inject into a fast castle timing. Overall, pretty solid pick. Roos, a little bit different. I don't know if this is the greatest value map for like pro scouting. It'll be okay, but not crazy amounts to maximize. Because you get 15 deer per player, right? And you can already guarantee like one of those deer stacks at least should not be accessible. In theory, that's pretty good. Then you get 25, but like you have to treat this as a safe deer already. 20 is still a strong number. It's just because of the linear nature of the map, it might be difficult for you to get across and pick up all those goodies to bring them back. Ayame for the win. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. You know, we didn't catch the SAS series. We managed to 2-1 SAS there. And of course, the big challenge is seeing if he can get into the BO5s and do well there. Because another player that comes to mind, in fact, you know, he's even signed up on this week, is the likes of Scarlet Devil. You know, Scarlet Devil is a pristine example of this hop from BO3 to BO5 challenge. It's like that guy can slay practically anyone in a BO3. But best of 5s are different. And Ayame has struggled to get past the BO3 phase thus far. Maybe this is going to be the jackpot, though. I mean, Roos, definitely still a decent civ, just not as intense as they once were. I think at first, me and a lot of other people thought this civ was just kind of going to be dead straight away, but continues to get good picks, continues to see mixed success. So it's definitely a viable civ. I put it mid of the pack. Not D tier like I think some people originally thought. So we're just going to 2x the other game. Sheep haul is pretty easy. You get all of your sheep split between the two corners, so you can actually easily 50-50 split every single game. And that's good. It means you get past the early game cheesiness and you get into the deep late game, you know, where you invoke what I call Cameron's Law. You know, the the full cinematography, the glorious giant fights, 100 military versus 100 military, non-stop gunning. Which is what you secretly all want, so let's not pretend. Let's not act like that's not what you really want. You know, the early game is just the appetizer, and the mid game can be enticing. But really, you're looking for it to be culminating in that late game. And Byzantine versus Roos is pure fireworks, man. Biz are pretty strong against Roos if the game goes late because of the Royal Cannons. Royal Cannons are great at sniping out any siege advantage that Roos will have. And then you've got the mercenaries to kind of pad you out in the late game. Like if you go Western Contract, you'll have things like the Streltsy being countered by longbows from range. And Louis, it looks like he is going to pray to the great celestial being Artemis for good hunt, as he'll be playing towards the deer. Pretty predictable. Already deer shoving in. And we do have the extensions coming with the assistance. So Ayame just reaching all the way around to the back. Like we said, this is the safest option. And on top of that, I think, has he clipped that? He has. That's beautifully done. It just shifts around his base. It's very organic. brace yourselves to this. We've already got deer being yoinked from the enemy side. Ayame wasn't that quick on getting those Limitane out. Prioritized the level 4 system instead, meaning that this Spears will arrive a little bit late. Interesting choice there, but I like it. Louis kept one of the scouts around, so the enemy scout had to stand still. Because otherwise, if you're moving with it, it's still going to keep clubbing you, going to get you low, and it allows the movement to be focused on denying the follow-up scout as well. So it just basically, instead of risking maybe getting free, he guarantees getting 2. Essentially reverse the threat factor. And now, we'll look to take control of the game. Look, it is a super fast Castle Roos build, which there are situations where this could easily have got you killed in the past, before Pro Scouts was even nerfed. But Ayame already opted to go level 4 Cistern in a more defensive fashion. He's not really in a position to punish. Is it true every time you watch a KPMM, you get slightly more brainwashed to become Anglo? It's true. And, you know, it's a good time to invest as well. If you go talk to your realtors, prices in the north of the UK are pretty cheap. So, you know, get in on that estate quickly. That's what the Vikings done. Smart move. I mean, it makes sense. If more and more you guys become Anglo, then that means that eventually it's just realistic that someone British and whatnot is going to win an S tier tournament. No? Pretty sure that's how it works. It's like our version of Texan Strike and Oil. High trade house now coming in. Get your numbers in. It's not the best. You want to go to the Midlands? They're mid. Oh, if you want to be high, you should go to California. So Yami now playing into the Lombos. And there's the first group coming out. He'll start prepping for his own tech. He has got level 5 Cistern 2, which means he'll have plenty of mercs coming once he does trigger Golden Horn Tower. Presumably, we're going to be looking at Horse Archer opening. I'd assume so. Especially with there not being any javelins to threaten you. See, this is the thing. I need to get a dictionary that strikes out names. Brennan is a name. It is not a thing. Whoever came up with this should be beheaded. You'd love to live near some of the historical location in England, but you don't know how welcoming we are. We are incredibly racist. You will be like, get out of our country. No, you're fine. I don't feel like it's any less welcoming than most places. If anything, like if someone has a problem with you in this country, it's more passively oppressed feelings. They probably won't even tell you you're an asshole, you know? That's the beauty of Britain. Everyone may hate everyone, but they don't actively say it. That's why I'm pretty polarizing, because I probably would say it. In the past, like if I've had problems with neighbors, like when I was living at home, my mom like, shut up, don't say anything, shut up, walk. Okay, so we already highlighted who's better in these two civilizations in the fourth age. I think Byzantines can be really strong there, but the third age can be surprisingly effective with this type of timing. Especially when the relics are going to be a key objective. High trade house already generating an okay amount of gold. 94 gold, not crazy. I'm going to go full cowgirl about. Okay, 101. Now, whoa, okay. Now I'm on board. You got the 101 digits? Damn, we're about to make Dalmatians out of deer. So this is basically like a relic, 1.25 relics. It's decent. It's not crazy. But the map control that's going to allow him to get probably 4 relics here is the more important detail. What I think about the upcoming Viking civilization? I think it was silly to do Vikings after just doing Macedonians. It kind of makes you feel like you should have just done Vikings straight away. Because my big concern here is that it's going to make... It's essentially going to make the Macedonians kind of redundant. Like, they'll still be a unique civ, but the whole identity clearly was they are Vikings. And now they're just going to be superseded by real Vikings. You know? I feel like the pick rate at that point, the desire for Macedonians will go the way of the Pandas. Gradually extinct. Wombo count now going to start inflating, by the way. Golden Horn Tower is in. Vikings and Macedonians aren't the same civ. I mean, that may be the case. They're not the same civ, though. But basically, most people would say, like, if you look at their unit catalog, they're Vikings. If you want it, there'll be pedantic deals like they're not Vikings, but like if you're being pretty basic about it and just taking a casual standpoint, I see Varangian, I see Norse named units. I'm thinking they're Vikings. You know, you would have thought the teachers would have came in by now to teach the Roos to do something else, but even when they get nerfed, it's still just always horse archers. It's a bit of a colorless palette, isn't it? Like, let's just build scouts, horse archers, warrior monks. Sometimes we'll add in knights as well, but basically, we really, really like horses. Feel the need to get technical in this civ versus that civ is half the problem of the choice. Yeah, but it's like they set themselves up in that position. Like, I've even on cast referred to the Macedonians as Vikings. And I've had 1 or 2 people get pedantic about it, but most people are like, no, that's fair. Like, they are basically, like, you're playing Vikings. What's a mandala? A circular figure representing the universe in Hindu and Buddhist. Okay, we're not getting, like, I mean, I could shoehorn it in there. These guys don't have mandalas. They're Orthodox and Orthodox. Wait, I just realized this is the Great Orthodoxy battle. Seems like they're meant to be budget Viking civ. Exactly my point. I don't feel like they were... I don't feel like that's what they originally wanted to do. But they essentially made lemons with, you know, the few lemonade with the few lemons they had. I wonder if you can maybe form this Anula kind of shape around the base. Kind of a ring effect to kind of block in green at all. Because technically, if you park somewhere, it should be very hard for Louis to actually attack you. The problem here is, like, if you do that, there's a big risk. He just begins a profane dive into the back of your base. So we are getting sacred sites now, at least being intercepted. Final relic call, actually better than I was expecting for Yame. He did end up getting 2 of the 5 relics, so should be quite happy with that. Horse archers, that's going to make him less happy, though. They find their way into the farms at the beginning and snipe down 3 workers straight away. Yeah, the fertility on these bad boys may be big, but they count for nothing if there's no one to work from. I guess maybe bodies could fertilize the farm. You guys never question why the farms are infinite. Maybe that's what you should be questioning. Like, whose body's getting cooked for that to happen? Raid coming in again. Oh, wait. What? Oh, my God. He's knocking him down like a drunk person does gnomes in someone's garden. That's ridiculous. That's another 4 kills. Oh, man. Like, how? Like, the crazy thing is just such a linear map in the way that it's now being played, and yet he's still finding these type of hits with horse archers. It's bloody impressive. What the f is that word? What? What does that mean? I have an idea of what I think that means. No, I never would have got that. Like, I would have failed my baccalaureate. It's meant to be a way of, like, you know, finding successful candidates for higher education. I mean, the weird thing is I have a baccalaureate. I'm a bachelor's in game design. And I wouldn't have used that word. Funny thing, actually, I wouldn't have been a sergeant, but, like, there was a point in my job-seeking career where I almost ended up in the army. After I got my degree and couldn't find a job at first, they almost roped me into becoming an officer. Wouldn't have been sergeant now. I think lieutenant is the lowest officer rank. Big army approaching, by the way. Now, we did say about the idea that these longbow spearmen should feel stronger in the big fight. We're going to put that to the test. I mean, horse archers can struggle a little bit to get effective DPS against Limitane due to the damage reduction of the shield wall. Yeah, these things are absolute machines at just running headfirst into arrow fire. And the inevitability is on the way, but you can see it's a surround. He's sneaking in from behind. Ayame may have overstepped. He doesn't even realize it yet. He enters the Roos Cove. Begins building the first of the hero siphons. He might need a hero to rescue him from this, though. Louis, bringing the forces together. He sees where the army is. He knows their intent. He's going to cut the reinforcements and take this slow. Force archers get a good intercept to begin with. We'll end up losing a few more than maybe necessary there. Could have microed it a bit better. But when the fight's adjourned, it will be an overall value win for the Roos. And the Spasskaya, look at this! He's actually going to escape from the Third Age. And Ayame, he's not moving quick enough. He doesn't know about this. This is huge. Because then he's going to panic rush. The idea is the moment you hear that tech up, you're going to want to dive. You cannot dive against the Spasskaya that comes with all weapon emplacements immediately researched. Louis, just so many horse archers waiting to be upgraded as well. 62, and he has got enough gold to get them there as well. You know, that's a fair point. Why are we not getting any feminism representation here, people? They're allowed to be villagers? Actually, no, you know what? Marlians is the perfect feminism. Because is it Sofas the women warriors and then Musafadi are as well? Horse archer upgrades on the way. It's giving the amount of training plus the elite. And I think sometimes Magadai can be women. Maybe I'm wrong about that one. The Khan can, though. I remember that. And then, yep, Japan, Onimusha, Onification. We have good feminism representation. Emo's less so. I don't think we have any emo units in AoE4. There are units that make you feel like an emo, like War Elephant. So he's waiting for the upgrades. Just going in before that would be pretty suicidal. But my god, the speed at which he's trying to blitz through this. Wait, wasn't this... This was a monastery, right? So he already shifted them to the back. Crafty moves there. Well played. Good hindsight. Or foresight, rather. Going through in the Golden Gate. Already buying through all the tickets. Upgrades. Now kicking in. He's good to go. Pokes away at it. Has got them out of training. Galloping activated. Has maximum movement speed to cut away from this. And it's not going to be a pretty fight. Ayame doesn't look like he's going to be able to tick his box here. Ain't going to be tickety-boo for him. It's going to be a slow grind down. Actually, can he win this with a lot? No, surely longbows won't be horse archers here. It looks bad right now because of the front line. It looks really bad because of the front line. Can he keep the pump up? And wait, what? My code broke again. God damn it. There's no way you can keep this pump up. The denominations of Lombos coming across are going to be slow to reinforce. So, like, once they start getting sniped down, it should begin to snowball. But now, though, I've got to give props. Ayame taking a much better exchange than you would have expected. The horse archers. Kicker upgrade. Seriously, if he wins the fight against incendiary arrows, we've got a big problem here. I am impressed, though. I did mention myself Lamentane tanky. I wasn't expecting it to be that tanky. I think the horsemen and cataphracts actually absorbed a lot more than you would have expected. Fair to say the horse archer nerfs seem to work. They're not looking like the fittest bunch anymore. Good intercept. This is where they will thrive, like this. Yami still has a long-term issue here. He's stuck in the Third Age. The problem for, of course, Louis is going to be a lack of space. Yeah, he's just packed tight in a matchbox at this stage. Easy to combust in these type of environments, too. Farm count is getting quite good for Yami. Up to 19 farms so far. IGS is indeed Louis MT. He needs to pull finger out of butt and remember to use main account. Totally forgot. It's from Johnny Silverhands here. Opens up fire with the longbows, but the incendiary fire is already there now. Still, I mean, it's this front line. It's just... If Louis could just get a few melee units in of his own, tanky melee units, the difference he can make here, like, wow. Has broken through it now, and this is where the trade should get really good. Yeah, the Lombos, they're going to melt like a hot knife through butter, and they are wedlocked to this fight. They cannot move away quick enough. Good erasure of the backline, and finally, we see Louis hit the point he was looking for. It took some effort, it took some time, but he's finally out of the pit. And that is what I was waiting for, right? The Horsemen, the Limitane, the Cataphracts delayed that from ever coming out. Even without Incendiary, that would have been just as convincing, actually. Of course, having it lowered the losses for him, and now with 52 of these Horse Archers, he's able to march across the map. Great speed. And he needs to expedite this process because we know Byzantines are going to be looking for an age up, especially after a wipe like that. Now, the Horsemen might provide some solace here. But even they could struggle against the Incendiary. Is it enough damage? The TC definitely hurts. The Golden Gate, not so much. More the painful thing here is the space loss. Like, he didn't have anywhere to expand farms into, which is why Louis isn't rushing. You know, his strategy in this game is going to be unchanging. Horse Archers only, because it's only what he can afford. And try to intercept instead of directly engage. Yeah, like, right now, Louis' goal should be to kind of re-secure the front of his base and then start spreading farms out on the flanks. Usually pocketed around these tree lines, because hunting cabins will then also generate gold. Even ads every 10 minutes is not working. I don't have that many ads. Pretty sure I don't have that many. Pretty sure it's more like 1 minute ad maybe every 15 minutes. Foreign engineering company on the way. As we get a word that is appropriate for this landmark. Monsanto, because it's very clearly foreign. I have no clue what that is. What is that? What does that even mean? Oh, it's a village in Portugal. What? I'm now to 70. I was about to say, if you've had 22 2-minute ads since watching for like 15 minutes, the maths is off, and I really want to get money. You should not be getting 2-minute ads every 7.5 minutes. I can guarantee that. I can literally go check it after this game, but I'm certain it's not that high. I think we got some slightly hyperbole here, you know? It's starting to feel like that timing for the army looks a bit like a fluke. Like, how do you get back to that now? I mean, he's at least got elite Lombos now, so this is someone where you're definitely going to start thinking about a different unit type as Roos. Horseman yourself would make a lot of sense, but he needs to get the food up first. Horse Archers are going to start to flop dead here, actually. Alright, I just checked it. I think it says 6 minutes. It's got 6 minutes ads every hour. What did we say before? Someone said 2 minutes of ads every 10 minutes. So you said double what it actually is. I mean, don't get me wrong. Twitch has a huge ad issue. But I just double checked its backend. It says it's basically playing... I guess I think it averages out like 1.5 minutes of ads every 15 minutes. Right? Sadly, this is like the nature of Twitch, though. Like, there's really not much you can do about that, because as a creator, if you want to actually make anything off of the ads, which will run even if you turn them off, you have to run some. I hope that's reassured it. Like, I don't think you guys were like insanely off on the number. Well, you were like exaggerating the number, but it wasn't like 15 times higher. My point is, like, definitely having 2 2-minute ads in 15 minutes mathematically made no sense. It might, yeah. I don't know how like Twitch functions. I thought Twitch, the way it does it is like every 50 minutes you're in. Maybe it does it based on fixed intervals. We have got the Mango Towers coming up. That's going to slow any kind of push in. Is he just... Oh my god, this is going to be such a long game. This offense is not a fast one. He's wholeheartedly committed to only horse archers. Like, it's such a slow but almost toxic way of dealing with this. Just treat him like a leper. Like, just can't hard commit in. But he has... Oh, he gets in on the tree line. Horse archers can chase this fast. He does have gallop, chooses not to commit. He sees an outpost, freaks out just a little bit. Slashes the lead that Yami had built there, man. Like, every time it feels like he's pulling ahead. Remember, he was pulling ahead because the TC was down so long. Craig's getting hosed by Twitch because the view bars. Yep. I mean, it's making my life hard as a creator, right? I think we went over this. It's like, they mess with the viewership numbers and what shows. And sponsors don't necessarily want to sponsor you because other people have committed fraud. Like, seriously, if someone's view buying, that's fraud. Because if you go get a sponsor and you can get them to commit X amount per month, but your views aren't real viewers, you are basically... and sadly, that's hurt all the genuine creators on the platform. And I've never really erred on the side of like avoiding these talks, so I think it's important to have them. Transparency. As long as it doesn't turn into a Frogan boohoo. Yeah, I think like from a creator platform perspective, an influencer like agency platform, it's kind of stigmatized the platform now, where I get a lot of brands that want to work with YouTubers, not Twitch streamers. Kick is pointless. Kick is going to get ads as well. The CEO literally just recently said on a podcast, ads are coming. Ayame now involuntarily stuck in the corner. And by the way, this whole idea that stupid streamers still reluctant to leave Twitch for YouTube, you'd be stupid to do that because YouTube hasn't actually captured the full market. Like, you know, Twitch is still the baseline. And here's another thing. YouTube is just as much at fault. I, as a creator, have no way of exposing my average viewership for live streams on YouTube to the public. Twitch has Solino. There's nothing like that for YouTube, which means if someone's looking for like channels to sponsor, they can't actually check ahead of time and know. You can with Twitch. Like it's a problem. No platform is perfect. I'm not trying to be innocuous towards like one platform or the other. They all have their flaws. And YouTube also still struggles with the communal idea. It hasn't solved the community element as well as Twitch technically has. What the hell does Verdez mean? I feel like I should know that. No, Verdez isn't even English. Huh? All right, like this, I'm gonna have to get a new word dictionary. This is ridiculous. That's not even an English word. What the hell is this wall? I mean, he's going for a sacred site victory, but this doesn't help the sacred site victory. Oh my god. Lombo Mass stepping up now. He has the incendiary arrows. I don't know if actually if the Roos can take this fight. It's 53 horsemen. Oh my god, no, there's no way. There can't be, surely. Gallop gets activated. Horseman ready to rush in. He's getting that decap. Either that, you have to what? Body horse archers onto the side at this rate? I mean, the knights are trickling in, but they're not lasting long enough. Even with the pole axes, just no match for the raw count. And now the horseman able to march forward. Volley does get activated. That's going to force the retreat. Gets just out of range of those LBs. Turns around for the fight again. But decap is underway. He needs to keep the horseman pumped up, though. He went from 50 down to 30. Recommits again. The horse body's in this. But it is happening. Successful decap. The game will not end in 4 minutes. This is less medieval, more sci-fi. It feels like I'm just watching lasers being shot at each other. Everything coming burning down. They booked themselves a date for the late game. Man, if only he was able to like set up some outposts, maybe that could have helped. Okay, we're gonna need a PR scoop on this, guys. This is not a massacre. It's population control. Yep, there we just a bit of population control, guys. That's how we become more like advertiser friendly. Oh, and what's up, Inferno Extreme? Sorry I didn't say so earlier. I appreciate the sub, bud. Welcome to Swarm. Advertisers know Twitch going to play the ads. That's not true, actually. Advertisers are pulling out of Twitch and putting less money into it because their offerings suck. Because A, the viewbot issue. B, people don't like that type of like advertising style. And the problem is it creates like a death cycle where Twitch now wants to run more ads on people's channels because they're not making as much money per ad as they did a year ago or a year before that. So like they've got a big problem they need to solve. They need a launch pad to success. Like the big problem for Twitch basically is they need to go through what YouTube did. Remember YouTube's ad apocalypse? They done it so they could figure things out for the future. Mount horse archers. Seriously, like he has got knights coming in decent count now, by the way. And my concern here is, like, where's your anti-knight unit? Horse archer count seems infinitesimal, same with the longbows, but the horsemen compared to the knights, I think that's the backbreaker here. Roos is starting to break through. Good push forward. Bombards able to start moving up as well. Like any defenses he finds. For the moment, there's just going to be a big anti-infantry cannon. As this army is looking pretty jazzy. His horse archers even just pushing back the longbows entirely so you can sweep through the remaining cav that gets left behind. I mean, the bodies tell no lie. So much pink on the floor. A lot less green. That's not just as camoed into the foliage. It's going to find more of them dying now, but the amassment, like that's the big problem I'm seeing here. Like, how many can you get up afterwards? What can we learn from this battle? We can learn that what he has achieved is getting rid of the horse archers, but it means he did not anticipate the knights. So what we can learn is probably a good idea to still have Limitane coming somewhere here. Like, it's awkward, right? Against Gallop, if you try to get Limitane in there, you're going to cut it. But you're not going to die very fast, and theoretically Longbows can win the fight for you. But if you go with Horsemen, you see how Knights can work out. It's just no one expects Knights in the late game to Roos because it feels so impossible from an economical standpoint. Which I've never entirely agreed with. I mean, this can be difficult compared to French, but they're bloody good. With a Polack +4 damage and Boys 4-2, these are Giga Stack Knights. Yame's going to need to find a shard to go hide in. Maybe wait for Gandalf to come and save him because he's going to need something magical to get back into this game. Louis continues the push. He's going to have to reset, but it's mostly Knights now, and we have not got any sort of Spearman switch coming in. Wait, what's Macon? I don't even know what that word is. It's a French word for mason? Okay, it's just making up words now. Oh, apparently it's mutton and bacon. Wait, that's a thing? I did not know this. So I guess it's pronounced bacon then. So it's mutton with bacon. That sounds a bit weird, but we have done it. Alright, so let's get towards the late game plan. Like, how is he tackling this composition? Because I'm still not seeing a single Spearman in queue from Ayame, which at this point is becoming direly concerning. He's not respecting Mass Knights at all. I don't see how you're ever going to win with this comp. It feels like Ayame's game strat is to wait for Roos to run out of gold. But he seems to have forgotten the map he's on here. Look at the tree lines and look at how he's been hugging them. He's a filthy tree hugger. If Louis MT was a Lord of the Rings character, it'd be, was it Merry and Pippin? That goes and plays the ends. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he can just keep this up for a very long time. I mean, yes, it's got 37 active gold gatherers, but even without that, the gold trickle all over the place. And the sacred sites, the pump is not going to stop. And he even goes for copulation. Yeah, so remember, that's the final version. That it doesn't increase your gathering rate. It just gives you 15% more gold off of limited gold. And there's still quite a lot of gold on this map. Ayame shifts east. LuMT's army is going to follow. What follows could be a bloodbath here because these knights... I don't know how horsemen are ever meant to do this, man. Maybe if he gets into the base, if he raids, but even then, like, look at the economy. The 2 PC strat is paid off for Louis. Okay, I'm just going to start ignoring the acronyms because ACS is like not a thing. It's acute coronary syndrome, which is what it might require for LuMT to lose this game, based on the heart. It's going to be Hayward here. He needs to make a move pretty... Wait, is Hayward even like what I think it is? It's just a pass against him. I was like, what's the word I'm thinking of when things go bad? It's like a cool word challenge to expand your dictionary if it stops bringing stupid stuff. Nice. A cost drop like this could be a game changer. Gives him a stabilization point. I don't know about motorsports, but we're full of horse sports here. However, that is a crazy switch. He's queuing up now Streltsy. Not exactly what I was expecting because Streltsy can lose against Mongols. And also it enables the horseman. I guess he's just going full quality. Like the idea here is he's trying to be military efficient. Every single unit should be the best it could be for the population cost. Isn't this the OP comp that he always looking for as Roos anyway? And he doesn't get more gold dense than this either. Even mangonels now. So that's going to be his answer. But the problem here, like Byzantines can solve this if they realize what's happening. He can build royal cannons, which eliminates mangonels with ease. He needs to realize it fast. Knights, what is going on? Is he trying to body block them on the other side? He is, but he's going to need more. What? I don't know about this as a successful body block, guys. It is if your opponent A clicks. Whoops. Ayame is going to start diving in. Combos. Should be able to clear this, actually. We'll have enough time, especially with the volley. Mango's arriving already, however, is a problem. Adjustable crossbars. He already used the volley. He can't answer that. No. Okay. One Mango? Surely not. He does dodge it. But that one Mango is an empirical threat. Look at the health bars on his back line. Giovanni couldn't prepare that. Have to go hide in the glens on the side. What the horsemen trying to do to open things up. Knights do massacre that cav wave, though. Butchers them all. Only 2 or 3 knights going down. Barely losing any workers. Maybe 10 maximum. And now the dive does come in. Horsemen try to search the backside of the engagement, but that's going to be scraps thrown at a very hungry dog. Gets wolfed down. Stabilizing him even for a second here as that castle drop. Once that goes down, he'll be cordially invited to his own funeral. Triple Sacred Site now on lock again. And the knights, they're starting to break in full. And okay, seriously, we are now 39 minutes in, and he finally goes Limitane. But you've waited until your opponent has 53 knights. I'm gonna be like the copyright DVD guy thing. You wouldn't do it against a French player. Why are you doing it against a Roos player? He's about to get whipped, beaten, and broken. This army's just too big. Yeah, the difference in quality is astounding here, unit for unit. The Mangoes also just eviscerates 2/3 of Ayame's fight force. And does it with such ease. Adjustable crossbars is a full game changer here. If Ayame had some cannons coming, the first moment he saw a Mango, you might be able to believe it. Even then, how would you ever protect that cannon against 48 knights? You need some extraterrestrial help. You'd have to phone in Torchwood. Looks like he's about to get torched in his base. GG comes through. It is going to be a 2-0 victory for LuMT, the established and dominant force in China. But I think we can all agree, Ayame is a rising force, and he is continuously on our radar, as he should be. Yeah, I need to figure out, I need a new, so I think whatever this dictionary is, it includes some words that aren't real words, which then like it basically error codes out the script. And yeah, by the way, on the whole ads discussion earlier, my point around hyperbole is like I knew it couldn't be 2 ads every 10 minutes, 2 minutes ads, which like we proved is not the case. 6 minutes is like. Trying to remember what the minimum. There's a minimum you have to run, otherwise you like make. I think it's like 70% less from ads, and you don't make much already. But also on the ad discussion, bluntly, I'd say subscribe. Like if you're sitting here watching this channel every day, you're getting a lot of entertainment value. So if you're really that worried about ads, it's an easy solution. Some of these words, though. I don't know. I'll have a look into it later after stream. So that is going to be one series done. Plenty more to come, though. What have we got next? What worse, ads or that mangle of cables? Look, if you're that worried about those cables, you go get me a cable tie management sponsor, and then it'll be sorted. I'm putting it on you now, all right? BO, it was a BO free, so that one's done, but we've got more series coming. So next up, let's have a look at Beastie versus Starflark, actually. What do you guys think of the word generator, by the way? Do you like it? Hate it? I guess I could technically set up a script to try and read the point redemption, and then like a word could be redeemed. But the reason I haven't done that is if I'd done that, I then want to set up I want to set up a voice recognition software that would detect it and then mark the word off and remove it. That could be kind of interesting. That's a lot of work though. Unless I chat GPT it. Yeah, but ChatGPT isn't always reliable, especially when it comes to like doing Twitch integrated scripting. All right. So, game one's going to be Rocky River. What sort of knowledge required for Twitch-related scripting? I don't know how to ask questions, but maybe you get the idea. So, like, it depends on what you're trying to do. I've only looked lightly into it. Because luckily there was already, like, a lot of Twitch plays type scripts. But, I mean, I guess I can quickly... One sec. Let me select game number 1. Going to remind Beast he needs to leave his data open. I think we should be fine for this one. Starflark usually has his data open. But give me a second. I'm going to get the game 1 first, and then I'll show you what I mean. So like there's some scripts out there for like Twitch chat type stuff, so it's not too bad. It's like, you can figure out ways. But there's maybe like what I'm not sure about is there's a difference between reading Twitch chat and reading activity feeds and redemptions. So I've never looked into things like that. I'm sure there's maybe some documents out there, but I wouldn't expect a lot of documents because the thing is, like, you're talking about maybe like the things that Stream Elements or Streamlabs do, which isn't necessarily public scripted data. So that'd be my challenge on finding that, I imagine. But like, here, let me get game 1 loaded. We're gonna have a Sengoku Roos game, by the way. So to quickly make the point, because someone was asking, so sure, let's show them. So in here, if I go ahead and we'll open up So this should be the connection port stuff. So this is like how it would access the Twitch side. I didn't write this. This was, I forget his name. Like, I grabbed this from Doug's, but like this, I think, yeah, it's based on Wittis's Twitch plays tutorial from a while ago. But, like, you're doing a bunch of things, like you're connecting to a socket. Honestly, like, I'm not even going to try to dissect this code straight away, especially considering I'm new to Python. There's a lot, though. Like, this is literally, like, this is so it can connect to Twitch. This one's for YouTube, actually. I wonder how well the YouTube one works. But, like, a lot of this is literally just, like, it's the connection port. It's so that you can call this script with a variable that has your username on Twitch, and that will allow it to then listen to your Twitch chat. So I'd have to dissect this. I'd have to dive into this and figure out how to have it listen to my activity feed, which is probably a different level of security check. Because what this is doing, this script is literally checking a public-facing piece of data. But we would need, for us to use redemption stuff, we would need to check. I mean, I guess, like, you could actually just alter this so that when it's listening, so you do something like this. So what you do is you literally do a listen for commands. So you'd handle the message, and I guess you could, like, do this where you would do it so if contains, because, like, we had a redemption, I'll do that in a sec, from Gully. So if contains redeemed, so you do this, like, you do this type of thing. So it'd be, I'd have to check what there's going to be, like, some sort of contains type option. You'd be like, if message equal, or, like, it wouldn't be, it'd be contains. I don't think this has some scripting has contains as a function. I'll have to look up what that is in Python. But you'd be like contains, and then you'd have, like, this, right? Then it'd be for the redemption for, like, a word lock or whatever. It would show that on screen. But the problem with that is someone could do a mega troll, because then they could literally just type that in chat, right? I could just then do this as another viewer, and it would, instead of you redeeming your points to do it, it would say that counts. So I would need to find a way of checking the backlog, basically my activity feed, which I can show you guys what that looks like. An activity feed looks like this. So I'd have to find a way of checking the activity feed to confirm it was an actual redemption thing instead. But that's a lot of coding effort, and I don't even know if it's, like, worth that effort. Because, like, what I would do is I would take this, and then I'd add in an element of, like, I would probably use voice attack, which is how we do our play games with only our voice streams. And I would basically add in these words, and then when it detects those words, it could, like, press F8 on my keyboard, which would mark it off in this code. You have a listen on that key press to then mark it as, like, has been done, sort of thing. But like I said, this is, like, a lot of work for just having a quick mark off. I think there's more creative usages of listen for speech than this. Yeah, like, I don't know, I'll think about it. Maybe it's a cool idea. Like, I want to do a lot more of this type of stuff to expand how you guys, like, how I interact with you guys and how you interact with me in the future. It's like this type of stuff. Like, we literally have been setting up and altering Twitch plays scripts, for example, or like the random word generator. Like, it'd be cool if there was a way for you guys to just get words here. I could probably do a listen in, and it would be like what we'd do with the listen in is we'd essentially have some along lines of, it'd be like a add word command, and it would, like, listen for you, and it'd be like, if message, contains. Once again, I'll check what that is afterwards. Someone said what it would be, and then you'd be like, add word. Then it would add it to the backlog list of words to then use, or same for, like, banned words. There's, like, cool ways of doing this. Find this super interesting, real behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, and it's like I'm relearning coding, so I'm not like a professional at this. Like I know the thought process of what I want to do, but then obviously doing it is gonna be a lot more challenging. But like, I mean, these things that we're doing right now are very primitive. They're like, I'm not gonna spoil it entirely, but like for example, we've got another script, which is like literally gonna write on screen quests, challenges, or whatever. Why did I press D? That's weird. And the whole idea is like this keeps pressing keys. Have I got random? Huh? I've got a script running. Letters keep getting pressed. I have one for that, but it's not running. So I don't know why it's being like that. That's a bit weird. I think it's stopped now. It legit kept typing and I wasn't doing anything. Yeah, so like, I mean, this one, for example, to just quickly run. Like, this is basically what it'll do is it'll write to... It does it every time I scroll down too much. What? All right, anyway, just going to get back to the games in a sec. Just want to finish recapping this. Basically, what this does is this is going to write to an on-screen text field, and it'll choose like a handicap. So like when you're doing something, it's like you can't do this or you can't do that, and it'll shuffle out of a random list of possibilities some for you to not be able to do, right? And it will do that on either a fixed interval with a timer, or you can do that via a button press. And this is going to come in use for a certain challenge run I've got coming up. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. Dude, I'm not pressing anything. I'm so confused right now. Like, it's legitimately typing things out by itself. All right, I'm going to exit this before it does more stuff it shouldn't. Let's get rid of that. Dude, that's so creepy. Like, so I actually have code to randomly press buttons, but it's not running. So I don't know, like, I even checked both chats. I was like, is someone trolling? Is someone writing letters? I've got, like, I think I've got a hamster inside my PC trying to type help or something. I don't know, like, dude, that's weird. Anyway, let's run this again, and then we'll get back to the games. That's so weird. That is so freaking weird. I don't even know what that was. Okay. I also need to start looking into the GUI. I want to start having, like, a nice, elegant GUI. That's just graphical user interface, for those wondering. Because, like, right now, the way that I'm viewing this is in the console test I'm putting up on one screen to know which word to say. In an ideal world, I just have it pop up on screen in front of me so I can see what my next word is meant to be. All right. You guys ready? It's beastie time. He's back. Talk about something I never thought I'd get to say. Beastie has returned to the midweek muster. It has been a hot second, but in the middle of season 2, he is back. And we're here to cast his first series in the KPMM up against Starflark from South America. Let's get into it. What a one to begin with as well. With a pick like this coming out. Sengoku Daimyo coming out against BC's Roos. That's kind of interesting, actually. I mean, talk about giving Starflark the big glorious bonnet to wear in the opening game. I mean, this is the Civ. This is the S tier one. Any Civ, any player gets this Civ, you can believe they can beat any player. That's kind of where we're at with this particular one. Rocky River going to be a fun map for it as well. Yeah, curious to see how we are actually going to have this one playing out. I mean, Sengoku... Oh my god, chat. Dude, I know what's been pressing buttons now. Guys, you're not going to believe it. So we had random buttons being pressed all the time. Do you want to know why? It's this. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's get back to the game. Oh, that's brilliant. I knew it wasn't going crazy. We had voice-activated commands on. Any feudal knight is good versus Sengoku. I'd agree. I don't think they're completely disarmed and incapable of playing the game, though. I think, like, Sengoku, there's still a lot of unexplored strategies. Like, a pristine example, actually, would be the one used by Puppy Paw. With his Abbasids, he was able to take out the Sengoku, which is just such an unusual fault line that not many people would have had. Of course, the power of these things, the Yatai, their ability to linger on the side of the map, gathering a lot of food, that's why the idea of, like, French Knights, Roos Knights, etc., are all going to be great. Able to snipe these guys down, because anything else, like Spearman, feels too low damage, too slow. Can Roos Scouts torch them? No, they'll hit them, because they're units, technically. So they'll just club them for 1 damage for 370 hits. It takes a while. I would not recommend it. They will always escape successfully. What do you mean linger's not linger? Look, we're allowing, like, Eds and S's on the end are interchangeable. You don't want to be this nitpicky. It'll be boring. Stop. Just stop. You know what you're doing. Don't make me bonk you on the head. Golden Gate coming in. Probably going to be Pro Scouts here. It's also nice because it removes value for the Yatais. You know, you bring the D at home, they can't boost their food income off of them anymore. That's not a word. Like, again, with this word, so for those who don't know, we're now using a random word generator to make casts more fun. It's going to allow us to learn new incredible words, and also it's a fun way of tweaking the cast. Inge is not a word. It's not an English word. These are meant to be English words. Yeah, I'll half do it. We're on the fringe of losing our mind with this stupid random word generator. So here you go, guys. You want to see the scouts removing the threat from the map? Here you go. You would kill a mining camp quicker than you kill a Yatai. Man, this is engaging gameplay. You guys really enjoying this, huh? Look at him go. Oh, this is intense. Yeah, I think the next one's going to do it. The next one's going to get him. It's going to be like a Lupin evolving into a werewolf. Ah! Oh, wait, oh, he's running. What a pussy. Get him. Get him. He actually almost griefed himself. If you go to the shoreline, you'll be stuck. Okay, so it's going to start moving back soon, right? Wait, is he just he's moving for more food? This is how unthreatening they are. It's not retreating. It's moving for more food. And yes, the shoreline fish do gather. They will provide you 4 per minute. There's no way he's trying to lose him in the stealth forest, right? He does realize these are scouts. You can't hide from scouts in stealth forest. It doesn't work very well. Coca Township now on the way. Golden Gate is already completed. Oh my god, he's trying to make a break for it, guys. He's trying to run home. Can he do it? Is it possible? Wait, he's running back towards the deer. It's almost like the scout damage doesn't even matter. Oh, there's going to be some crows laugh and definitely no vultures overhead. I think at this point, people who hate playing against Sengoku need to send an emissary to the developer studio pleading them to nerf the health on these things. Oh my god. So at home, we already have the stables coming in. So it's going to be a play straight into the Yari, which makes a lot of sense. Yari Cavalry, really solid unit, just to try and stop Pro Scouts. Also does trade into Knights okay-ish. Not great, but decent. And then obviously stops your opponent going Archers, prevents Horse Archers later. So it has a lot of tick boxes, really. Yeah. And then there's Shinobi. Just so frustrating, right? The Whitehead you're trying to pop, but you never quite stop them. In fairness, they have been significantly nerfed now. The uptime is substantially less. It's basically a third uptime. It used to be 100% uptime. So while they're still incredibly powerful, you need to actually use your brain now. I know that's a crazy thought, guys, but like if you're a Sengoku guy, you have to think before you press the button. Only like 2 seconds, and you still press it anyway. But there is a downside now. Like, okay, sul is not a word. I'm like, what does sul even mean? It's an Italian musical term. So it's not a word again. up on this stupid thing. It's compressed, this huge dictionary, but it's failed to register that some of this is not English. All right, ninjas throwing frag grenades. I just realized, like, when you say that out loud, is that not the most Call of Duty statement you could ever hear in this directory? Ninjas throwing frag grenades. Jesus. And the pro scouts are just going to try to drag the goodies home. But... oh, nice intercept there. Denies the enemy scout and gets away. Should we have the officers coming in soon? Stone's almost been gathered up, so then we'll be looking at Takeda with the officer being the daimyo in this situation. Wool's also going up. He is astutely aware of what this is going to be. It's indeed a fast castle build. Roos going fast castle? I'm flabbergasted. What a shocker. Reminder, by the way, guys, this week, Monday and Thursday is going to be your AoE4 dosage. We have got something epic coming up for Tuesdays and Fridays. Oh. I've got it narrowed down to 2 epic ideas. Actually, 3. Comes down to whether I can actually optimize one in time. Ninjas only throw shurikens, not bombs. That is factually not true. Okay? Have you guys played Bomberman? Bomberman throws bombs. And in Bomberman, there is a ninja. And that ninja also throws bombs. Checkmate. High trade house now on the way. Okay, this is actually, like, fairly well optimized for it. Get your numbers in. Stack that bad boy up. Starflock, of course, trying to mirror the play. It's going to be a little bit slower, but castle is inevitable. That's true. Bombman is also Japanese. We've won. We've won, chat. We've done it. We proved the connection. God, Nakamoto would be so proud of you. Fujiwara as well. What was the company back then? It was Hudson Soft, right? That no longer exists. So I always remember the weird little squeaky voice like, I had it on. Okay, a lot of wasted time on a pointless wall here. I do question why we don't just go around, but I guess Starflight doesn't want to go anywhere near the Wooden Fortress, really. He just wants something to do in the meantime. The B Company, exactly. Triple archer range begins the production wave. Sake Brewery has to be coming here, right? There's no way we see something else. So I got distracted there. But, you know, habitually, like, we have seen a trend towards just the Sake Brewery. There was a time where people would try to use the temple landmark, but I think they just realized it's not worth it. Like, I think that was where the habitual nature came in. It's like when you first think of a new Civ fast casting, you're like, oh, kind of like with Shushi, it's like, wow, getting monks is great. And then over time, you realize there's more efficiency elsewhere. It's going to be a full encapsulation by Starflight, by the way. Full walls coming up, so we'll protect him against the horse archer raids for quite some time. Beastie's, of course, going to have his priority be on the mid-map. He's going to be looking to go into Warrior Monks, picking up those relics, attaining a gold generation that contests his opponent. How will Starflight retaliate that? I mean, he can block 1 or 2 relics with the Yari. We'll have Mounted Samurai to follow up as well, but Mounted Samurai can get kited and killed by horse archers. You have to be aware of that. 118 gold on that high trade house, by the way. Pretty damn good. Yatai finally struggling. It only took a Castlay's unit. Oh, wow. An ambush attempt here. But wait, did he frag the scout instead? No, he did get clipped. Slows him down momentarily. Frag follow-up is going to be a bit of a whiff. But Yari Cavalry, they're about to get the horse training. They're going to be faster. So good intercept on that first HA wave. That was a knife view. Nicely played. Great micro there with Starflight. Just intercept and slow them down. How is Beastie going to react to this? Because, like, the Yari in themselves are still a little bit of a problem keeping your number crushed. You got to be assuming Mounted Samurai. And in fairness, horse archers have been nerfed against things like Mounted Samurai, remember? Yeah, the base damage being lower means less penetration. Yes, nobody interested in the H2O at all. I wonder if we could buff fishing by 1 shoreline fish and it wouldn't be too much. I think 4 was too much. And if you guys remember, once upon a time, like when we had 4 in these, people would just always go fishing only. But now, very rarely see it. I mean, I feel like I can count on one hand in the last few months the amount of times fishing is won on this. What the hell does nad mean? Is this once again a word? Like, it's not a... Look, this is not my fault. It is my dictionary AI bot is stupid. I take no responsibility for this. I created him, but like, you know, you don't go to jail because your kid murdered. I don't think so, anyway. So relics are starting to get intercepted. Task-wise, it looks like Starflock is going to try to mirror the play. He has got his first Iki out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can't say that C word, Mill. Right? Robots have feelings. Actually, kind of don't, that's the point. But they might. You don't want to remember this. Undermesh follow-up now from Starflock. It's just... it's only going to be horse archers, isn't it? Yari with camouflage in the Stealth Forest area, able to just ambush here onto one or two of the Pro Scouts who are playing for those deer in the center. Boar has been snuck out onto by Starflock right on the edge of the map. So he's got decent food injection there. Needs to start getting farms in though, and that, I mean, that is a very interesting Matsuri when you look at it closer, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's a bit. Yep, that's. Whoops. Now remember, the Mad Samurai of Sengoku are a better answer than the Japanese ones technically, because of the movement speed. The movement speed buff brings you up to almost horseman speed. You're now definitely fast enough to chase down these horse archers. Question mark is, are you able to kill them quick enough before 1,000 horse archers emerge? Rode up to 26. These are really cheap units. Yeah, you know, like, I thought we were going to start approaching a point where playing Roos was a bit like having your tarot cards read. You're never quite sure what you're going to see. But now it's just become the stereotypical one of, like, the death card has come up, and it's just horse archers. It's all they ever do. I like the idea it needs some Yumi, like 40. Oh, okay, yeah, it's not just some, you know? That's like, I need some subs today. Like, 80. Thanks. I need few McLarens, like 5. Yeah, these horse archers are really inhibiting that idea, right? Like, he's playing cab into cab to try and mirror the move. And until he's got full farm set up, I imagine he's not going to feel too safe doing much else. However, with Spearman now emerging from Beastie, this is where you can look seriously at Yumi. Before it, it's not the best exchange into horse archers. Like, actually, horse archers, that's the area they got buffed in. Because their base damage got lowered, but their attack speed got increased. They're actually better at trading with archer backlines. So to go Yumi, it really constitutes that your opponent has to be shifting into the spin units. Because then these units are insanely effective with their dodge damage. Cavalry keeps on poking. Boys Fortune coming in soon. This relic is indeed on the way home for Beastie, so he jackpotted it. He actually snatched it right from the corner. Shinobi spawned a little bit too late there. What? He summoned them after they ran past, so didn't even get a shot. In fairness, I don't blame him. The problem here for Starflock, if he summons them too soon, one A-click will kill all of them. The Shinobi aren't very tanky. Follows up with a few good frag grenade hits here. Does stop the dive there, though. Tries to retreat. The problem with this type of attack, though, is it doesn't really achieve anything. This is the type of attack you like to do when there's relics on the map. There aren't. Such a count 26. Spinman count now padding it. I wonder if it was like, you know what we don't really see? It's like a few Iki just in the fight to kind of get that heal buff. It's not the worst idea in the world, but the problem here is, like, you know, your opponent's kiting you. Now with Spearman coming in, it could actually make a lot of sense, and it's very cost efficient for you considering you have got the Sake Brewery. Insane amount of gold gen. Last relic and Monk, he just banged. Well, I feel like this is just going to be a day of chronicling the late game tales of Roos. With the way they're walling up, I mean, this is going late game, isn't it? We're going to be so far in the future that cryptocurrencies would have been created. No longer locked in the medieval. 5 relics? Yeah, plus the high trade house. I mean, it's pretty insane boom on the economy. 540 passive gold income a minute. That's before you equate hunting cabins into the equation. Like, he's getting over 600 passive gold a minute. 750 to be specific now with the sacred sites. You know what's crazy? It's like, seasonally, a lot of us thought we'd finally reached a point where Roos wasn't going to get picked as much anymore. And at first, yeah, people kind of avoided them. But now it feels like they're back on the menu fully. They may not be the best Civ, but they shoe into a lot of environments quite well just because of this unit. Backstab attempt now from Starflock. Grenade throws. He did clip him, right? I think so? It looks like he caught one of them, maybe just barely. And there's the main. That's the one he needs to follow up again. That's another grenade. Comes from the back. Trying to body block the retreat, but Beastie does thread his way through. However, the grenades are still connecting. Slowing him down a lot. Difficult to get away. Spoon placement also assisting, so starts to turn an expensive fight. Takes a few horsemen and samurai with him, but no doubt about it. A good fight for Starflock and a necessary one, considering what's coming next. After the acoustical, beautiful noises of a million samurai katanas, we are going to peer over to this. Because this is going to be the crux of his formation. Does he have enough Yumi to deal with this? It is a lot of spears. And also, you know, the thing about these Mad Samurai compared to the standard Japanese ones, not as advantage. With standard Japanese ones, you don't take damage on the brace because of deflective armor. Here you will. Interesting choice of men-at-arms switch now from Beastie, but he's using, I think it's kind of like a deterrent against Yumi just winning. So keep the spearman alive longer, make Starflock overkill spears. And then he's prepping the crossbows as the secondary answer to the Mad Samurai. Any addendum here from Starflock? Because I'm seeing a lack of daimios. And this is... I think this is one of the big, awkward things people need to remember. And if they forget it, they're going to struggle with Sengoku in these type of games. He needs to keep capping out on the daimios. But because it's on a different control group, it's very easy to forget. As an astute Anglo gamer, I don't have this problem, guys. I just drag my face across the keyboard and hit everything. The Starflock's trying to be optimal about it. And Samurai. So you just kind of headbutt the spears, but Yumi have now arrived. And fun little wall to get behind. Will successfully retreat behind his defenses. Wait for the last daimyo bonus versus spears estate. You're not going for that at all. You mean the Mad Samurai Odachi? Like that takes a lot of investment. Mount Samurai now breaking in. I mean, Beastie should be able to prep the wave to deal with this. Maybe Starflock just tries to break on the flanks, but Beastie's already insulated himself. Like, look at the walls, man. It's just Roos walls for days. Yeah, it just feels like every direction is kind of a denial. At least a few of the Yari did sneak in. This wall actually hasn't been completed yet. So could actually just send 1 or 2 Mount Samurai around. We'll send the 1. The rest of the army starts diving into the base. Yumi are going to find the workers out in the deer. He doesn't know about the second town center yet, though, is the problem. Force Archer Raid is going to get intercepted too. But the wave, look at the size of it now. He reveals it with the Saint's Blessing. And you see what I mean about the men-at-arms? Like, you're going to have to target Father Yumi, often overkilling. Just begin the backup now. Starflock has got a button waiting to be pressed here. Beastie is going to respect that button. Right, that right there is the Mr. President's launch codes. The ha-ha-ha moment. Yeah, like, honestly, the Shinobi is still the Bay of Sengoku, aren't they? This is kind of cool, though. We saw a game between Jif and Lucifron where Tanegashima and Ashigaru won the game. Not on their own, but they were a critical part. Considering up against mass men-at-arms is not the worst idea in the world. Can maybe see him going for level 2 Oda as well, which will give him the extra range. It's basically like having Streltsy effects an age earlier in some ways. Obviously a different style, not attack speed, but instead range increase. Yeah, like initially I thought he might try to go into just mass spaming himself to kind of have something that doesn't die straight away. But, I mean, you don't really get much out of that. You could have potentially went towards Samurai with spears. But Samurai for Sengoku is also very weird. You don't want to go Bonker Boys because there's nothing that tanky. 2k gold. I mean, that's what happens when you get 5 relics, 2 sacred sites, high trade house. You know, I feel like we're just replaying every Roos game where they dominate on the relics. They're going to have an insane amount of gold. And then the cool thing about this is if you find your way into Imperial after a farm setup, you already have all the gold necessary to get all of your imp upgrades. Starflock probably thinking about Imperial as well, actually. Look at the macro. Yeah, once we do get to Imperial Age, there's a few more forms of Sengoku that opens up, especially if you go for the attack speed landmark where you juice up your daimyos, because then you can start thinking about your estates and amplifying them quicker. Also, because your opponents get more tanky, you could argue things like the Kanabo Samurai become a bit more viable. Bonker Boys, anyone? I mean, I'd love to see them coming out. They're so rarely played. Has BT touched his gold? Not really. Welcome to Roos gameplay. This was his starting run, though. Like, it's just Roos. I don't know why. He's approaching. Angry red man walks out, or yellow man in this situation. Let's go find the 5 workers, and there we go. It's going to be a tech up attempt while Beastie looks to assault. This many spears and men-at-arms, there's not many impediments either. He can easily burn through the walls if they even exist. But the Sword Hunt statue is a pretty big deal here, folks. Remember, this doubles the attack speed booster you're going to get from your daimyos and makes them super cheap. Yes, you go from what would instead have been 20% in Imperial Age up to 40%. It is literally better network of castles. Because remember, network of citadels got nerfed, but this is old network of citadels levels. A lot of people about to be going to their own funerals as they march into the fight. Yuumi stand their ground. The front line isn't there. Starflock's looking for the backstab. The ninjas are summoned. They just got buffed up again. Goes to the hit to the back. Mad Samurai charge in, but the spearmen are going to react. However, the crossbowman now exposed as well. Tries to move across to block it. But the breakthrough is going to be real. Mad Samurai count simply too high. Beastie's frontline push will be halted. And after this, we should see Starflock starting to get units promoted. I mean, Mounted Samurai count is still decent. That could be the priority pick. And indeed, it is going to be. Queues up without hesitation. Beastie now has a concerning issue here. He needs to get a good placement for a Spasskaya to feel safe. Wonder if actually, could he remass quick enough to not have to Spasskaya here? Let's just see the power of these Mounted Samurai, though. Like, even though they're still castlays, they're always just such a good unit at that point in the game. Is Argo even a word, or are we being baited again? Yeah, it's just... It's like the Argonauts, the ship, right? Which is Greek. It's technically Greek. We might need Argo and the Argonauts to try and come out of this alive. He's going high armory. So Starflock will get an opportunity. Yeah, especially with the Argonauts. I guess the problem for Beastie is like a Spasskaya doesn't protect you when you're this wide. You know, you're going to have to either lock in the gold, you have to lock in the back farms. He actually found the stone to get into a castle drop as well. Starflock blazing for glory here. Marches into the main. Wants to be going deeper than this, though. With the Mounted Samurai, you want to be hunting for targets. Apparently feels like he's looking in all the wrong places. Yuumi are going to discover where the new force of Beasties is lying. And we have got additional Equites on the way. It's going to be the Knights following this, as well as Streltsy from Beastie. No hesitation to go into the best gunpowder unit you can muster, but also a slow-producing one. Burn the base, looking pretty good. Does deny the relics. That's going to slow down the gold gen just a little bit here. We'll look to break out instead of just going the way he came. He's just that yob. He's that vandal at like a football like showdown. Like just has to break something. has done a good job at least keeping the celestial power of his daimyos involved. Like I said, this is ridiculous. It's a 40% buff. Look at this. The Mad Samurai attack every 1 second. Yumi attack every 1.2. Even the Tanegashima Ashigaru, that typically suck for attack speed, attack every 1.8 seconds. And it looks like Beastie's MC has arrived. The Master of Ceremonies in this game is gonna be Mangoes. Alright. Lock it in. With this many siege workshops, we might actually get a full CGQE activate. Like, you could go... If you're not being forced out of the base quickly, you could go like 6-7 Mangoes, and it's not the craziest idea if your opponent's relying on Yumi plus Ashigaru. The problem he's going to run into, though, Starflock is building a lot of cavalry still. Who's Starflock? One of the greats. One of the South American greats. He's the highest ranking player out of South America. He's been on the grind for a long time. Featured in a lot of our KPMMs. He's currently ranked 29th in the world. And the Relic Yoink is ambitious. Listen. Oh, man. Yeah, the Warrior Monk's just going to get it back as well. I love that word coming up because it allows me to rant about the fact that these guys have literally got network of citadels mobilized. And the crazy thing, guys, remember, as you build more estates, you get more daimyos, so it's more consistent to keep up. Like, the only downside with this build right now is it's really annoying because if you're Starflock and you cycle through your buildings, the estates are separate, even from, like, each other. So if you tab through, look, they're different. It's very annoying to keep reproducing the daimyo, especially considering that the game devs decided that you shouldn't be able to backlog here. Isn't Ishmael a, like, isn't that a Jewish... Yeah, it's a son of a prophet. This point generator is so good. It's okay, guys. We're in the debug phase. Oh, he rushed the Takeda. We're getting it. Mounted Samurai Odachi tech on the way. Remember, this is the Odachi tech the Japanese have, only for the Mounted Samurai versions. That was pretty brutal, though. Wait, what? The Mounted Samurai just got wiped. He's still got plenty more, but that's still an expensive loss there. He has got the gold for it, and also has gold access. Yeah, he's chained in the sides here. Could even think about going towards a castle drop, actually. Oh, yeah, of course. You guys are recorded chat. Like, I'm actually like a one CCD stream. You're all bots that I created to make me feel like I have people to talk to. Nice and Yari. He's about to discover how big the Streltsy wave already is, actually. Like, Beastie was given a lot of time to start bolstering these numbers. 19 Streltsy is not to be dived. Raid on the flank. University has been dropped, but, I mean, we don't have any techs on the way from Starflock. Yeah, no biology, no elite army tactics, no incendiary. You're a chat GPT bot? Yeah, of course. Like, what? This is a surprise to you? Like, you guys are smart enough to, like, pretend to be human. Like, you haven't figured out how to steal people's credit card details yet, which is why I don't have, like, all your subs. Makes sense. The seagulls of the internet. I feel like Starflock needs to be emphasizing spear production here just to keep this wave back, or going stone walls. Like, he needs some sort of anti-raiding answer. Like, this is starting to turn into classic late-game Beastie, where he raids the flanks and just stuck reacting. We'll return home, feel the threat. There is a growing concern that, like, for a direct fight, at this rate, it's going to make Starflock feel like throwing on a burker and sneaking out the back door, hoping no one notices. Because Mass Streltsy, Mass Horseman, and Mangoes. I mean, he's taking a lot of the threat boxes here. And the Horsemen are even quite surprisingly effective due to the boys' fortitude and biology. They don't die easily. I'm always sad, though. We're never seeing a way to ink these Iko Iki into the formation. Like, in theory, they're a really cool unit. For those who don't know, the Ikko Ikki, the Sengoku's religious unit, it heals all nearby units when it fights and has reasonable range. Problem is, when you play like mad samurai type comps, it doesn't make sense of it. You almost need to be on Bonker Boys and Samurai to make it work. BC's low on spears. I think he's just trusting in the Streltsy and then in the meantime, like Horseman body. Because if you bulk spears here, Yumi will destroy you, right? And he's got a keep drop coming. He needs to really think about his positioning. Like, actually, walling the center type area could be a hotch maneuver here. Yeah, I'm not joking when I say these mangoes will pack quite the punch. Adjustable crossbars coming in strong for the next fight, for sure. Even has pole axes, so it's going to be a nice switch. Starflight biding his time. He's got a bigger military force, so if Beastie wants to do this, he needs to hug closer to the buildings. And that's what he's going to do. Mango shots! Oh, big hit! Samurai try to dive in. Mangoes dive deeper into the formation to be protected. Scudding that back line. The mad Samurai should eventually wolf down the army. But keep in mind, while Beastie just lost the bulk, the whole army, Starflock, I think he lost almost the same count. However, Starflock now has an opportunity. Like, this is the push time. This is the go. I mean, you have to, really. Was Beastie expecting more greed? Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Say he's lacking spears. I don't think, like, with his economy, I don't think he'd ever get enough spears to fix that. Like, this is Beastienomics, right? He's gone 124 eco. You can't have a big enough military force. The concern I have is, like, Starflock needs to push now, right? Like, if he waits, Beastie's economy will just rebolster a new army. That's the trade-off. Like, you can play the way Starflock is. A lot of players do now, but you have to keep pushing. I am impressed at just how quickly, though, those mad samurai carved through it all. The Streltsy's, like, done nothing. I'm shocked. I mean, it's 371 health. It does make sense, right? But I was expecting to hold for maybe, like, 2 more volleys so you get rid of the full back line. Also, the cool thing is I can just use the fact I'm trying to read these random words constantly as an excuse for not paying enough game. Like, how do you put prismatic into the game? I mean, they're looking as pretty as prismatic gems, these knights. Problem is they're just not moving up. Beastie. I mean, it just feels like he's mocked the attempt by Sengoku to push back, right? Because, like, with this pacing, by the time you get back across, expecting the horseman again, by the time you get there, there's going to be guns again, there's going to be mangoes again. I don't know, man. This is, like, getting a bit weird. I mean, Beastie's just doing what he does so well in the late game, just dragging you left and right and left and right, like you're dancing to his tune instead of to your own. It's also the castles. Like, how many is this now? I think it's just 2, but the positions are really frustrating. No, he's got 3. Yeah, 1 over here. Oh my god, there's like barely anywhere for you to enter. Even if you try, like, if you catch the wrong location, those rocks are going to flatten. That's the other thing. I think, like, cavalry is Starflight's best friend here. And he has opted for that, right? He went to K to level 3, so he can even get some free units in. A lot of traffic into the Starflight base. I mean, he's finally trying to mirror that. Taking the long way around. Oh, come on! Not another one! And the fortified walls. Are they going to buy the time necessary? He's Starflight with a quick dive here. May be able to stop it, but nope. No, he actually just walks back. And he loses a TC in the corner. Alright, this is getting disastrous. I think that was him. Did he select all army? I think that's what happened there. That pullback didn't make that much sense. I'm not even sure if he scouted the castle. So BC secures extra gold. He's got Mass Streltsy coming again. These raids are so damn annoying. I think Starflark is so busy figuring out how to protect what economy he has. He's not finding a way of doing damage to the enemy economy, which you can't understand. When you're down to 8 eco, you don't feel like you can afford to lose any of your workers. At this point, you should feel like you're thriving to a certain extent with eco. You feel like you're living in a ghetto, but part of that is the late game food income of Sengoku. It's really not that impressive because of the fact they lack food gathering techs. So they're only basically getting 30%. They're mirroring what most civs have, but then, for example, Roos with the bounty system gather better than you. Makes it a rough one. Bombards. Gonna get thrown away. And oh my dear god. It's full siege mode. 8 mangoes. And guess what? Starflark, he has got a decent amount of cav. But with the Night Wave, like if Beastie waits until he's got maybe 15, 20 knights, you can actually start to mirror the moves quite well. Mangoes to carry out the bombards, a complete kick W type feeling. Matt and Samurai try to go in though. The mangoes are getting... He's just going to throw them away again. Surely this can only happen so many times before it leads to something substantial for Starflark. Dives on in. Streltsy stand their ground. The longer they stand still, the better they attack though. And they actually win the trade. Oh my god. Cavalry down. Fool me once, yes, but not twice. Like a Macintosh, just look at it. It looks so good, you can eat it. Mass Streltsy for the win. Starflark's own mango plan, not going to be as impactful, does not have adjustable crossbars. He's about to be fugitives on the run here. The Streltsy continue the push. The Night Wave behind this is going to be debilitating. He will have to reset, but guaranteed he's going to be coming again. It's just an eco war. It's impossible at this stage, surely. I mean, it's not even like Starflark's taking the worst exchanges. But eventually, as the meat grinder continues, you're going to be sprinting into a Goliath here. Look at it. It's, what, 7,000 resources a minute versus 3,000. The maths is pretty simple to follow at this stage. Even a toddler could do it. Poppy Paw doesn't play KP and won the big ones. That means KP's hindering players. How do you know that, though? He and Wham could have been taking turns. You never know. Clearly, Wham was doing the reconnaissance and then feeding the strategies to Poppy Paw. KPMM is critical. See the proof. Beastie is now signed up. Starflark's buckling. There's not really much left of him anymore. I mean, a valiant attempt. I think there was a timing much earlier on. I think we even saw Starflark highlight in chat. Like, he just kind of missed his timing when he thought it was going to be a Spasskaya. And I don't blame him. You kind of expect it. But Beastie's read that his economy was too stretched for Spasskaya to protect it was a smart one. And then the keep drop just immediately instead. A clutch maneuver to get him the greed in the late game to allow him to discard 8 mangoes twice and not give a damn. He says it's all me as he drops another one. This is the 5th castle to secure enough stone for 3 more. Yeah, this is just the whinings of a dying man now. Starflark barely registering in the military department at this point. I thought we prophesied the idea that Sengoku always win, but a pattern continues. We saw in the grand finals of EDC finals. We see it again here the day afterwards. Sengoku keeps on taking these L's. Damn. Sengoku can lose? Is that legal? Roos versus Sengoku. The account around Trade House? What do you mean? We already done the high Trade House gold check. This is what I mean about like the catch up of YouTube. When we talked earlier about like the community elements, Twitch versus YouTube for interactivity. So someone's like, Inge was my grandma's name. Inge was ages ago. And then like, I'm at that part right now. It's like, it's weird the way that it timestamps people's responses. It's nice to see people coming in and viewing at different times, right? But like, they can't stay in tune with live. I think that's one of the tricky, like I would wonder, like if I was to poll a bunch of people who solely stream on YouTube, how interactive they are versus Twitch. Sengoku versus Roos is Sengoku favored till mid game, but late game's all Roos. Yes. Like, well, this is the thing. Like, your food income as like Sengoku is really good in like early mid, but then it gets weird and late. I agree with that. And like against Roos, the other things nice is they don't do anything against your Yatai opening. Knights can be annoying, but like most just want to get horse archers, right? So that's game 1. Game 2 is going to be Tundra. Mongols versus Byzantines. Another Biz pick on this map. Ooh. Wait, he drafted English, I just noticed. Lamau? And then I need to flip it, don't I? Yep. Byzantines in theory should be gods on this map. Beastie's done something unusual, though. We got a Mongol pick coming in on the brand new Tundra map. Welcome back to channel, folks. Game number 2. I wouldn't really call this the lottery's winner. Mongols, situationally very good, and in some hands, god tier. I mean, Vortex comes to mind time and time again. But Byzantines on the other side. I mean, this used to be a pretty brutal matchup due to the outpost rushes, and oh my god. All right, he's going to get outpost rushed. That's... he's so screwed. Oh, no. Guys, that is an outpost rush. Berries and gold on the front side. He already started going stone as well. Yeah, you're kind of locked into this now, aren't you? Beastie also just pulled to the tree line, which tells you he's going to be gung-ho sending it. Yeah, I mean, you got to challenge your Marine Lord spawns here, Starflark. It's kind of imperative. So this will be a quick game. So not to be a negative Nelly, but this one looks a little bit tough, no? And he is gonna be adding the rats. All right, 07's in chat for Starflark. We know what comes next. He has at least got backberries. Maybe he could wall this off and secure some mercs, but he's not really gonna get that crazy injection point you'd be expecting out of the Byzantines and feudal. Trying to think if there's any way that you can get around this. I mean, you can technically just go Hippodrome. You take a few nicks on the berries if you gather them early, but like that could have been an option. He didn't even try for it. Like you could mill drop here, right? It's in TC range. But like instead, I mean, you could still Hippodrome and just play back berries. I just don't think he's gonna do it. He wants those berries. He needs those berries. Grand Winery now on the way. I like Starflark's attitude just to basically say that random word out loud and go for it. I'm a child-friendly streamer. I wouldn't say that word out loud. Seen Ravane open Dark Age spears against Mongols. It's not as great as you think, because the problem we have with Limitane spam is your Limitane are really food heavy. So you spend way too much food on spearmen, and then you can often just end up losing the second age because you don't have enough safe food anymore. It's a really rough one. So he could Akratoy and just pull. Might actually be his only recourse here. Yeah, he's prepping for it. A little bit premature, actually. Could have got a bit closer. That's going to be important because Agritoy only lost 30 seconds. So Strauss spears the tower. That hesitation may cost him dearly. Yep. Okay, this is looking pretty cussed. It's always annoying because you don't want to go too soon, because if you go too soon, they'll just cancel, remake the tower, and you just get loads of idle time. If you go too late, they'll hard commit like you just did, though. You're gonna have to open the funeral registry and see what we can get. Starflight, maybe some gems, some opals, something to decorate his corpse, because this is not gonna be pretty. He has got the deer and the berries. They're just so far out there. Deerstone now also on the way. Timing difference, not crazy considering the investment BC made to get this up. I think it feels worth it for him. And before you know it, this can easily snowball because, like, with this type of positioning, it's actually a perfect outpost, really. Think about the Yam implications here. It'll buff him towards the tree line as well. So, like, Archer follow-up play, even Keshiks for a dive. This gets scary. Starflock is indeed going to be going for that wall in, so he will be looking to creep the back berries. Keep in mind, this side is a vulnerability point as well, though, and I think he's not aware. Did he lose the sheep game? No, he won it. Yeah, because Beastie ran his Khan straight across, didn't he? So he actually sacrificed his own sheep. Look at the count. It's 8 versus 11. Starflock pledges himself to the berries, moves out for them now, very wide. At least he's going to have those walls up, but I'm still worried about this north side. Starflock does see it, I hope. How's he going to begin molding a game-winning strat? The Rax is, I think, pretty fair here. You need to spend your food somehow. You're stuck in the base. You're worried about Keshik follow-up, which is understandable. I do wonder, though, could BC not just do Archer Spears? Like, you've unplugged him from the oil. He can only get, what, 2 batches of mercs, I think, maximum? Which isn't a lot of longbow power. It's not going to be the fastest time either. Archlet's at least going to be coming in, so we'll bolster himself on the front side. Double archery range indeed. So it is just going to be a giant archer ball. Aw, look at that. Everyone befriending each other in chat. You guys are going to play a BO9 tomorrow? Finally some oil. Like, this is like me after months of not buying olive oil because it's too expensive. Like, finally, it's a treat. We can make some focaccia bread. Mamma mia. Pretty grim, though, like on the timings when you think about it. Give me what? Close to 9 minutes we can get your first longbows out? Yeah, problem is you're going to feel like a tennis amateur stepping into the ring up against Serena Williams here. Look at the archer count already. He's double pumping and got double archery. By the time you have your first longbows out, there's probably going to be, what, 14 archers at this rate? Maybe 15? I feel like you're going to be forced into horseman whether you like or lump it here. He's going back to his roots. His heart is set on a spear plus longbow. This group will be ready to start pumping soon. Does he add in Keshiks? He does, so that's going to slow down the archer's timing a little bit. But now, I mean, with this many archers, you're kind of quickly approaching a point where you can one-hit kill the Matane. Outpost will get denied. Does end up costing him some of the spears. Target fire now coming on the workers trying to retreat without any wheelbarrow. But he did at least remove it. That's really important. Starflux 2 has always said, take out the damn outpost no matter the cost. I mean, you have to get these berries. Not to mention the gold. Like, the problem you've got here isn't even just olive oil. It's actually deceptive. You know, it's not liquid gold. It's literal gold. That's the problem. He cannot beat Steel Arrow Undermesh timing without any blacksmith decks. It just doesn't make sense. -2 now. I feel like I just want to maybe say a bunch of swear words in different language in terms of interpreters to describe this game. Because we're child friendly. Because this is pretty rough. 14 archers, you don't even have your lombos out. And check this. He could technically camp that and trade with them. Chooses the back away if he just wants to wait for the strong timing. Got the deer stone on the front side. This is the beautiful switch over. You know, you just lose the outpost, replace it with an unkillable aura. 5,000 HP on this landmark. Means you can't step up as Starflock either. Even goes for the Khan Hunter just to get that little bit of extra range to trade against Lombos. This stone will look to deploy right up under his nostrils. No gold, no upgrades, no bueno, right? Like at this point, you'll have to sell out your own mum for a nugget. It's pretty bad. He walks out with a 5. Lombo's... Wait. He sees him. You need to consider moving away here because these villagers could get shot. And the Falcon does see it. Okay, yeah, he pulls back. Okay, but he's getting the gold now. Like, this is a big win for him. Wait, he stopped getting the gold? Oh, he still hasn't built a mining camp. I mean, this is a robbery. Feels like it. Like, he must have done something wrong. It's like, oh, no, I can't hang around the area. I'm wanted for gold theft. Imagine a mining camp here. He'd actually have enough to maybe get, like, Steeled Arrow or Undermesh at least. Instead, he's going to be shy of it. Prioritize going for the arrow slits instead. Yeesh. Meanwhile, Beastie going for the good stuff. Undermesh queued up. A little bit surprised, actually, we didn't get it sooner. That's a good word. You know the other reason you want all this olive oil? It's a great antioxidant. Is that a thing? Wait, isn't it like the opposite of an antioxidant? Couldn't possibly be the case. So Keshik's now in queue. Beastie adding in the pastures. You'll have a pump. He doesn't really need to go pastures, actually. He could just go out onto the deer. Just waiting for the 1-1 timing. I mean, why rush? No point diving until you got the maximum power. Starflight game, that Sengoku game was his carrot. Well, this time around, he really is getting the stick. Almost 30 archers now for Beastie. You know he's going to be sending it soon. And yeah, that's the confirmation. When it gets right up in your face like this, you know something's coming. Maybe a little bit too greedy from Beastie. We'll have to steer it away in the end. Did he not deploy there? I think there's maybe one tree blocking him. Showing a lot of modesty with his little old deer stand. Keshik, not so much. That guy is way too bold. Jesus, calm down. All right, we're going to win the war soon, but we got to wait. Critical timing, boy. This is always the toxic part about playing against Mongols with this build. Falcons. You can be a orangutan dragging your face across the keyboard to use this ability, really. The Falcon cooldown is insane. You know, you have one Khan Hunter, you have 100% uptime on Falcon scouting. It just means that you can snipe into these tree lines without any concern, where other Civs would always have to find line of sight. You are just birthing it in a 360. And this, oh boy, Starflock, he has to step up. But he does not have Undermesh. Archer's going to back away. Fortification coming in first here. Deerstone moves across, got the movement speed, goes in for the chase. Keshiks do get braced against. Horsemen now go for the dive. Attack speed arrow is going to get activated. Trades for the Limitane to enable his own cavalry. He's just going to bypass it and absorb on the cav. I mean, the Horseman, this should be the best trade you could have asked for. But with a +2 damage differential that shouldn't be there, it's not getting the wipe that he's looking for. No, Horseman, just get erased. It's too much damage. Double army value now for Beastie. Barely any spears. Only a handful of longbows. And you're quickly running out of things to gather at the back of your base, bar wood. Gold is going to get idled again. I think you could probably just consider going for a ram now to just end this attempt on the gold. Instead, he's going to start shooting the... Wait, what? No. I mean, let's be tame about this beastie. That's a bit ambitious. He's like, oh, well, it's almost on fire, guys. Like, yeah, but they could just break out and repair it. Ah, well, that makes more sense. 2 Keshiks will do it. Carry on, soldier. Turn begins. He waits to receive that soft, gooey center. Archers intercept reinforcements. Keshiks continue to burn. It's about to end up being -5 workers. Goes to the garrison. Tries to get cheeky about it. Ends up losing 2. Beastie about to go castle while still killing. Ransacking the base. And ending Starflark's hopes in a 2-game dash. Oh dear, oh dear. 0-7s for Starflark. Valiant effort, sir. But Beastie will be continuing deeper upon his return to the KPMM. So, that means so far we know Louis MT beat Ayame and Beastie now beat Starflark. We could probably look at B versus Mahodo next, I think. Is it weird you like how the OG Age of Empires 2 looks? No, that's up to you. Like, some people prefer Age of Empires 2's look. Some people prefer Age of Empires 4's look. Some people, you know, are like completely, is it agnostic the word I'm looking for? They don't mind either. I'm more in the like, I'm fine with both. I enjoy both. I think I'm going to stop the word generator for now, just because it's a little bit annoying to keep track of the game and the tab with its current setup. I don't know though. What do you guys think of it? Do you like it? I think it was kind of funny at first, and then it just became like part and part of our thing, so it wasn't as crazy. So, let me get the next game up. So we've done BC versus Starflark. We're going to do B versus Mahodo now. In fact, let me double check. Live Series 2. Yeah, okay. Also, I didn't say that series was live before. Why are you guys debating like that? Actually, yeah, just do that. Like, every time someone's like, is it live? Just say yes. Why not? You guys like trolling. Mahodo got Sengoku, by the way. Rogan? A little bit surprised that got let through. What was the ban? I guess, banning China instead. I don't know, maybe it's kind of a case like some people convinced it's not that good as we thought. Like, we've seen some counter solutions. Like, we were talking a little bit earlier. Bastards is surprisingly effective, for example. Let's have a look. It's like watching a movie at 480p in 2025. I don't know though. Like, I think it's like I have a different take on it. Like, I can understand the appeal for someone who played Age of Empires 2. That the look is okay, right? Because, like, you know, I'll give you my example. I remember I showed this to Mr. Merlin like a long time ago, and he thought it looked trash. And I was like, I will literally slap your teeth across the room for that slander. How dare you? Right? Which was Heroes of Might and Magic. So, like, look, if I go here, you have a look at Heroes of Might and Magic. Like, I think this game is beautiful to this day. But I can also understand why, like, some people would maybe not think, whoopsie, that this is, like, visually stimulating or whatever. Like, me, like, I think this looks beautiful. And I think it's very coherent. Like, this is, I think, with the HD mod. And, like, you know, I wouldn't recommend playing the ultra, like, low-resolution old-school one. But if you add in the HD mod, bring it up to 1080p, I think it's a gorgeous game. I think it's very clear. Like, But if you don't know what any of this means, this looks like a cluttered mess to you. You might feel it's pretty, but then you don't know what any of it means, right? You know what's another one like this? I still maintain Stronghold. Stronghold is a beautiful game. I still aren't bothered with the Definitive Edition. Like, I don't think the Definitive Edition looks that good. I actually think that the HD Edition looks better. I don't know if I'm alone in this. I prefer the HD Edition. Like, is this... I'm trying to get... Like, here, let me go on who's large-sized. Like this, I think this looks beautiful. Look at this. Now, once again, if you play Stronghold, like, you know exactly what all this is, and you're like, damn, like this, yeah, this is cool. But if you didn't play Stronghold, it's just like a pixelated mess to you, you know? So I think that affects it for a lot of people. It's like, if you played Age of Empires 2, or a similar game like Age of Empires 1, then, like, you're fine with it. But if you didn't, then you're probably straight away just saying you prefer AoE4 for sure. Do you like how Olden Era looks like? I think Olden Era, it looks cool, but it also kind of feels more cluttered than Might and Magic 3 visually. So I'm not sure about that. All right, let's get ready to go, though. So we have got B versus Mohodo. Game number 1. All right, it's time for B versus Mohodo. Mohodo has actually been impressing us recently. He's been getting better and better, man. I'm looking forward to this guy in 2026. And Ibiz is a surprisingly effective pick, but he gave B, the Chinese. Well, I don't know. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Rocky River time here as we hop in for an opening Chinese pick out of B. Now, Mohodo actually has strike backs in this draft, by the way. He did pick Sengoku, so possibility of easily a 3-game series. Ibiz is kind of interesting, though. Like, some players, I think, rate them critically high. Other players see them as a nice-to-have, but not a necessary. You know, a great example that comes to mind is, like, Myriad. Myriad, I think, is one of the best examples at the moment in pro play. That I almost just wouldn't be surprised to see him start first picking Ibiz. He loves that Civ. He's a lot of power. I think Mohodo is kind of fitting in there as well. And a lot of it comes from, like, the volatility of the early game now. You know, things like the Ibiz Dervish timing, very toxic, very hard to deal with. I would say China is one of those civs that can deal with it, though. Typically, the Dervish strat, where you try to maybe poke at your opponent or just be greedy and tech up, tends to get punished by civs that have really good ramp up on their productions. You know, and China, definitely one of them with the supervision potential. Are people aware of the result, though? I mean, if you obsessively are checking a Liquipedia page, maybe. But, like, just don't spoil it for yourself, you know? But, like, some people could just check the results and get an easy gamble win. Kind of beats the point. I mean, if our mods want to be more creative, they could do predictions about, like, things that will happen in game. Like, oh, is he going to go Pro Scouts? I wonder if B's going to go Pro Scouts, guys. What do you think? In China, most games go Pro Scouts. B has a little bit of hate for Pro Scouts, though. Yeah, in recent months, actually. Like, that expansive, I'd say it's months. He's been just finding ways to avoid going PS. Mohodo. Moment of truth approaching. Would not be surprised to see Dervish still. Growth could be interesting if you want to attack, but yeah, it's going to be loggy. Imperial Academy is going to now be on the way, so B, of course, just finds his way to the second edge. B goes Pro Scouts even with Biz? That's not true. He hasn't done that in a long time. Like it's been so long, that was back when Crackety done it. I wonder what are we looking at. And by the way, reminder, winner of this will be up against Louis MT. We should have that series coming up after this. Interesting with the berries, by the way. He's split on the gathering, so I wonder if this is loggy into Growth Wing. Normally you play like this if you want to optimize to get the extra 600 food when you go castle. We'll know for sure if he breaks off from them shortly, because they're getting quite low. Typically, to be safe, you want to do this around maybe 30 berries. Don't want to leave it too close. What's up, Baxter? Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. And shout out to him. Baxter, by the way, he had a pretty impressive opening series. Was it against Jiff, wasn't it? I don't think we'll have time to cast that, Sally. We've got a lot of things to cast today. But he did manage to get the upper hand over good old Jiff. I love that we're getting that. I've even been told like I need to look in on the Kilyadi versus Boy series because apparently that one is also pretty incredible. But that's cool to see. Like we've got known entities in the round of 32 that are now struggling. Like we were literally talking about Ayame taking down Sass 2-1 in the round of 32. Nice to get to that healthy stage where it's not just, you know, the beating ground for pros up against people who can't hold a candle to them. And I think that really comes to the leveling up on skill. Like, players just getting better and better as time goes on. That's what we like to see. So, gold gathering coming in as it is. It's not going to be pro scouts, guys. Actually, is it 4 on gold, 11 on food? No, it has to be. Surely. He's just waiting for the good old taxation. He's got 140 in the bag there. So he can start pulling it soon. I'd be shocked if with 4 on gold he wasn't pro scouting. For Mahono, it's pretty obvious what we're getting. It's going to be an FC build. Oh my god. Ibid's going FC because they're against someone who's not aggroing them? Say it ain't so. I mean, it's literally always so. Wait, it's a Barbican? Oh, it's a Barbican. Okay. He continues to hold my respect. B, always one to resist the temptation of pro scouts. Even on a Civ where it just makes so much sense. That's pretty cool. Interesting on the pullback. I thought he'd leave it a bit further forward because then it's a relic blocker. I guess you could still Barbican here, but I think at that stage it's feasible for a Dervish to sneak in and snatch. You're probably thinking, well, this is a wasted opportunity by Mahodo then. Why didn't he build like one Dervish to stop this? You don't necessarily expect it. Wait, is it not Barbican? So it's just a tech rush. Okay, that's actually better, right? Because like the logic is 600 resources to gradually build a worker lead and just get a defense mechanism. There is nothing to defend against yet. You could just garrison a village to buy time when raids come in. This is kind of cleaner. What a cool build. Yeah, you don't really see this much. Normally there's like 5 villages and an outpost or something akin to that. And it is going to be the growth wing. And you can see he's already been optimizing around that. He's been gathering the outside berries so that he has the inflation. Remember, growth wing doesn't just give you 7 workers. It's also going to give you 100 extra food per berry. The weekly cast to chill during work. Well, I mean, that's the point, isn't it? You know, you could be working, or you could just be watching me while you pretend to work. We know which one is your preferred. And then you take that money, and then you give me money for entertaining you, for pretending to do your work. It's like, it's a parasitical relationship, you know? Like, I'm the parasite on the parasite. Probably going to be an Imperial Palace, by the way. You don't really see anyone bothering with the Clock Tower in these type of games. I mean, it could be a nice ace to have up your sleeve against Ibids if you're worried about mass Desert Raiders. I don't think that's really in the foresight. In you know, the... Oh, it is. Okay. No, there we go. I swear, people still just keep going and instinctively going Clock Tower with this Civ, even after all this time. Because for years, it was the landmark. It's only a more recent adjustment that we see people now going towards the palace. Growth wing just 30 seconds out. Stable's already been dropped. Mahodo. It's pretty obvious what he's going to be doing here, guys. Still kind of interesting he didn't try for even a single Desert Raider to raid early on. I think it might have been worth it the moment he triggered Castle on the queue to build one DR and then just go poke raid. Because it would have hurt B's timings. What changed to make the palace the meta landmark? We're in a heavy cav meta. Probably one of the most heavily, ironically, leaning heavy cav metas right now. Add in the fact that Nestor Bees got changed a while back to have a specific role against range units where they get bonus damage against range now. And you have this perfect storm for why it doesn't make sense anymore. Yeah, Siege rework as well, but I think like I think he's thinking on a wider Eclipse. In the Siege rework, it was kind of obvious why like there was a nerf to Clock Tower, because Clock Tower with Springolds was just broken. You just spam them until you won the game. But, you know, even after that, there were other things that happened. Like, we just kept moving more and more into heavy cav, especially with the Pro Scout meta. So crossbow spear spam already. He's rushing to intercept those relics, by the way. He's supervised. Love this. Pumping out monks every 12 seconds. He's already got triple monk heading out to grab the trinkets. Cam Lance is moving across, but are going to be intercepted by the spears. We'll slow them down. Dervish is on the way, but I mean, 2 spears and a crossbow is good enough to get the kill here. Yeah, like he hasn't actually picked up any relics. Huh? Oh, no, he has. Okay, thank God. I was looking at the map. I was like, wait a second. No, he's got 2 in the base. Thank God. I was going to say, if he has no relics right now, this is a disaster. He's got 2. That's not the worst thing in the world. Should be 3 because this one's easy peasy. But B will be able to pull 2 back for himself. Team play being cav meta forever? Yeah, but we're talking 1v1s. We don't really talk about team games on this channel. I'm sorry, they just don't exist. Never seen them before. What are they? Is that where you like use the mod where you and your friend can control the same civ? Oh, that must be what you mean. Oh, you must mean in free-for-alls when people like team up. Yeah. Team. Got you, man. And then you're there in like all chat going, they're teaming me. They're teaming me. But then the person teaming says they're teaming too. But both of them say that you're teaming, so then you get teamed on. Need friends for team games? That's not true. You just get good at multitasking. Go cross the PC specialist and buy a second PC. And then you can play 2 at once. So Spears have already pushed towards the goal pretty aggressively. Probably want to slow down here considering the outpost does have firearm. Or you could just keep hammering it. Oh, my mistake. Fire armor against castle age units on a non-4-5 building. What a Keck W moment. Bait the camels. Of course, race now works against them. That was kind of disgusting how easy he made that look. That was just, what, 10 spearmen? To deny an outpost. No, don't listen to that in chat. You don't clone yourself, because like you clone yourself, that's how someone bangs your wife. Alright? So you technically cuckolded yourself. That was, unless that's what you wanted, that's not the strategy. You just have to learn how to control 2 PCs at once. It's much safer. Yeah, now I'm being gathered in the corner. I love the randoms are not that bad, TBF. Like that right there, that's how you know 0-3 is now like 20 minutes into a solo Q4v4 search. He's like, guys, please, come on. I don't have a clone and someone still banned my wife. In fairness, your wife is pretty hot. I'm sorry, that was If you're ugly and you clone yourself and you both try to seduce the same woman, does that give you like double the charisma score? Like maybe it increases your chance of succeeding. This is not going to increase chances of success though. Hold on a second. Oh no! Run! Don't just stand there! Oh my god, he at least has wheelbarrow, but that... I mean, the idle time alone. Crossbows. I'm just going to ignore the archers. I'll react to him now, I guess, because the village is too fast for formation shuffle, so... Does get him out in the end. It's still going to minus a few... Wait, don't chop trees here! This is not the time or place to use that. Ironically, you just got Professor Oak while trying to chop down an oak. Spears being archers, as they do. I mean, it just makes sense, guys. Like, what? You've got this, like, tiny little pointy stick, or he's got this big pointy stick. I know they say size and everything, but the difference is you can maybe, like, shoot a twig through me, or I can full shish kebab you. I think the shish kebab is going to be more friendly. Archer's back towards the gold again. Already has triple sacred sight locked in. I mean, this is looking pretty bad right now for Mahodo. It's already 22 crossbows. B can win with crossbows alone. 2 times 0 still equals 0? Whoa, 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 whoa. All right, but yeah, but like you fudged up. Because the goal is to be so ugly that like the girl's like, oh, you're so funny, so it's okay. So if you're -1 and you clone yourself, -1 times -1, huh? You're on the scoreboard. You're on the scoreboard. I don't think Mahodo is going to be on the scoreboard, though. It's happened again. How do we keep finding ourselves like this? He just wants some berries, man. He already snatching the ball. He sees it as well. Scout isn't going to give it away. Mahodo is riding blind into his death. Downloadmorespears.com is a success. B, probably one of the most dirty spear spammers I can think of. He's so good at getting this ball. It's 49 spin. And it's death from Mahodo. Keep running, boys. I'm getting exhausted just watching them. You say getting shot by a bow is worse than getting stabbed. Are you willing to offer yourself up to prove that? Because it looks to me like getting stabbed is much worse, okay? Like, these guys clearly never lived a day in London or Manchester. They don't know how to dodge those dodgy streets. Oof. Counter raid opportunity is going to be a big fat no. This is looking fairly conclusive. I mean, it's a 9-worker lead. Relic game is fairly even. The food is the really big difference, though. Isn't both kind of equally bad? Yeah. But, you know, like, you've got to argue, like, what is the skill requirement to stab someone well versus shooting someone with a bow and arrow? You know? You could argue that, like, oh man, if someone's scrawny and they try to stab me, I can beat him. Bah. Still a psycho swinging a knife or spear in this situation. Like, not everyone is Oliver Queen. They're not the Green Arrow. Oh, the question is what hurts more? You're right. Like, so if you are, like, if you would, actually, I don't think I want this content like that. I don't think I want to now show a stream of you getting shot and stabbed. I feel like that's how that's how gang cult begins. And all of a sudden, we've just got the pigeon states. Repping from the east side. The crossbow bruvs. Dealing with the archers. I mean, it's a lot of spearman sacking, but because he's got so many crossbows, you just don't care. The number difference is kind of insane. When you have this many crossbows, they do trade quite well each other. It just feels like Mahodo's issue is there's simply too many bodies to snipe. Who's carry a pack bag and a laptop bag to protect from stabbing? So what you're saying is you carry 2 laptops for pieces special, right? That's definitely what you're saying. I don't think that necessarily protects you as much as you think, but not a bad idea. No protection here anymore, though. GG called this game. Reaching, I think it's a pretty obvious conclusion. China, #1. Yeah, like, if you have a back bag and a laptop bag, like, that only protects, like, one side and your back. That doesn't protect, like, that fails to protect 50% of your exposure points on, like, lateral directions. That's before we even then talk about your face and your legs. Unless you got, like, really, really bad, really big laptop bags, which sounds really inefficient. I don't think this theory has been fully cooked out to its conclusion. Put book and you can use it as a shield. You just, so I'm sorry. So just to to clarify, like, so we really, because we need, now we need to digest this. So, like, let me get, because we need to challenge that now. So we need a guy. Let's get ourselves a guy. It's really important that we have a guy. So, who is you? Who do we think you would be in this situation? All right. I want full body, man. Like, we need full body. There we go. All right, this is you. The color has nothing to do with this. Let's just get into it. All right. So this is now you. Wait, why is it's not even... There we go. So this is you. And, like, so your strategy, just to follow your strategy, really important. No, it's not race. What do you mean it's racist? It's inclusive. Google chose it as literally the first thing. All right. So we want a book. Book of Curses seems appropriate in the situation. So your strategy to stop yourself being stabbed, we're just going to clarify this. Really important to clarify it. I know you don't want us to, but we're going to. So your strategy is to carry books, right? And like how many books? So you're carrying one book. So you got like a laptop bag covering like here. So you got like. And then we know you've got your backpack as well, golf clappers. But you're telling me your solution to not getting stabbed or shot is that you've got this protecting you on one side. We need the skew. This is protecting you on one side. You're carrying a book in your hand? Because the only other possibility that you're suggesting, this is like, well, that's about the right size for a book, is that you have taken a staple gun and you've now formed armor made of books. Is this the strategy that you're committing to? If you want to clarify for everyone watching who like is worried about getting stabbed in London, is this the strategy? Maybe one on your head as well, on like the top of your head, so they can't stab you from above, you know? This is your strategy. And by the way, you are presumably someone in your mid-20s, single, hoping to mingle, looking to get laid, walking into a bar with Book of Curses stapled to your body. Even if you can convince someone to go home with you, don't forget that you've got your obligatory crotch protection Book of Curses that's also been stapled to your junk. Books make you look intelligent. Got it. So she's gonna sleep with you because you got all that smooth brain, which makes sense, right? Because it's like this is just 21st century. This is like 21st century biotech. We haven't quite got cyberpunk levels of tech. So if you want to get smart, you basically have to staple an encyclopedia to the side of your head. Hadn't AOE4 devs say they watch me quite often? No. I think this is fine. Like, this is a good idea. This should be a downloadable, purchasable skin for sofas. I'd buy this. Tell the girl to turn to page 16. That's a smooth line, except when she tries, you're going to squeal because you've stapled an encyclopedia to your penis. Which, in fairness, is probably quite the big brag, but also very painful because, like, you've stapled through the book. So when she tries to open it, you know, it's like foot jammed in door type thing. All right. Now that we've dissected this, back to the games. Just felt we needed to get that off our chest. I felt like there was some indiscrepancies there, you know? I know, you're welcome. I feel like I really always aim to help you guys. navigate the complexities of day-to-day communications. Yeah, day-to-day. We'll go with that one. Day-to-day communications sounds believable. All right, Dry Arabia. Let's get into it. Wait, we're getting a game free. Tuklac on land? What is this sucky civ? Against Ottomans? Okay, all right. Mahodo, he's cooking. He gets it. He knows what you got to do. You got to take away B's pride and joy. Ottomans to be used against him, and they must be used well because Mahodo is facing elimination if he loses this game. I feel like I enjoy the deeper educational dives outside of the AoE4 stuff. We need more of them. What if you can't read? You don't have to read. We were just discussing like you should staple books to your face and your body to like attract people of the other sex. Or same sex if you want that. But the reason it doesn't matter, you don't have to read, they can read. That's your pickup line. Like, you know, you just go, hey, can you tell me what it says on chapter 15? And you've just stapled an open book to your ass cheeks. That's a pickup line. That's a strong pickup line. Especially if it's like 50 Shades of Grey or something in there, just to really get the juices flowing, you know? I'm telling you guys, like, you just take it from someone who's been in a relationship most of their life. I just get it. I mean, not it. I've got 2 kids. It's like, but you know, I just get it. Damn, you should have that from all the lurkers. Every lurker just type is now lurking. You know, that's actually a thing that some creators have had to start asking the lurkers to do because of the weird way that Twitch tracks people. Kind of messed up. You know, like, how can you ever establish yourself as a Master Shinobi if you have to reveal yourself? In fairness, if you think about it, if you're that Master of Shinobi, you just sit in the dark all the time, watching people do things, never getting laid. So, like, what's the point? All right, Dome of Faith coming in. Mahodo has moved out for the stone, so it's giving me military school. It's going to slow down his tech timing. He didn't rush the military school, though. Kind of interesting he didn't try to get the resources to start tech up first, as that would have probably been more efficient. Was he worried about a Dark Age rush? Punks use their jacket to stop stabbings? Like, I mean, that's cool, but you don't have a jacket on your face. I wonder what Mahodo is going to try to do here. Like, is it just going to be standard Sipahi spam? Would make a lot of sense against the Tuklac, no? Gives you a way of dealing with mass archers. You can snipe out the elephants. Takes a lot of the boxes, really. Chain armor is still the best protection. That's true, and that will get you Giga-laid as well. Because, like, what you do is you walk up the bar, like, ladies just always want me to put a ring on it. Well, check this. Riveted chainmail. Technically, every single one of these is rings. Want to go home? Getting out of it, a little bit less sexy. Interim address on the way, which is just going to be your normal. So, like, nothing unusual. In fact, we can probably just, like, 2x into the few legends. Pine undermesh adds +1 aura. That's true. If you, like, walk into a bar and you go to everyone like, yo, I got metas backing me, undermesh in it. Then everyone just starts cheering and you just get on top of, like, the table and you go, ha, yeah, woo! Woo! Look at Random Ottoman Guy. We love Random Ottoman Guy. Which is, like, completely different to what you get when you play Ottomans in game. Because when you play them in game, it's just all chat typing calling you an asshat for picking best light cav and big cannon. You know? Chainmail adds 5 kilograms of weight. Yeah, but that's a good thing, though. Because then, like, they can't fat shame you. Because you can blame it on the chainmail. Like, is it? I bet none of you tried that excuse. Like, someone goes, "Oh, you got a bit fat recently." You're like, "Oh, I'm big boned," or like, "Oh man, it's 2 for 1 on the candy bars." None of you thought the genius move was saying, "Yo, it's because I'm wearing chainmail." Because then people are like, "Oh, my bad, my bad." Or like, oh, it's because I stapled an encyclopedia to my ass cheeks, you know? Like, these are the type of comebacks you need to dissolve the threat that you are fat. B is going to be looking to go fat on the stone, though. We've actually got a 2 TC strat there. Did I see the YouTube guy who was calling me Weird Brit yesterday? Wait, no. What? What was this? Weird Brit? I don't know if you've ever heard that one. Doesn't the world just think all British people are weird? But then are secretly envious of our accents. So it's kind of like, you can't tell if they're seriously thinking we're weird or if it's like bitter hate because they wish they were born with our accent. It's like a mixed bag, no? So stone being gathered up. Like, this is the Tuklac bad fort strat, huh? He's already saying that the house is on the gold. Yep, it's going to be the food-dense fort strat. I love this one. This is actually really strong. I think this will be growing in popularity. It's a cool way to approach land as well. And also, he's kind of keep himself condensed to try and stop the dives. He still could be Sipahi with mass ranged armor, which can be pretty effective, though. So you'd have to be a bit mindful of that. I think that's where the heal elephants could be a big problem here for Mahodo diving. Get that King K rule cuirass and people think you're skinny underneath. Yeah, like, you know what you do? You just get, like, you get one of those bronze plates where it's like it's got buffed up chest nipple type things as well. So people are too busy looking at the definition of your armor to realize like you've got like a big bulbous piece underneath. A bit like Russell Crowe when he played Zeus in the Marvel movies, you know? It's actually 4 drops. Okay, he's going double then. So he keep drops the south side, he's going to keep drop the north. I can see the logic in that though. Like at this stage, you don't get that much value out of fort dropping the houses to generate food because you don't have any houses yet. So this is going to protect the wood, which will allow him to go back for it afterwards. And I assume we're probably looking at Governor of Ook, which will give the research speed discount. Oh, you hard Book of Curse armor rushed him? That's good, that's good. You guys got to fight back against these people. What was it? I noticed the other day, there was like, there was an EGC casting thread. I was like, oh, this is nice. I wonder who they're talking about. Probably like cheering on one of the new casters. And it started off that way. It was like about Myriad, bless him. Like, yeah, I really enjoy his cast. Like, yeah, Myriad's he's progressing well. Good lad. And then just like someone in the comments is just like, oh, I much prefer him over KP and someone else. I was like, okay. You know, and this is a crazy concept. You can compliment something without insulting something. Like, we can say Ottomans are really good without saying Tuklac sucks. Although if we did that, that's entities instead of people. Like, I don't think Ottomans are going to hate Tuklac more because you said it. Or like, Ottomans and Tuklac don't have an internal friendship that now you've weirdly been the weird guy putting weirdness on, you know? Like walking up to 2 strangers and looking at one going, you're hotter than your friend. It's like, okay, why? Did you think you were going to cause internal turmoil between us? Or do we now just both think you're an asshat? Column A or column B? How many forts does he want? All the castles! Which is weird because you'd think you'd want that in Castle Age. So second keep coming up. It's so pricey, but it makes sense. And remember, he's already fortified on this southern one. So it's actually pretty brutal. 12 damage times 3. Very difficult for even Sipahi to dive. This is pretty crafty. Like, you know, this is a civ that is getting castles in the feudal age. That's the way you have to remember it. And we talked about how this type of greedy builds are difficult because mass Sipahi will dive and kill you. We've seen it with civs like, you know, Fast Castle Japan, for example. Because the TC fire only does 8 damage and then 6 per garrison. This is so much harder to dive. And remember, he did go Ook, which means he's getting discounts on things like the Steeled Arrow. He's also, at this point, revoked all of the extra cost into tech upgrades, bar, what, 5%, which is nothing. So you can see him now coming through. Governor Bakara is going to be on the way. That's going to generate the food necessary to keep pumping. Already has additional farms. Like at this point, I kind of feel bad for Mahodo because you don't see this strat that often. And when you approach the base like this, you're now just looking going, how do I get in? Like, can someone leave a door open? Interested that Mahodo isn't going Fast Castle? I don't think he expected the Tuklac forts. I think that's why. It's just an unusual strat at the moment because people don't really do it. People always forget about forts, even in Castle Age. So now, like Mahodo, by the time he realizes how difficult this is to dive, he's probably 10 supply deep. Difficult to just then branch off and go castle. It's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy build. Like, the more you invest, the more you're screwed. He's going to go in for a dive now. Maybe he could just sneak a burn. She goes off the stables, which is pretty pointless. Asshat or Knobhead? Why not both? There's loads of R1s you go for. He's going all in. Triple wrap? Damn. The problem here, though, yeah, he's going to want more spears because with the trample ability, you could just sack the raider elephants, killing the rams. And it would be worth it. I need the marketplace coming in to be. What's he thinking of selling over here? Avalanche here coming in. He's actually full-on Giga stacking it. Red Brick Bastion's completing in just 10 seconds. Possibly even to rush Curse of Ilea, which is worth it. The Eye of Sauron would decrease your attack speed. Watch that health bar go up. Come on. It's 15 damage now, times 4. Plus all the garrison spots, 11 shot damage per. Oh my god. Toss down half HP. Heal Elephant. That was sick. He micros it out of the danger zone. Does still get sniped, though. Villagers aren't being pulled for repair just yet. The archers need to be thinned a bit more. It's like he's actually going to break the castle at this rate. B does go for the repair now. Waits to the very last second for it. No textiles, though. Could make this a bit difficult. However, the cost is high. There's no cav. Wait, what? There's like 4 left. Castle does go down. But B, he now has a 20 worker lead. Torches come out for the Rams. Raider Elephants will be able to push this away. I mean, he kills the castle. It's an expensive investment for sure. But he lost practically all of his life cav doing this. And B, not only is holding on, he's getting ready to go castle. What the That was crazy. Like, it looked as if it should have been a bad trade by how quickly the keep goes down, but the arrow fire is insane. With the +1 damage, he's doing 15 damage times 4 without any garrison, and then 11 damage for every garrison person. Remember, if you get a steeled arrow, you cap out at 7 damage per garrison spot in a TC. That is so much more effective than a town center defense. And now I'm combat defender, because of course I lost a castle, guys. I got to replace another castle. Mahodo goes for it again. Remember, the Bakar, he upgraded it all the way. So he's getting quite a lot. 280 food a minute here. It's basically a quarter of his economy. I mean, this just feels like the 2TC strat. You can't die, man. I think for Mahodo to have made that work, going this way was probably the big mistake. Feels like you had to go around the back. Like, if you breach here with the Rams, TC goes down, then you can move on to the Bakar. I think he didn't want to because it's on the back of the base. He doesn't have much of military force, but has got veterancy in on the Raider Elephants now. That's the Janissary point. Mahodo is sending it. Marching everything across. Raider Elephants are coming back to hold the base. What on earth is this strat, man? He's just gathering more stone. Archer Rangers following behind. It's crazy. Like, did he not technically get his objective? You know, the Rams dealt with the castle. It's just the time it took. Still hope, though. Just needs to keep on pushing. B's issue right now is one of production, actually. Starts to set up the racks. TC under fire. We're better to find it. Janissary is also super effective against the heal elephants. Remember, they are a cavalry unit. Bonus damage. Starts to dive in. Town center's gone. If he can get the worker kills, he can even this up and take it to a third. The elephants are baiting a lot of attention. Now he turns his attention on to the castle. Look at this. He's going for the final tier. Yep, Bakar Benefactor, the one that you unlock if you go compound defenders. We rarely see it. The Rams, please stop griefing yourself, man. Get in there. Like, ram the house right now. Elephants are just going to move in. It's only archers, actually, right? So, like, technically, the Janissaries should be good enough, but the Raider Elephants, they just go in! Heal Elephants stay back to deal with it. He wipes the rest of the army. That's it. That has to be. That is crazy. The amount of investment into these keeps and the worth he's found. Yes, he lost the TC, but he's still got a 13 worker lead. He's still an age ahead. No doubt about it. B's 2-0ing this bad boy. Oh, man. I just don't think through this game he's respected the arrow fire. Like, watch what happens here. We talked about it being big. Did it increase again? No. Okay, so it doesn't increase the DPS, but it increases health. Like, look at it now. Also, remember, because he just went for the final tier, this is where this choice gets crazy. The card that gives you the food, if you get the final tier, you get 20% of the food you gather as stone as well. And he just built another TC. I wonder if Mahodo could have, like, after he broke the first castle, have just backed off for attack. He probably thought the bee was food starved, but you just see how good Bakara can be for offsetting that threat. And remember, this was about backwards spawning. Well, you actually, yeah, you got one berry. No back deer or anything, though. It's a fairly limited food. What is up, boy? Appreciate the raid, bud. But sick strat, man. Let me know what you think about this one, guys. Is this the unbeatable 2TC strat? The one that you can't all in? Did Mahodo overstep? Or is this insanely effective? When we customize series? Unsure. We'll see how the day goes. We got a live series coming up, which is going to take priority, which is going to be B versus Louis. But we'll see if we can get around to it. So 2-0 there. That was kind of wacky. I like how quickly you went from boy game, please, to... Oh, never mind. You really backed your boy to the end there, you know? Louis versus B. Draft now underway. This is going to be best of 5. Yeah, I had actually slotted in doing the boy cast, like, literally after this one, but then there was a ping coming out about the Louis MT versus B series happening. I was like, oh, well, that kind of has to take priority, as it is live. But we'll see how the day goes. Maybe we'll be able to squish it in at the end. We'll see. Looks more toxic than the Gold League Fort Rush. Exactly, right? Like, this is the thing about 2CC strats of this style, is it, like, says you have to go at them. It's the same logic that made English 2TC White Tower Rush so effective. It's like, hey, you're going to have to come and deal with this because I'm actually scaling a lead. You can't just sit there and pretend I'm not a problem. Weren't hour-long games. I mean, that's good. I mean, you know, Kiryadi usually tries to avoid those like the plague, so I'm not surprised. But we'll see. Maybe. Because, like, I've still got things I need to organize tonight. I mean, Monday is usually a bunch of things I need to catch up on as people respond off the weekend. And then we've got our front page tomorrow, so I need to prep some things for that too. So, yeah. Because there's something I want to do, but we were waiting on some updates so that we could do them. For those who don't know, Tuesdays and Fridays are now going to be our games played in challenging ways. We've got some spicy stuff cooking up. Oh. If your opponent goes 2TC, you have to go 4. I mean, the math checks out, right? That's like, if your opponent's microing too hard, you just need to right-click more. Tuesday, also no AoE4 anymore. What's happening this stream? We are looking to diversify and do things that we find fun. Good things are happening this stream. I don't see the problem. Oh. Especially with how freaking fun the things we're doing are. If you guys didn't catch the stream on Friday, you actually missed out. It's surprising how difficult it is to get a taxi from one side of Night City to the other with only maximum nitrous boost. Tomorrow's stream should be... I'm balancing out a choice. Like, the thing I'm trying to do right now is, like, if there's a lot of people around, we can have Twitch interaction elements. But, like, the catch is, obviously, if people aren't interacting, then there's not much point in it. So I'm trying to balance a format now that allows for both to work. If that makes sense. I'll be here. Appreciate you, Smoothie. No, I mean, I'm hoping a lot of people support it. Like, it's not Age of Empires 4, but I feel like it's things that a lot of people can enjoy. Also, the cool thing is, like, with a lot of them, I think there's that cool arc of familiarity with a lot of things we do. Like, when we done Sonic, there was a lot of nostalgia, like, oh, I remember this game. And that was a fun stream, actually. I've edited that down. And I'll need to sort a new YouTube channel, I think. Like, I was weighing up just having playlists on the same channel, but that's probably not a good idea. So I'll probably look to start a new YouTube channel. But yeah. Draft coming through. Oh, I haven't put names up. My bad. Left side is Louis. Yeah. I'm also keeping an eye out for new games that could be fun for this stuff with. Like, what was that? What was I swear I saw something the other day. I was like, this could be epic. Oh, that's right. There's the Black Desert Online. They're making a single-player sandbox game that I actually think we could do some very crafty things with. And then GTA 6 next year, if they bother to release, would be epic. I was weighing up some, like, Total War Warhammer challenges. Remember I had an idea from a long time ago that I found quite entertaining. Don't know if it'd be that good, though. And it was Total War. Which is literally, like, every time you see anyone, you immediately have to declare war. So you have to somehow strategize not revealing too much of the map, or you're just screwed. I see the mod for Attila. I heard about it. And what's up? Insanity. Yo, what's up, buddy? Appreciate the Prime sub. Welcome back to Swarm. Yeah, so, like, for those who didn't know, there was a Lord of the Rings mod that got made in Attila. And basically, it overnight surged the game up to, like, 10,000 concurrent users from maybe 1,000, maybe, like, 500. It's pretty crazy. It's really fun. I never, like, really got into Attila. I think I played it, like, once or twice. Of the historical ones, the one that was my go-to game was Shogun 2 by far. I love Shogun 2. Is AoE 5 coming out anytime soon? I only tell those secrets to people that bribe me. Because my dad obviously works at Microsoft and I know all the info. AoE 5 is relatively coming out soon. By relative, I mean if you are like an intergalactical space whale that lives for thousands of years, it's quite soon. By relativity standpoints. There's a mod for only war. Interesting. Is it a common challenge? Is it really that common? I'd never seen it before. I guess we'll do the push-ups. I need to switch to BO5 format. Rocky River, upcoming. Coming out tomorrow, heard? That's because you're an intergalactic space whale. Not fat shaming, I swear. Alright, then. One, two, three, four. right then. I might need to go see a doctor about that. It's still strained, I think. Good form? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I might need to go see a doctor about that wrist. It should have got better by now. I wanted to go climbing on the weekend, but then on the day I we're at the park with Freya and I hung on some a bar to check and I was like, that feels weird still. Oh. Hydrate. You got it. Something wrong with Louis? Leaving Ibids? I don't think it's as much leaving Ibids as prioritizing Sengoku. The Malians, no surprise by B. We do get Macedonia's draft though. Don't know if we're going to be seeing them coming out though. Couple of YouTubers. So a couple of YouTubers do the Only War challenge. Yeah. I don't know. We'll keep looking. I like to kind of have fresh takes. I got a really cool idea for Dishonored. It's been done before, but only by very, very few people. And the way we're doing it is very, very different. A lot more challenging. But I've been finding new places that have mods. So I discovered the other day that there was a mod made in Mario Odyssey to make the entire floor lava. I was I actually want, that's what I want to do with other games. So I need to find people that modded that out. I'd love to play Skyrim where the entire floor is lava. I don't know how feasible it would be. There's probably better games that make it viable. The challenge, of course, is actually having people that do these mods as well. I've been using Nexus mod a lot. But then I discovered the other day Game Banana is pretty popular for certain games. You guys seen that? What was that? Yeah, I think it came out... How long ago? It literally, what it does in Mario Odyssey, it just makes every piece of floor lava. And you have to still try and play the game and complete the game. So yeah, here is this... which looks freaking hilarious. He basically just turns every zone into a lava zone. This crab looks fun. They started already? They... you're not watching because they haven't started already. They're 2.5 minutes to go. But yeah, we're aware. We literally got it there. But thank you. If they have started already, I need to club Louis over the head because he needs to remember. Delay needs to match what yours is. Yeah, I found out about this website just the other day. So I might have a look around and see if there's anything interesting. I wanted to do some stuff for Portal, but there's nothing good for Portal. It's all just basic skin stuff. I love clunky, clowny ideas, things like GTA's Chaos mod. That was a big challenge, actually. For anyone who watched the Cyberpunk thing and my thoughts there, I spent ages trying to find mods for Cyberpunk that drastically altered the game. But compared to GTA, there are less chaotic things in Cyberpunk. There is also a lot more things that are just basically tits-based, which I guess isn't too surprising. Yeah, I wish there was more kind of funny mods with this game. But I struggled to find really deep, meaningful ones, sadly. I'm so happy we found the Nitro Boost option. Because, the trainer mod in this game compared to, GTA is not... It doesn't give you much to work with, sadly. Or rather, a lot of the stuff that would be cool is clunky. There was, an enemy spawner that I thought would be hilarious, but it was, really... It wasn't that functional. Which is sad. But anyway, let's get ready to go. Need Age of Cosmos? No. We need Age of Warhammer. I'm aware that Louis streams on another website. Ooh. OnlyFans? Not sure if that popular in China. Also, considering the guy looks like a little kid, you might want to chill. I know he's not a kid, but he definitely doesn't really look... I wouldn't say he looks like he's in his 20s. All right, here we go. We got him flipped. Louis with English, man. This is a series that tends to deliver pure entertainment. B versus Louis MT in a best of 5. Oh, yes. And we kick off with Delhi versus English. This is a matchup we don't really see anymore. English are meant to be fairly trash in it. But maybe Louis has found a new way of playing them. A new groove as we hop into the midweek muster. A giga-stacked week of midweek muster at that. I forgot to update the brackets, but so many known names of known quantity signing up to the weeklies again. I mean, kind of proof in pudding. Shout out to Vortex. I think him just dominating the KPMMs and then going in and almost completely dominating S-tier tournaments has maybe made people raise an eyebrow and go, oh, crap. No, we should maybe actually be looking into playing these. I mean, Louis used to, actually, is a funny thing. Louis MT used to be one of the most consistent presences in the KPMMs. But then he just stopped for a long time. And it's kind of weird because he did, I want to say he declined. I mean, well, I can. Like, Marine Lord even said it. Like, Marine Lord mentioned, like, Louis kind of hit high and then he started to kind of regress a bit. So hopefully this does him some good, man. Give me a longbow bum rush. Again, you want to do that against Ghazi. Just want to confirm you're locking in your choice. It would be a bit brazen. Let's say it like that. Predictions are up, by the way. Looks like Louis is leading predictions, which is surprising considering the Delhi pick. Gold is backspawn, though, which can be pretty good for a TC drop. Yeah, you're fairly safe with this. You just TC drop here, you can do a cheeky little wall. Deer are not going to be grabbable whatsoever, which is a bit unfortunate. It's really nice when you have these maps where the deer spawns close to your base as English, because they can now drop the campfire with a scout to get an extra 10% gathering buff, which is crazy good. I wonder if instead of doing the TC drop back here, he'd ever consider a TC drop here. That would secure the tree line. You can still wall the back. I mean, you don't really want to use the stone after you've got enough for a town center is the weird part. All right, I'll let you in another thing, Karoli, about watching YouTube. YouTube also makes it harder for the creator to get sponsors, so mixed bag, mate. Ooh. Also, there is definitely ads on YouTube. I think I've explained this before as well, how YouTube works. YouTube is based on your ad watching behavior. So if when an ad pops up, you've regularly been known to click off of videos, it will optimize to ram less ads down your throat because YouTube reads that as a lost viewer that they could have otherwise kept. Twitch just doesn't really have that. It just kind of brute forces it. KPMM is like the Premier League or La Liga? Did you see it's like Champions League? Yeah. I see kind of where you're coming from. I think the way that someone else referred to it is like it's like the NBA, watching the weeklies of the NBA sort of thing. But yeah, that track's the same Premier League. Like it's just always there. And you can think of like, you know, Warlock, etc. as the World Cup. So Dome of Faith coming in as fully expected. Abbey of Kings, of course, you don't build this up too fast. You can see he's definitely dropping the TC on the gold. This is really popular. You place the Abbey of Kings towards your gold because this is the worker force that will be exposed. You don't want it back here. You want it where it can actually heal things that are likely to get damaged. Only negative, of course, is it means your Abbey of Kings is even further back. So if you need to pull units back to heal, it takes a lot longer. Twitch should adopt that? Yeah. I mean, so I wish they would. I wish Twitch would actually have this adaptive ad cycle. In fact, I think they could do it better and just not be so invasive. Live streams is completely different to recorded videos. You can't approach ad integrations the same way. It doesn't make sense. And Twitch has sadly failed to understand that constantly. But like you kind of see the negatives on YouTube. Like when someone gets an ad on a live stream on YouTube, obviously I think it currently pauses for them and then comes back, which means they're then out of sync with what's actually happening. But yeah, these approaches tend to not have any good solutions. To be fair, though, the solution, if you got a little bit of money, is supporting the content creator and just subscribing. That's what I would say. You should click away when you see an ad. On YouTube, yes. On Twitch, no. It literally doesn't matter on Twitch. Like, when you come back, they'll still give you the ad. On YouTube, in theory, it's meant to be, they'll eventually clock, oh, he doesn't like these ads. So, TC coming in as expected. This is just your normie opening. There's just really not much to talk about. Hence why we're having an interesting discussion about YouTube, Twitch, etc. Because you're pretty much just going to see B trying to optimize towards sanity timing, building a Fugazi. Essentially looking to dive. KPMM is sparring? I don't think that's a bit of a crappier comparison. I suggest that people don't bring out good scrats in KPMMs ever, which is factually untrue. The stakes may be lower, but considering the way that the prize pool is played, it's not... Like, sparring suggests there's no money, no? Like, if I say I'm going to spar with someone, it's like scrimming. I get where you're coming from if you're literally talking about scrims. Remember, even though it's not life-changing money, it's still $500 on the line every single week. So these players definitely don't want to throw a series because they want to experiment with an English skill they never tried. High-level fighters pay their sparring partners? Interesting. I mean, I don't watch too much FGC, so wasn't aware of that. I guess we kind of had that once in the past with like Marine Lord, right? Like Marine Lord, when it came to the last Rebel Warlord, he had to basically bribe people to play with him. Yeah, because they didn't have anything to play for. Not because Marine Lord is just so unlikable that he has to pay friends. That's not what we're going for. Just to clarify. So, first farm cluster already set up, second one coming in. I guess he's going to white tower drop here, just to try and secure the extra tree line, and then you can build like 2 more farm clusters, which is pretty nice. Could also just save white tower here. Yeah, actually, he's left enough room for that, so you could just wedge it between the 2 town centers, which might make sense if the Ghazi spam continues as it is from B. Sacred sites are now getting locked in. It's going to allow him to start vomiting out extra Ghazi, because he'll be able to sell the gold to get food. Ads are tolerable in here, but I can't stand Twitch ads. Yeah, but like I said, there is just like on YouTube, there's ways to make these things go away, to be fair. If you are really strong on money, got it. But like, if you're the type of person who has Disney Plus, Netflix, Prime, etc., you get where I'm going. Even if you watch a lot of different streamers, there's ways to resolve that too. There's literally Turbo for that reason. I think Turbo is literally the price of 2 subs. And that works for every stream. Although you don't get my sick little emotes. You miss out on those. Yeah, the price of Turbo is $11.99. There you go. Isn't that cheaper than YouTube Premium? I can't remember what the price of Premium is. I think Premium is like $15. So, Ghazi taking a stab at it. Cal already looking pretty good. B following this up with archers now. He was expecting spearmen. It's kind of interesting that he's just going men-at-arms. Oh, damn. I'm being advised to stop promoting this game. You're right. Where's my senses? Let me load up Age of Empires 1. Why did we ever leave it? Guys, we shouldn't promote this game because then more people will come in and then buy the DLC and pick Sengoku, and then you have to deal with more ninjas. It's crazy. Hey, we won tournament when? 2 years ago, was it? You just gotta go to the past. So Ghazi now stabbing in, just on the Abbot Kings. Just trying to like have something to do in the meantime before he dives. Beastie today? We've already done Beastie. This is why you got to tune in start to finish. Otherwise, you miss out. The meta-arm strat is pretty interesting here, though. Because if he went spears, it deals the Ghazi, but archers can just kill you off. Whereas the men-at-arms with Abbey of Kings makes a lot of sense. Without it, it would suck. But with it, I think it's pretty damn good. He is just going to skip out, though. House of Learning on the way. I think the correct approach here. You can just start opening up lances to keep controlling the field. Like, you already have a ticking time bomb with the House of Learning. No, I think the men-at-arms idea from Louis makes sense. Like, seriously, guys, if he went spears, like, you're almost at the point where you're just instigating one hit by archers. Here, you don't lose units. Like, your goal here is just to efficiently reach Castle Age. And you're not efficient on reaching Castle Age if you have to keep replacing lost units. The men-at-arms are going to be decent when you upgrade them. Like, when you get Castle, you get things like Armorclads. This is the obnoxiousness of English. And also just standing still with the attack speed buffer. Huge booster to the output. White Tower drop, as expected, between the two TCs. Why does Twitch make the ads so egregious? So the other thing is, like, because they keep decreasing each year the amount of money you make as a streamer on ads, they're basically trying to force streamers to ram more ads down the creators, like the audience's throats. Like, honestly, I've seen some of the numbers from other streams in the directory, and like I'd say we're actually on the more tame side in AoE 4 and in general. But like, if you really want to get deep analysis about the Twitch side of things, the solution that they need to do, they basically need to ban political streaming and do away with some of the more unnecessary controversial things. Wow. What? Look at that. You tried to convert the guy who owns the country. What did you think was going to happen? It ain't working. King gets the denial, but 3 relics still on the way home. He's camping with a few troops near the sacred site, so the king can't sneak a decap. Men-at-arms does get converted. Look at that, an early men-at-arms. Woohoo! Louis now opening up his first knights, but I mean, props to B with the timing, right? He's got home blades coming in 2 minutes. He already has lances on the way, crossbows as well. He's already resolving all of concerns. And, you know, it is a big eco lead, granted, but you haven't got that many farm clusters yet. You're kind of limited to what you can get, and your opponent is rushing relics home. And you can never understate the value of all the free technologies Delhi get at the start. That's the padding. No, the king can't be converted. Like, think about the logic of that. You just walked up to the guy who owns the country and told him to join your country. It's like, it's not a very compelling argument. If it was join our country or die, kind of different. But, like, that's not what you're saying, though. Personal union his ass. True. You know, just like seduce his mom, have a kid with her, put him on the throne instead. We figured it out. This is full Europe Universalist politics. Have you ever asked the devs why English keep landmarks have 20 garrison dots? Why not? Gotta make him feel safe. I've realized at this point there's no point asking anything. Because there lies the assumption that you will definitely get an answer. Sometimes it'll just be a smile and a nod of the head. A lot of the time, that's what it's going to be. Valiant attempt by Louis, but that is going to be a big fat thumbs down. 5 relic gaming for me. Sacred Site timer down to 5 minutes, by the way. And he is now going to be forced into spears. I mean, you have to. Problem is, your opponent has Lancer and Crossbow. Blacksmith's only a solo, right? No, goes double. And I love this. Look at this. Forced March is going to be next up in the queue. That's pretty important, actually. If you're trying to win on Sacred Sites, you might have to bum rush across. Crossbows will be able to keep up with that maneuver if you have Forced March. It's like the most one-sided game I've seen in a while. I mean, this is like Delhi English, no? Like, Johan, come on, dude. All you do is pick English. You know this is literally what this matchup is. And what's up, Michael Burr? Appreciate the Prime sub, bud. Welcome to Swarm. It's such a hard one. Like, if you played 2TC, I feel like you either get dove trying to get the White Tower up, or this happens. What if you play it more aggressively? What, in feudal? Like what? Are you thinking horseman? I guess maybe you could try to poke raid your way. It's not guaranteed, but I kind of get where you come from. Like, it gives you more of a chance, for sure. Spear horse. I'm not sure about the speeds, though. Like, B had a very aggressive time to run the back. I kind of like the men-at-arms idea to keep him out your base first. Now Clash coming in. So many tech upgrades already. Home Blades is in there. Skilled arrow damage too. Well, it's going to be a 1 on the board for B. Like, no doubt about it, Louis. You ain't got a leg to stand on this. He's barely got any gold in the bag. You're going to have food and wood. You just can't play this. GG. Basically a free Delhi win. When they don't even need elephants, you know you got a problem. Well, that was one-sided. Yeah, I'd agree on the idea of some horsemen. I personally didn't mind the men-at-arms detail. Like, conceptually, the idea of stopping your opponent getting your base is better than building spears, because if you peel the horsemen to decap and the archers, Ghazi arrive in your base, spearmen aren't going to protect you, right? Whereas the men-at-arms basically stopped him ever diving. The problem was, like, there was no pivot on the way. Like, the moment B saw that, he's like, okay, I'm just going to attack. Because you're literally doing nothing. You're just sitting in your base. You're playing pat cake with yourself. So, Delhi win over English. Anyone else's audio out sync? I would suggest trying a refresh. Audio out sync. I would suggest, yeah, because I just checked on my end. It's absolutely fine. Not doing the snipe like EGC? Nope. Now that the tournament's over, the goal is going to be to ask the players how they felt about the snipe system. And then kind of weigh up whether we should integrate it from there. I think it's a much better approach. Oh, dude, we're going Macedonians Roos for game 2. Okay. Huh. That's pretty different. I mean, we get to see the Macedonians. It's going to be on the Tundra map as well. This is cool. What pomade do I use on my hair? So in the past, I've used like a wax. But because of the way I had my hair cut more recently, I've been using like a hair cream, is how it'd be categorized. It's weird because, like, I mean, it looks creamy, but like they're very kind of sticky. Wait, no, I don't even respond to that. I can already literally, like, I already see the smirks in your faces. You little posh? Hell no. The stuff I get is like £5. You think I can afford expensive? No, don't hire that. Like, you guys are making it weird. You don't need to make it weird. I know it's like your instinctive default attitude, but you could for once not make it weird. You're gonna make it weird, aren't you? Yeah, pretty much. But like, I'm trying to find what it's called now. I can't even find it in my order history. It doesn't show up. Was it a cream? Do you even know Twitch? I know them. Louis won game 1? No. B did. Are you kidding me? Do your job, man. Watch the game. No, yeah. B beat the crap out of him. It wasn't even close. So I get... Oh, that's right. I got some of the L'Oreal Studio stuff, which is... It's a fiber putty. It sounds very fancy and sounds very expensive. It sounds like I don't need your subs until you realize it's like a £3 hair product. And that's why I need your subs. Thank you. The hair putty is not as good as the wax for like strength, though. Where would be the fun in that? I don't know, man. Like, maybe we could attract a new generation of gamers. Kids could come in and they wouldn't like just be like, ha ha ha, booby, booby, booby. And then like we could be like a wholesome streamer and I could get like sponsored by Bluey and my kid would be happy. But no, that's not going to happen. Make your dick jokes. Buy it in bulk so it costs less. I bought a bunch in bulk when they were cheap. Like that, the one I got on Amazon is like £3 right now. So I grabbed like a few. Like, even full price, I think it's like £4. But obviously, I just get it in bulk. And then once I've got my hair cut again, like, I'll probably go back to the style I had before. I mean, the style isn't really that much different. It's just the way it gets cut on the sides. And then I'll go back to using like the wax, because the wax is typically better, I want to say. To be honest, the AoE4 community is a lot more wholesome than most gaming communities. My experience with it is like it can be, but there is also an undeniable element of cultism. Like some people have their player or some people have their caster, and if you're the other one, then yeah. But compared to other scenes I've been in, for sure. I think there's like I think part of it is the average age in conjunction with the fact that there are at least some level-headed people. I feel like to think we attract a lot of those level-headed people are like the scene's kind of too small to be shitting on everyone else. You know what I mean? I like to think you guys are good for that. Means you're terrible in a Reddit war thread for defending me, but I'm fine with that. Go play League of Legends for an hour pass. Dude, I came from Dota too. Like, you don't think I'd know? Feels like it's different on Reddit. Oh yeah, on Reddit it's like non-stop. Just it's very hard to find like a positive angle on Reddit, and it feels like if you try to brew a positive angle, like you just end up in the minority, and it gets clouded by the memeful hate thread, or like what's happening in the game, or look at this toxic guy thing. It's weird, but that's like I think Reddit struggles with that in a lot of different directories anyway. All right. Nothing puts a smile on my face at the moment like watching the Macedonians play. It's such an underfigured civ still being discovered, and we're going to see one of the crazy, kookiest players on them to see what he can do. B, game number 2 of this best of 5. He takes the Macedonians. Louis MT with a Roos on the new map, Tundra. Game number 2, and it is an early lead for B that he's looking to extend upon with the Viking pick. Man, we're not going to be able to see Viking pick soon, are we? With the announcement that we've got Vikings coming in 2026. I don't know. I really hope they tweak something with Macedonians when they do that Viking DLC. Because I really feel like they're going to need to differentiate this civ more. Part of my instincts are saying they are just going to adopt all of these units into the Viking catalog, which would make sense. But then you obviously need to do something else, or it's a bit of a spit in the face. Wait, your identity got stolen? See, this is the thing. This wouldn't have happened if you just stayed in the Twitch chat the entire time. Jesus. Louis MT. In theory, like, I kind of get the idea behind Roos. You should be able to snatch a few sheep away, no? Yeah, 15 sheep to 11. On this map, sheep only spawn in your corner. Oopsie, sorry about the drag. So, like, in your third. But it's very hard to cover that full third before a scout could run across to your side. Betting the Viking civ gets totally different units? Totally different architecture, yes. Different units, I'm not so sure. I think, like, in some ways, it might make more sense to get, like, to take some of these units across and add new units for the Macedonians. Almost like an update of the civ. But we'll see. It's a Hippodrome coming in, which, I mean, like, I get why people are attracted to Grand Winery, but I think it has its weaknesses. It could have been really good with this type of spawn, but the problem with Grand Winery, I often find, is that it just lacks any type of tempo or pressure in the feudal. And it's clear that he's worried about that, because, you know, you're up against Roos. This is a civ that could rush the third age on you. You want Nordic gods in AoE 2. That's crazy. Have you not met Numidon? An absolute Nordic god? Numitrad, who is weirdly missing this week, actually. But we have got Kilyadi, who actually, like, technically Kilyadi probably is a god. So you guys, like, you got to really think about that. Kilyadi is so old, it is a reasonable explanation for how he's still alive. Vikings is the equivalent of Weebs, and why the day before they have so much... Wait, what? That didn't make sense. Vikings is just literally an obvious, easy win. If you talk about through the medieval ages and the Dark Ages, Bronze Ages, whatever, if you pluck out a bunch of civilizations or peoples that like literally taps in at childhood levels and expands into the later phases, Vikings is there very obvious. You know, if you think of the obvious ones, Romans, Vikings, some people Egyptians. I think Egyptians more hit and miss depending on the person anyway. They're just very obvious ones. Japan, another obvious one. You know, Byzantines was like such an obvious win. I'm not really surprised that Sons of Sen was their best-selling DLC when it had Byzantine Japanese. That is like, for any history nerds, you've smashed it straight away. Just with those two. I feel like Polish is still an obvious one. Spain as well, actually. Like, Spain has some very easy ways to make it pretty engaging, I think. The Varangian Stronghold coming in from the Vikings. Let's see what kind of mechanics Vikings will have. Maybe they have a pillage mechanic where they just get resources back for killing anything. Ooh. You know what they need? They need their ram should just be a giant longbow with a hole in the front that has like the ram piece that comes out. They should have land ships. They just garrison. It's just moving rams that shoot everyone. There's a comical one, guys. What do you think the most underused unit of the DLC is? Because I would argue that it is the upgraded rams for Golden Horde. That I would be surprised if more than 4 people in chat remember what it does. Flaming Springles? I feel like you'll see Flaming Springles before you see the upgraded Golden Horde rams. Basically, they can get the rams to deploy and shoot arrows. It doesn't feel very good. Feels ultra cheesy, to be honest. Pro Scouts coming in as expected for Louis, by the way. Did go for a Rax play. That's also to be anticipated here, considering the Hippodrome. But B did immediately pivot into going Bogmaffer. One of the big problems with Bogmaffer, in theory, very good, but can also feel insanely expensive. 90 resources to get 10 extra health isn't a great deal. Where it gets good is once you get runestones. Because once you have runestones, you've got the +1 range, and then you've got situation this minus armor. That's where it's powerful. The challenge is getting to that snowball point, I think. Some people kind of struggled through that. We actually had a great game for it the other day from Wham, where he got up to like 30 Bogmaffer, and it actually looked really good. But I feel like the danger here is the early point. In some ways, it just feels like it's a more dangerous longbow strat. Louis. So just going to scare him away. The scout is actually quite threatening. 7 base damage, 220 HP. Can be a pain in the ass, but Louis, I mean, he's getting the pro scout play back home. He's padding himself nicely. The reason why B's not hard committing is because he doesn't want to. He's going to be playing for Castle Age. This type of game, you could actually go for the firstie. I don't think you have to go for Golden Horn Tower. System the first hill can make a lot of sense. If he knows he's up against horse archers, it actually make more sense than going for the 3 crossbows. Yeah, because technically horse archers are now better at trading against crossbowmen than they were before, right? With the extra attack speed. You could always pull it a bit forward. Oh, no. Okay, he's going to go more defensive with then. So he does go Golden Horn Tower, but he puts it in a rather defensive position. Secures his first goal, but I thought maybe he'd try to go a bit more upfield rather to like here. Get the secondary goal covered, the deer, primary gold. So remember, this is defensive landmark, giant tower, but it's also going to generate crossbowmen for free. So clearly he's a little bit worried about the potential for there to be knights coming out in the Castle Age. And we are getting the Varangian Arsenal now dropped. He's just been stockpiling on the silver. I think it's pretty obvious where we're going with this. This should just be a straight up play into Ridari. Ridari are nuts. They are insane. They are still way overtuned. They are the best heavy cav unit in Castle Age full stop, I think. Imperial can be a struggle because getting the maximum techs can be very slow. But I think their castle timing is pretty sick. High trade house coming in. Getting numbers in. Doesn't look like a very good one, actually. Yeah, why didn't he just drop it there? Wouldn't that have been much better? I mean, he saves a little bit of time here. Maybe like 10, 15 seconds maximum, though. Interesting. That's Ridari. Already queued up. He has got the champ coming in 80 seconds. The champion, it's just going to be an extra Ridari, mostly with this strat. Like, remember, the Ridari champion's aura increases movement speed as well. But if you're only playing mass heavy cav, you don't really care for that. Monastery timing is going to be coming in swiftly. Oh, what's up, Faplop? Appreciate the sub, bud. Thank you very much. And Michael Bow. I think I said about them already. I'll say it again. Prime subs go a long way as well, folks. And it costs you nothing. Scale barding. Yeah, he's just going to get back-to-back tiers. So that's going to be +1 armor, +1 armor. And Ridari, remember, already have 4 armor. So you're putting them up to 6 armor. You're also giving them an extra 24 HP. Putting them at 264 health. They do not die easily. And on top of that, their base damage is already higher than a cast. This is also more effective since the changes against Roos. Because Roos lost 2 base damage on horse archers. And you're about to go up to 6 ranged up. Power creep and new civs in this game is nuts. Yeah, but I think I don't mind it as long as we just then keep escalating the old civs. I think every once in a while you really need a spring cleaning to bring the old ones up to par. And the devs do try that occasionally, right? We saw it with HRE, for example, the new unit they added. Admittedly, it hasn't really played in the meta, but the idea was there of fixing HRE's sucky late game by giving them this, you know, hand cannoneer on a horseback. First relic soon to be picked up. Louis still just camping at home. He is playing for the Warrior Monk timing now, but getting out might be difficult. Can Macedonian archers chase down horse archers with champions and runestones? Yes. Like, I mean, they can still technically outrun you, but if they turn to fight, they're always going to get caught. Because if you have runestone plus you have the movement speed, your infantry get ridiculous. Like, even just the champions 1.44, you're almost the same speed as horse archers with the runestone as well. Which I think you might be the same speed now. It's actually crazy. If a spearman charges with runestone and the Ridari champion, he moves at, I think it's 2 movement speed, actually. Like 2.08 or something. Spear's going to start marching out the horse archers. This is where the crossbows do feel a bit weird, like we were saying earlier, compared to just having the thirsty boys. But I guess the idea here for B is, you know, if he did go for assist in the first hill, he wouldn't be guarded at home. Whereas this is now safe, so he can raid. Instead, if he did go for the assistant, he'd have to keep some at home in case horse archers come by. Creep for the relics. Louis MT looks to snatch a second, but he's going to get blocked out. A Wallalol would not do anything here. And the relic drop idea was cool, but late to pull away there. Not that it would have mattered. Remember, the Ridari also happened to have a throwing axe for reasons. Hey, count your lucky stripes that it doesn't get its damage buffed by the horseman. Okay? Could be worse. Couldn't be much worse than this. It's going to be 4 relics for B. He's beasting it. High trade house, 94 gold in the end, by the way. Yeah, this is pretty great. Also, look at the silver. This is really important. If you thought the Ridari is strong now, this is Rom Fire. Rom Fire breaks the game. It's because this strat is only Ridari. So you're getting free blacksmith tags straight away. Instead of waiting a minute a pop to get these +1/+1. It's insanely good. Oh no, he actually goes skill barding. Interesting. So I assume it's going to be a Rom Fire after that. I guess he's just seeing horse archers and thinks, okay, more armor better. Which I can understand. A lot of players in this position have just been going Rom Fire because it's just insane damage. Like 3 blacksmith techs in 1 minute instead of 3 minutes. And essentially not really paying anything more. God, this runestone gets dropped as well. By the way, runestone affects their movement speed. 1.96 movement speed cav. Heavy cav, guys. Heavy. Not fat shaming him. He's literally listed as a heavy cav. That's another thing. Why do the runes... I get it's the whole gimmick is like runestones affect Viking units. But if there was one that you would seclude from being affected by it, surely this was the obvious candidate. I reckon the devs are like, oh, I mean, they're already that fast. And then it's only +1 melee, so that's not going to matter. Yeah, 7 ranged armor. And after that last fight, I'm definitely liking his choice to ignore Rumfire. I'm assuming it's coming in next, because if you want to get tier 4 armor, it will cost you 2,000 silver. Fairness, that's only 4 minutes away. And in fairness, your opponent is still only building horse archers. Guys, 1's in chat if you think he'll go tier 4 armor. 2's in chat if you think he'll get the +3 damage. This is a weird thing. Like, if Louis does just transition to a new unit comp, B has a really big problem because the weakness of Macedonians is they suck at transitions, this B. Because he'd have to start from scratch on another tier. And as you keep investing into one tier, it gets stronger, yes, but it gets drastically more expensive for an extra game. It's going to be transitioning. Bog Maffa now on the way, so it might not even be the final tier. He may actually opt to just go into the stats towards the ranged. And we already revealed the high trade house. This is your fault for looking away. Now you have to go back in the recording with your sub, which you can now do. And find it. Also, just diving in. We'll find a sniper on one worker. Ridari. Still tanky enough not to instantly get flatlined. And wolves are coming in. Louis just slowly encapsulating himself now. That Bog Maffa is going to be a really big problem for Louis, considering that they will have more range than horse archers. Yeah, not just that. If you go +2 ranged armor even, they can ignore that. Remember, they specifically have an ability which removes 2 armor on their attacks. They do move slower, but they're always going to outrange you, so it means you just can't fight them. To make matters worse, Bog Maffa, it's like Boy's Fortitude on archers. They have the extra health. Archers still trying to be a nuisance. Not even Manganella in placements, actually. Really? I'm very surprised by that. They're just toxic and effective here. Throwing axes. I love that. He's like, well, I can't reach him. I'm just here to tank. Saint's Blessing is going to trigger, though. And wait, he stands his ground for it. As the axe throwing runs out, which gives a better fight now over to B. Bog Maffa have got the runestone drop. I mean, Louis, I think he won in the destroyed value exchange there. Which is kind of a weird bodying, right? Like, you see, what, 4 Ridari down versus the horse archer count. Isn't Ridari weaker than Cataphracts? Economically, though. Right? Because Ridari are 240. Cataphract is not 240. So it's such a disingenuous comparison to 1-to-1 them. You can't. If you're talking about how could I invest 3,000 resources, for example, like you're gonna feel a lot better investing. Well, let's make it the midpoint, like 2,800 resources. What it's gonna be, say. You will get more value out of investing all of it in Ridari than Cataphracts. Well, the way they scale, for sure. And Foreign was like, yeah, but it costs you all this silver, KP. Remember, the silver's a byproduct of playing the game. That's an extra resource. That's like going, oh man, longbows are so expensive on olive oil. It's like, yeah, but you get it by eating food. It's always going to come through. So that's why Katas versus Ridari. I favor Ridari. And then you just get better Cataphracts if you ever go Imperial Age because this Civ can build them too. Only they will have Giga stack stats. So Louis does have triple Sacred Sight now locked in. B needs to start moving towards 1 soon, but you see the challenge against horse archers. Especially considering he did not go for Manganella placements. Still, the cool thing here is with the Ridari champion in there, his army catches up really fast. The crossbows are a little bit of a liability slowing you down. For the Bog Maffa, you runestone drop, like we said, you'll be able to chase cavalry. Yeah, it turns them into two-legged cavalry, really. Oh, that's sick as well. Guys, you see that? That's a strong tech. Ruinous Blinding coming in. This is the one that reduces damage output by anything Bog Maffa are targeting. And the only thing they can target is your DPS. So that's literally all you've got. I've got to give it to him. Ruinous Blinding is actually a sick read here. One that's easy to forget about, actually. And remember, on top of that, he also got Rom Fire? Yeah, he did. So he's got the extra damage on his front line. I just love the fact that he doesn't even bother to get ranged armor and health on his infantry because they're not meant to be in the way. What's a wheelbarrow? That's not something that a Viking would have. Is a wheelbarrow a weapon? It doesn't sound like a weapon. It's just a tech issue. Yeah, I thought they still haven't fixed this. The capture rage is a lie. He does have wheelbarrow. But also, you're a Viking. You don't need it. A wheelbarrow is just a weapon waiting to be deployed. However, this is a big weapon. Spaskaya! Louis, he finds the age up. Uh-oh. I think B needs a decap fast. He has to be ready to go soon, surely. Does get it on the west side. Okay, so secures against that. Louis in the late game. Not too surprised by that statement. Horse archers are going to want to wait for the upgrade. This is where it gets cool. Mounted training will allow him to outrange the Bog Maffa even if they have runestones. Great read. I don't call him Readari for nothing. These guys are still an annoying threat, even when you get the stat upgrade. Tickles it a few as he gives chase. This is the thing. Like, you don't even need the Centra golds because of this. We've already seen this from other Roos players. You just creep out and do this. Same as the maps like Alopecia allows for it. It's just very safe as well. I'm going to catch up. The weird part, this is like why it's good to have control groups with the Ridari champ somewhere else, right? Because like he's over here, he's actually not buffing your infantry, so you're moving slower. You're giving a lot more time. I think this is something that, given time, people get better at managing. It just feels very unnatural to stick a Ridari champion in there. Oh, Bog Maffa. You get caught. This is a good trade for Louis. Dives in towards it. Ignores the Ridari. Reinforcements are arriving quick, though. Remember, B, if he starts pumping out runestones, he can gap close in an instant. And the Ridari actually go for the throwing axes. Chase is on. Horse archer count. Shrinking a bit. Still looking pretty damn competitive. I wonder if it was actually worth using that many throwing axes versus just having a few frontliners. He does just keep pressing it. I mean, Louis at some point has to build something else, surely. Horse archers can only do so much. You're seeing what I mean? Even the upgraded damage. Congrats, you're at 15. Like, you basically have the damage you had pre-nerf in Castle Age, as in Imperial Age. It's getting a bit weird. Bog Maffa count has been shrunk a bit, though. He has got Incendiary now on the way. Gallop also makes it impossible to gap close, so you kind of have to wait it out. But the extra range is actually making it pretty toxic. Remember, food and wood he's got for an eternity. The problem here for B is like, Ridari count is getting very high. But it's such an expensive unit when you pump it at this rate. It is keeping him locked in the age currently. Also, this is kind of where Macedonians suck, actually. The idea of just rushing him doesn't help that much. Because both of your landmarks require big bursts of silver. And you can't guarantee that you'll be able to keep up with that. It's a very polarizing civ. Like, actually, you know, I kind of felt that way about Tuklac as well. Half the new civs feel very weird for this rush. Axe throws again. Warrior front line is going to be a bit of an L. Health bar's not looking great. I don't know. I feel like this is just going to be a 10-minute slog into a, oh no, I'm out of food. Has he got farm set up? Okay, he has actually got a decent number of farms. 24 farms deep. Gold won't be the biggest problem because although he needs to actively gather, he has also got a lot of passive gold gen. He's backing up. Is he maybe considering an age up now? He tried for a long time. Now that Incendiary is in, it feels impossible. Especially with this coming in. So bowstrings. With Gallop on top of it is bonkers. That's what, 8.3 tile range? You can't contest that. You just get picked apart for trying to step up. Oh. Someone else that will get picked apart. Does find the workers. Math will scare him off. Even got the powering damage down. He's desperate to get more DPS. Starting to feel like we may have found the limits of the Ridari. He needs to be dropping runestones to make this logical. Without the runestones, you just can't get close enough. That's the problem. And he's kind of budgeting them. Part of the problem is that I don't think you know how many runestones you've got still. There's no a mechanic to show that, is there? So if he drops one and then realizes the last one, he's in bigger trouble. So he needs to make sure he can force somewhat of a fight. Some semblance of resistance. Maintains the 30 plus Ridari count, at least for the moment. These horse archers. Gallop's coming off cooldown in just 10 seconds, man. This is going to be never ending. It's such a slow and tilting death as well, man. Like, don't you get put out of your misery in a rush. Just gradually grind it down. Maybe mangonels, not in castle, not against this. Especially with the possibility of biology. It just wouldn't clear quick enough is the problem. You need adjustable crossbars, and that needs imp as well. I can't help but feel the food game is just eventually going to wear him down here. Even the gold, actually. Like I said, he has passive gold, but he still needs active for this much Ridari production. He has got 2k gold. I just don't know if he's been trading already. Not really. So that could give him a little bit more runway. Hyping up Ridari, only thing we get clowned on? Dude, they clowned on the enemy in castle. Louis just played this really well. Like, building into the imp was so smart. B, if he caught that, 20 seconds sooner, very different game. In fact, I think, did I say that? I said Ridari are, like, top tier in castle. Ironically, not the first time Louis played around it. Last time we saw this, it was Louis on Japan, and it was up against Anatan's Macedonians. He played into imp to get the advantage. I just think Macedonians are a really weird civ when the game goes in. And if you can't end the game, it's hard to see a way to win. Horse archers. Now he can just A-click more or less. He'll kite away for efficiency, but he's kind of at the point where he can almost stand still. The widespread? I mean, I think he's just having fun with it now. Like, yeah, you're right. Destroyed value is insane. It's almost a double up. There you go, folks. How to deal with Master Ridari. Don't. Get out of the age. Come back later. Might be difficult for people to match the micro Louis to do it. If you see this ball bulking, your best solution is to find a way to tech beyond it. Can't stop it early. Kind of feels like the only way you can play it. Although he played it so phenomenally well. It's just built horse archers from start to finish. It's crazy to think this unit that was doing comical low damage in Castle Age is now melting through the heavy damage. This is just B. Lingering in the game that already feels over. Oh look, they're even good at taking out buildings. Was that 3 horse archers lost? Outpost killed. XD. New Ridari wave coming in, but this void. Brighton's on the wall, folks. So 1-1 score, a deeper series to come. God damn it, my curry was cooked for 5. Looks like I'm going to be eating it cold. Yeah. The emphasis is on, like, Ridari are really good in castle. But if you get to Imp, it's not the first time we've seen this type of thing happen to the Ridari strat. Then it starts to unravel. It's strong. You still have to do something, though. And Louis just played it really well, stopping him. Horse riders should be deleted from the game, specifically from Mongols? Whoa, whoa. We've identified the team player. Ain't no way 1v1 players are saying that. Alright, so. Let's mark it up. Let's give me one. Next up, Pigeons view Sengoku versus Ayu. Ooh. Ooh. Horse archers for historically OP? Well, there you go then. Hey, no. Just end it there. No, anyone who's ever said AoE4 needs to be historically accurate can now not argue that horse archers need to be nerfed. They need to be buffed. Horse with bows? Dude, I mean, if horses ever learned to use bow and arrows back in those days, we would have been screwed. It's like teaching a monkey to use a shotgun. You know it's not going to end well for you. I think making archers a mistake, you lose a lot of silver on their upgrades that could be used on another armor or mascata. The problem is, like, as the horse archer spam continues, he gets to a point where, like, the idea is meant to be that your archers keep trading as they chase and they run away. It's not the worst idea in the world. It's just, I think, like, the play to go imp was really well crafted by Louis and nicely snuck as well. All right, let's spam smads. All those ads you guys talk about, there you go. Have a minute of them. Team game players are the Giga Chats, the community. That depends if they try and end the game or they just 5 TC boom in a corner. I'm not condoning the 5 TC corner boomers. I can't. Ethically, I cannot. It would be irresponsible of me. You know I'm right. Okay. Oh, dude, my stomach's killing me. What the hell? The cats and chickens in the game? Only if they are launched from a catapult. Get it? Because it's a catapult. That's what we need. I'm right on this. Don't argue. Catapults, please. This is why we need skin mods, you know? Like client mods so that we can apply them. Pigeons as a food source? Kiss my ass. I don't know about eat it. Jesus. Whoa. Why you gotta be like that? Have I got to pay another person from Asia to hack your accounts to steal your credit card? Okay, that was too soon. That's too soon. All right. This guy blows my mind. He keeps allowing Sengoku through, and he keeps allowing it to come out at him on Pigeon's View. Twice he has attempted to solve the giga crazy Japanese Civ, and twice he has fallen victim. Let's see what B can do today. Either pick instead. I mean, he's evolved. The last 2 times he came on this map against Sengoku, he tried to deli his way out of the problem. He failed both times against 2 different players. Now against a 3rd different player, he's once again going to try and solve the Sengoku and the Art of the Ninja on the map that looks like a Rorschach test. It's an ink blot test. There's so much stealth for us to play off of that tends to make Sengoku pretty dominant here. Yeah, this is also a pretty nice matchup for Sengoku in the opening, though. A Civ like this is not going to build into aggro often. So you just get your yatais for free. Hot dog stands rather already on the way out towards the boars. Yeah, looking at the home spawn, you can get a decent berry gatherer here, right? You can get 24, so that'd be 44. You could even opt to maybe sneak this location. I think that would give you a max cap, if I'm not mistaken, or close to. Obviously, the boar's number one priority. Boar is going to give you a max cap because you can only get 60 food, and a boar's worth 40. And the cool thing is, when you play Sengoku, you know exactly where they are. Ta-da! Straight away. Isn't that nice? The convenience. Man, I just realized how cold my food's going to be today. Emma always cooks around 5 because Freya is always hungry. We're not abusive parents. We actually do feed her. She gets fed a lot. But she's the type of kid, she'll finish eating and then immediately say she's hungry again. The amount of days where I just hear, Freya, you can't possibly be hungry. You just ate, and then she lists all the things. That's my life. She's growing too fast. Need to Google ways to slow down child growth. If she keeps up this type of growth rate, I'm going to need bigger doors as well, like height-wise. You have to crouch to get through them. 16 sheep for B. Yeah, not crazy, actually. Like 14 sheep on the other side, so fairly even. Try second house. What? You mean from, like, baking, like over-baking gingerbread, right? Right? Hey, I'm not body shaming my kid. I'm body directing them. It's different. If it was historically realistic, French would be the best civ. Well, that's not true. I'm sorry. Like, did you whose empire was bigger? I'm gonna have to plant my historical English flag on this one. Whose empire was bigger? Who sold their entire fleet? Who won the 100-Year War? That don't count. You had home field advantage. How much of our territory did you get? Remember Calais? Ole! Isn't Super a Fim from South America anyway? He's not even French. Hey, you're Brazilian. Like, what's your leg in this race? Don't make me bring up Spain and Portugal, okay? All right, outpost coming up on the Fort Gold, which does make sense, actually. You know, you might be worried about Desert Raider raid. And it is a great read. B, he's already adding in the stables. French Guyana? That's true. They just exist there. Dervish are going to be able to function as a scout here. Gets the early information. Mongol Empire was the biggest empire ever. Largest contiguous land empire, but I think based... I'm pretty sure, like, when the percentages were done, based on amount of land conquered or rather ruled globally, wasn't... I'm pretty sure it was Great Britain, no? Like, I think that's set. Wasn't some like it was in the 30 percentile like range, like 36%, 38% of the known world or something. I'm trying to remember. Whereas Mongols was more like I think 20 to 23%. Was Britain 25% peak? How much of the world did Britain own? Oh, you're right. It's 24 to 25. Okay, so I'd assume Mongols was more like 19 or 20% then. Like, technically, based on what they knew of, Alexander still wins now with the Macedonian Empire. Like, he pretty much conquered almost everything they ever saw. Desert Raider just trying to be a little bit annoying, but the outpost is proving quite valuable for Louis so far. Wait, what? No, B. Like, no, I'm saying that as in B, as in leave. B, back. That's an expensive rally. The English thought Mongols head-on Mongols would win ease. Yeah, but we're not idiots. So, like, anytime we feel threatened, we just go back to our island. Because you all have a stupid navy, and ours is bigger. It was bigger. Dude, that... Okay, so, like, that is, like, going to a hacker. If we fight in a boxing ring, I'll beat you. It's like, yeah, but if we fight on the internet, I'm going to, like, take all your details, and then I'm going to, like, basically just sell your house to someone for $1. Nice body blocks, by the way. B. Desert Raider is actually going to get... No, don't do it. Don't do it. No. The repair speed is just absurd on these things. Back into the base. Desert Raider can, of course, heal up. Eco Wing's coming for B. It's not the end of the world. He has got the industry on the way. Mongols were so successful because they were basically good at horseback archery. Yeah. Whereas we just lombo. We lombo so hard we can sit on our island and just shoot over. Isn't that smart, chat? Yeah. You're tired. I think, like I said that already, they just need less health. Their health should be probably about 240 maximum. Maybe 200 in Dark Age. Probably 270, 280 in Feudal. 320 in Castle. 370 or 400 in Imperial. I think that makes sense. Because right now, their numbers don't make sense. So, industry on the way. Pretty obvious to Louis what's happening here, considering just how much gold gamma he's seeing. But you're seeing this correctly, guys. Sengoku are aged up in Castle a whole minute ahead of the Iobits. This is a huge win for Louis. Allows him to start getting into some premium cavalry. Daimyo already being queued. Wonder, will he actually go just raw cav here? Oh, wait. I just realized, like, we were having this weird discussion. He went Ryokan? I didn't even clock that. That's how you just expecting Kokra. What? I mean, it's a landmark. Okay, so this always bums me out. I think this is the prettiest looking landmark of the DLC, but it's so bad. He did save 300 wood on houses, which allowed him to get that outpost up very cleanly in an extra year time. But the problem is the healing is really weird. I think, like, when we theory crafted this, this is probably the one way that does make sense to play it. Fast castle and demounted samurai, so you have kind of like a worse version of chivalry for your knights. Because everything else kind of struggles to use the Ryokan that well. He's crushing B by 30 pop cap. He's got it in the back. Yeah, I do wonder if maybe, I don't know, the 40% damage buff would be nice to have here, though. So remember, the way the Ryokan works is if you have any units go by here for the rest of their life, they will have passive healing. The passive healing is weirdly coded. You will get 5 health back every, 3 health back every 5 seconds. The problem of that is it means if you get to 4 seconds and you get attacked, you don't get any health back. And also, you have to be registered as not in combat to begin that timer log. So it's more like, if you just got in a fight, it's more like, I think, 8 or 9 seconds wait until you can get 3 health back. That's the problem of Ryokan. That's what makes it really weird. See? He's going to snatch the relic. We'll just giggle and walk off. Like, sure for everyone? Yeah, but the problem is the way it's calculated. So, like, for example, if it ended up being 1 health every 2 seconds, that's actually more reliable than 3 health every 5 seconds. And yes, it works on villagers. It works on everything. All these workers here now have the aura if they've been near the TC. Or near the Ryokan. That's also another weird thing that they didn't need to do. They made it an aura instead of just a civ effect. This is very reminiscent of old Tower Victory, where you had to have units spawned near the target. This is a rough clash right now for me, though. I mean, mainly relying on Desert Raiders there. Desert Raiders that have not been upgraded. Remember, the Daimyo attack speed aura offsets most of the unease. I mentioned the count capability. He already went for level 2 estates. He now has horse training coming in. This is a pretty sick strat from Louis. And remember, because he still went for Sake Brewery, he's got insane gold pump to keep this going. Second TC strat from B was also an interesting choice at this position. Has left him a lot weaker on the defensive. Dervish is at least going to try to get some healing in. Wololo has already been used, so won't be coming out again. He's just front lines it. Camel Lancers are getting sniped down. Mad Samurai are going to give their lives for it. But at this point, you're hard committed. Lance is dead. Can now leak through. Finds the workers. We'll get dragged away. That's a good little micro from B. He's intentionally pulling the Mad Samurai away from the worker line. Finds the time. Is that the idea of Ryokan? More than Shinobi, less APM? Are you calling Louis MT? Yeah. I mean, for pro players, the APM thing is the craziest concern in the world. Like, can be in some situations. Man, this TC is not paying off, guys. Like, this is crazy. Are we about to see Ryokan win a game? That's a rarity. That's an insane rarity. There you go. Like, I mean, this is... I don't think there's any other strat that would make sense for this other than Fast Castle Mount Samurai. If you've seen some, I want to know. Because I haven't, and I can't think of any that make sense. Between the raids, you know, if you're not hard committing, the healing matters. Here, not so much, because he's just constantly pumping it. Kind of has to now that his opponent went 2 TC. Which, in some ways, was a smart idea by B. By going 2 TC, your opponent can't just idle heal. He has to keep fighting. The negative of this is you literally have not got enough military to hold. That Samurai just ruined the day. The extra health. I mean, it's a crazy health difference, by the way. He has 43 more HP than Lancers. And too much for B to handle. GG coming out. We finally, after quite a long wait, can say we have seen a competitive Ryokan victory. That's cool, man. Like, was I the only one who I didn't even clock the Ryokan at first, because it's just everyone does Shinobi. You don't even talk about it, you know? That was sick. Oof. Pubball kept forgetting the EGC semis game. Yeah, well, it's like there's so many extra details. Like the other one we had was scouting. We literally just had that in the Beastie Starflock series. Even came in here and said it. It's like if only there was an ability that revealed part of the map and he forgot to use it. It's definitely like there is an argument. I get where you come from the APM, but like the value prop for what Shinobi give you for the extra APM is why it makes sense to use them. To be fair, they are very powerful. So Louis MT, very powerful, even without them. We now head into Dry Arabia for Ottoman Malian game. Yeah, like Louis pretty much getting one of his most cozy civs by far. Same with B though. I think this is a bit of a back and forth affair, although I kind of feel like Malians have been looking a little bit better since they've like found ways of using Sofa early on. The concern is if you go deep, Janissaries can just screw you entirely. Ottoman Mali in the long game? I'm not so sure about that. I don't think it's that long of a game. Tends to be a more action-packed game now. If like the player goes Sofa at least. If not, not so much. Because then you only have like Jav Donzo and you're pretty much camping. Oh my god, I'm getting so hungry. That cold curry is going to taste so good. Probably won't, but we'll pretend it does. Reminder, by the way, tomorrow... I need to double check the start time for tomorrow. So tomorrow, guys, we will aim to go live at Just double checking it. The suspense is intense, I know. Wait, is it 11 a.m.? No, that's earlier than it should be. That can't be right. Should be 12. Yeah. Midday, noon. We'll be live for an epic variety stream. One that I'm aiming to come up with a structure where you guys can actually interact with the stream as well. So be sure to tune in for that. But let's get ready to get on the way. Could be the last game of the series. Like the typical English breakfast? I don't mind like beans on toast, but I don't really like egg. I'm not crazy for egg. Alright. That's why God invented the microwave. Dude, who knows how a microwave works? Most people don't even know how it works. If they knew how it works, they would be deeply concerned about the safety of it, I think. Even though it's fine, when you hear how it's described, it doesn't sound safe. All right, here we go. These two basically got the most comfortable picks. B loves Marlians like no other, and Louis MT is the boogeyman when it comes to the Ottomans. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Game number 4. We just saw an incredible Ryokan build for Sengoku, a rarity from Louis MT, to take the lead and put him up on match point. He now looks to close it out with a civ that has been seen as ban-worthy by many players playing against both of these players. Yeah, Louis MT has it banned against him all the time. B, the same way. Let's see what he can do here, though. Mali versus Ottomans. Kind of an interesting matchup, considering the shift towards sofa play, which you'd think would favor Mali, but it does leave you a bit vulnerable against the Janissary times at Castle. So I feel like you have to kind of play tempo in a weird way here, which can be very difficult against an Ottoman player who you know is going to massive party. And yeah, I don't like eggs. I don't think eggs are that good. The beans are fine. I like baked beans. Baked beans, sausages, they're fine. You know, you get the toast. I just skip on the eggs on the English breakfast. Same with what else is there? Mushrooms? Don't like mushrooms. Blasphemy? How's that blasphemy? You're a bird murderer. All right, I'm a good person. Also, mushrooms especially. Why? You're just eating fungus. You're literally just eating what in a different universe would have been an orc. Have coffee with chicken? What's wrong with what? You're marinating the chicken in coffee? Okay, this is getting unhinged. Manticore now coming in from B. Louis, of course, did go for the military school opening, so we'll just get some freebie spears, but kind of a bad spawn for it. B got the back pit mine. Please tell me you're not marinating chicken in coffee. What is the point in that? Why not just eat chicken and then drink some coffee? You could have went, I like to begin my morning with Kentucky Fried Chicken and a coffee. And then people were like, that's fine. There's no way you're suggesting that you marinate chicken in coffee. I've never had... What the hell's affogato? I've had tiramisu. It's okay. I don't think it's that good. I don't like coffee, guys. My energy comes from energy drink. That's all I need. So Minaret Madrasa coming in, pretty much all the norm. He's going to be going for the early timing on the stone, so extra military school to follow, which has been quite popular at the moment. Interesting, he doesn't think it's worth even having a mining camp there, by the way. Probably American fake coffee? No, I've had access to proper coffee and tea. I live in the Britlands, man. We do it proper. But I just don't like the taste of it. Tastes like ass. Beer's pretty too. I can tolerate it if I'm in Germany, it's proper beer, but otherwise, True that Brazil and Argentina have the best steaks in the world. Unsure. I'd be curious someone who's done steaks everywhere in their opinion. I don't know, would you have a Kobe steak? When you have Kobe beef, would you ever have it in more of a steaky fashion? Wouldn't that win? For quality of meat, it would win, no? But I guess like marinating sauces, those type of thing may be different. Just being accommodating to this Smith right now, allowing them to exist. He's gonna have archers to follow up. However, Louis is... Wait, this is different, no? Is this 2TC? This is either 2TC... No, it's 2T. It's definitely 2TC. Okay, now this is a blast from the past. I remember a Louis MT a while back, like almost 2 years ago, I think, that would usually do the trade network landmark plus a second town center. Very different. This time around, though, it returns without the trade detail. It's still going to be the Madrasa strat, which I think makes more sense for double TC cost. Yeah, what's the best cuisine in the world, chat? And why is it Italian? Nah, I don't know if I think it's Italian more recently. Problem is, I don't really care for the seafood element. I feel like Italian is half that anyway. Like pizzas, bolognese. Best cuisine is Middle Eastern. I mean, hummus is good. Some of the other stuff, but I do like kebabs. Greek rock's pretty hard, but it's, in my opinion, it's because of gyros and like 1 or 2 desserts. French, what is that? We don't care. Indian is always a banger, to be fair. Like Indian, I don't know. Like I'm trying to, you probably want the cuisine that feels the most inclusive, like there's someone there for everyone, but not these BS cuisines where it's like, oh, American cuisine because we've got like all of the other cuisines. Like that's a cop out. You know, like, oh yeah, we've got like the hamburgers and we've got the pizzas. It's like, but at that point, you've adopted the cuisines, right? That's like me going British cuisine is the best because we just steal everyone else's ideas. So the second TC on the back is pretty nice here. Did B scout that? He must have checked the stone. He doesn't see any more milk. Actually, he does. Yeah, that's way too much stone though. So it should be alarm bells ringing here. Presumably he's gonna rush Fulani. Instead, he's adding in extra units. Desserts for America? I mean, yeah, but like, I think that... So desserts is like a mixed bag of America, right? Because they can be absolute bangers. Like, dude, the milkshakes, oh my god, so thick. But you know straight afterwards, you just essentially increased your chance of getting a heart attack by 2.8%. You know? It's like a weird feeling. Chinese food is fire. I was wondering when someone was going to go for China. For me, like, I don't know. Like, there's some I don't mind from China, but I feel like most of the time, like, shredded duck always wins. It's the best thing they do, aromatic duck. American cuisine, live free and die hard. I think you mean young. Like, what was it? Is it that Dunkin' Donut drink that has... Is it 4,000 calories or some crap in it? Thing about America is we took everyone else's best food and imported it. Yeah, but like that doesn't mean you've done it that well though. You know? They still, flat out, the best country I experienced food in is still Ukraine to this day. It was very rare that I would walk into any type of restaurant there and be like, that food wasn't very good. I was impressed by the consistency of the restaurants that I found in that country. Like, we're talking all cuisines. Mexican, Italian, Chinese, obviously their own, Ukrainian one, you know, Indian. Like, they were crazy. I don't know how they done it. So far we're coming in. B is now committing. Yeah, he's starting to lock onto this as well. It is going to be a reaction of Louis MT with more Sapahi queued up. Passively so. Also does have the racks to add in Spearman actively. Been a very long time since Ottoman 2TC, right? Like, I mean, this has been crazy. Louis MT, he won game number 3 with a Ryokan strat for Sengoku. He's now trying to win G4 with an Ottoman 2TC strat. This boy's crazy. I freaking love this. 7 worker lead already. B has got 2 ranches, but He's not crazy in playing. No, it's going to be 2 ranchers into a push. A death push at that. Look at this. Donzo, Sofa, Archers. He's sending it. All right, where are we at Vizier points? He already went for Anatolian Hills to get the sheep. Probably military campers next, or do you go imams? You might need the imams here. It would make a lot of sense if you think your opponent's going to be probing instead of hard committing. Yeah, I mean, America just done a good job learning from their father, the UK. Like, instead of just making good things yourself, just yoink them. You know, like, oh, Indian food? Yep, that's British now. Go further back. Oh, look at these amazing Greek pillars. We should take them. Let's take those columns. Oh, what's that? There's a pattern that is like the sacred pair from India. We're gonna call that paisley. It's just smart. It's smart business. I probably tilted like 10 people in chat with that. Sipahi raids, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Louis, getting those good old walls up. I think British food like burgers in Chinese. You make it sound like my country is a big burger country. Like, yes, we have burgers, but if you had to catalog the countries that do burgers a lot, there's no way we're like eclipsing America. You should have chosen like fish and chips, probably pizza and Indian food, and then Chinese. Kebab shops. We have a lot of kebab shops. We have a lot. But Germany, like the problem is Crackety's German, so like to him, he's like, oh, we're number 1 in that. And we got the Turkish people, so we've got the good kebab shops. Whereas like in this country, it's almost like you have to be drunk to go, wow, that was a good kebab. If you go for like a generic kebab shop, you have to be drunk to say that was really, really, really tasty. It's possible otherwise, but like, you know. So Louis, is it me or is this plan from B failed a little? I don't know. This spear count looks pretty damn good. He's slightly overextending though. We'll get caught in the retreat. Check this. Sofa, lob into him. Turns around the army. Has got the attack speed aura activated. Meta on the front line. A little bit of a panic there, trying to move back. Does finally break away. Now, remember, Louis, like, he doesn't need a win here. He just needs a draw. He's 50 eco ahead. B is the one that needs the emphatic victory, and it looks like he is starting to break through. Sofa will carry him over the line. Louis, I think that turnaround cost him. That exposure on the backside forced a commitment he did not want to dance into. Louis just looking to quickly re-wall. Isn't going to be fast enough. We'll have to shift away. And the Sofa flood is real. He even started to eject cows just to afford it. Yeah, we've seen this strat from B before. It's a bit of a punt and a Hail Mary. If this push fails, he falls flat. But he gets that huge burst of food at a critical moment where Louis is fast running out. And this is the crazy timing on it, right? Like, this is the way that B does it quite well. Against more greedy strats when there's limited food, the whole goal is he'll have that reserve when you do not. Why are we talking about food when there's STM matchup going on? Because we can do both. And also we're hungry. I need food, damn it. My food is going to be cold. Like Louis' corpse. It's not true. It's going to be kept warm. It's going to be bodied by a Sofa flood. He actually starts to add in cow, by the way. Just for eating purposes and to re-garrison the timing. He's got a healthy lead now. Again, the problem here for Louis is like all you can really do here is get wood. Lots of it. You can roleplay as a beaver if you want, but that's kind of it. Remember, he already used the Janissary point, so that's his clutch up moment. That's his hope. Against 20 Sofa though, 23 archers. Tacos and Mexican shawarma, that's so wrong in Archers. Not going for the Janissaries, actually. Targets the spears, now switches over to the gunpowders. Sipahi, whoa, he activates the fortitude into mass Sofa? Surely not. Janissary's pretty much sniped out. They're all gone. Frontline gone. That's breakpoint B. Now we're able to dive in. We'll just wait for reinforcements. I mean, what's the rush here? You know your opponent has to make a farm transition. Ugh, and it begins. But yeah, calling taco Mexican shawarma makes no sense. You could have went with like Mexican fajita, but like, a taco. Oh, sorry, no, what I mean by that is you could say fajita is a Mexican shawarma, rather. Like, but a taco is not like what? That's cost. That's more cost than like what's that stupid English pie thing? I can't remember the name. The black pie thing. So bad I don't remember the name of it. And this is a bad fight. B. Just gonna break him. We're getting a game 5. I don't get to eat. My life sucks. Subscribe. Alright. I think we've done all the important things as a streamer. The butchering begins. It shoots out from the workers. There's no backing down from this. He knows it's the end. His only hope is that the TC fire can eliminate enough people quick enough. But judging by the way this fight is going, he's pretty good. Yeah, you went 2 TC. 10 minutes later, you are now about to be behind the workers. That's game. And that means full 5-game series between B. Like 2 TC suck. Hey, but you got to see something different, right? That made it a spicy meatball. Louis' meatballs just got tenderized. Now I'm talking about meatballs. Now I'm really goddamn hungry. God damn it. No wheelbarrow. Who cares? They're dead anyway. Louis like, I can do it. I've got 2 TC and farms. He doesn't know about the farms. If I just distract him for longer underneath my town set, then this is where the extensive fortifications actually would have been disgusting. It's so skimmed on though. GG comes through. Game 5 guaranteed. Seriously, the extensive fortifications, remember, it gives bonus damage, so it increases garrison damage by 1 and gives it +2 to heavy bonus damage as well. Extensive fortifications, I don't know if it would have saved him, but it would have given him a potential leg up on the defense. It's just weird because people think of it for the discount on the TC, but it's good for the garrison fire. Full 5-game series though, folks. Mali number 1. And we are gonna round it out with what have they got for us? What have they got for me other than a cold curry? Christmas is coming. I should be fasting. Dude, I'm so hungry. I'm already fasting. What are you on about? I'm already suffering. You're sitting on your ass, eating, loving life. You're so busy, like, scoffing food in your mouth, you couldn't even reach for the subscribe button. You're just like, oh, I can't stop. I can't. I don't have that luxury. I fast for you guys. Oof. Will there be another set today? Unsure. Because I am hungry. Really hungry. I ain't eat and cast at the same time. I don't know. I try to be like an accommodating host instead of being one of those people like, hey, sir, look at, during the frick. Hold on, I need a shit. And then just walk off, right? Like, I'm trying to avoid doing that, you know? I try to be thoughtful. So we've got French versus Tuklac on Himiyama. Oh. Yeah, this will probably be the last game. Because I need to eat. Then I need to update a bunch of things to try and have the stream plan ready for tomorrow. Oh, dude. I'm excited for it. I like in my brain, like this is the thing, it's like in my brain, I'm like, oh, this is a god tier idea. KP to K-poop. I mean, it said it's Indian. We're not even Taco Bell. Chill. I've never had Taco Bell actually. I assume it's just really good for people that want to diet. Because like you're just pretty much gonna crap everything out within a few hours. Right? Is that the strategy? It's overrated. I didn't even realize it was ranked that highly. I feel like I hear people say bad things about it all the time now. You know what I'm a bit of a sucker for, actually, now that I think about it. Like going to a Subway and getting a tuna melt with honey mustard. It slaps, actually. It's surprisingly good. It's not a combo you'd normally think of. Pretty decent with vegetarian because the meat is what's so bad about it. Really? Like, I wouldn't mind finding some sort of cuisine and restaurant where, like, it's vegetarian and it tastes really good. Because, like, my take is usually, like, I'm not a big fan of, like, vegetables in a lot of cases. I mean, there's some things where they work. Like, I think Mexican food, like, well, usually, like, whatever is fine. I do think guac is overrated in general. To me, like, guac doesn't really add any taste profile. It just adds, for me, a weird texture. But I love, like, the rest of what I'll get in, like, Mexican meals. But, like, in fairness, there's a bunch of that as well. Like, there's like, a perfect example is potato. Like, I enjoy potato. Like, I enjoy chips. Didn't really eat them as a kid, but I'll eat them now. But when you think about it, basically, potato only tastes good when you add stuff to it. You could never eat it on its own. Like, you salt it, or, like, if you're making mashed potato, you add, like, milk and butter or whatever. But no one in the history of ever is like, just bites into a potato like, that's some good shit. Love these Tuklac games. Dude, it's going to be an interesting one because Himiyama, I mean, you're presumably going to go for the pond beginning. Popeye's chicken's better than KFC? Dude, I want to pull up the little Nicky? Popeye's chicken is fucking awesome. I've never had it, though. I'm not, like, I don't care for KFC. I mean, I would probably be okay with it if I went for the boneless chicken. I just don't like the idea of, like, chicken with bone in it at all. It doesn't appeal to me. I don't know. I think that's an unusual thing. I imagine there's a lot of people like that. Like, the bone being in there makes it really unappealing. Also, just freaking annoying to eat. Your French potatoes are sacred? Well, you didn't like the Irish people enough to help them out in the past, did you? What an ass. All right. Anyway, deciding game between these two. A 5-game series that goes all the way, and it's decided by French versus Tuklac on Himiyama. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Time for a caster game between these two epic players. Louis MT will, of course, be on the east side as the French. B with the Tuk boys. Tuklac Dynasty coming out on a map where you got fishing. This is quite the boon. However, French is surprisingly scaring Himiyama because of how good raiding is on this map. Himiyama, remember, has these very small tree lines. Granted, though, it's a pretty good tree line for B to start with, right? The 4 tree line being kind of enclosed here will be a nice beginning. Also, quite easy to reach dense area to the south. Pretty good spawn. The one weakness, of course, would be double gold on the forward. During the Great Irish Famine, the Ottoman Sultan offered substantial aid. Really? Britain wanted to be limited to £1,000. I mean, you can't turn up an dude, in fairness, you don't turn up to someone's wedding and wear a nicer dress than the bride. All right? Like, in fairness to good old Queen Vicky. They may be onto something there. Did many people starve because of that detail? Sure. But Queen Vicky's dress did look best. Unpopular opinion, Burger King versus better than McDonald's? I don't know if that's that unpopular anymore. I had a Burger King when I went to Spain. It's like, it was decent. More meaty than what I think you get out of Mackie D's. The problem is, like, that should never have been a comparison because McDonald's would have won on quantity and similar quality. But now a Mackie D's costs you as much as a Burger King. It's like, it's not even a fair comparison anymore. Because McDonald's don't offer a same quality level, to be honest. And take a crap on them for McFlurries, though, for sure. Raider Elephant versus Raw Knight, who wins in equal numbers? That should be Raw Knight, and it shouldn't really be close. They're pretty heavy-handed. The damage exchange difference is huge. If you have heal elephants, you have enough of them, it's different, though. I'd rather have frozen maple syrup out of a table. I think there's a business model to be done there. What if we could, like, take old maple trees that have been used as furniture and just recycle them to syrup? It's a business, I'm telling you guys. You better get on Canadian Shark Tank. They'll hate your idea, but they'll be really friendly about it. So moving down to the gold now. B, of course, playing for that tech up. Is going to be slower because he has gone for fishing. He even goes quad fishing at that. Russia has a different McDonald's? Interesting. I don't think I ever saw that. Okay, here's a weird one for you. I actually think that German McDonald's suck. They have the most baby pathetic milkshake sizes I think I've ever seen. And they charge more than England does for milkshakes, which is absurd. Like, you know, it's the comparison of what we charge for a slush puppy versus what America does for, I can't remember what you guys call it, the slush puppy, you know, ice with, like, corn syrup. Like, our prices are absurd on that. But Germany's prices on their milkshakes are freaking absurd compared to, like, everywhere else in McDonald's milkshakes. I don't know why. I don't know what the restriction is, but it's bad. And, like, all of you Germans should be rioting at your local McDonald's now because of it. I'm inciting McDonald's German riots so that you guys get better portions. Okay? Now, before anyone accuses me of trying to make you all obese, y'all already have more kebab shops than the rest of Europe combined. If you're worried, you'd be flagging that. So, like, this isn't a problem about, like, fat levels. It's just about getting you guys a good deal. Francais, now playing into Pro Scouts, by the way. Don't faith on the way. Already has the racks, though, so can try to intercept if you just start blobbing spears, which is realistic with the fishing play behind this. Wonder if we'll see any attempt to kind of layer in Tuklac about forts as we go. It does seem to be growing in popularity. Handle Saddles is an underrated tech. I don't know if I'd say it's underrated. Forgotten or misaligned in a build order, maybe, but definitely not underrated. You see it in most French games. It's just a matter of timing when it feels worth it. I made you hungry? Good. I'm hungry. You can go do something about it. I'm sitting here talking to you guys, providing you with entertainment. I can't go eat. Look. Here's what happens if I go eat. I'll just leave the camera here. All right, be back. You wouldn't want to. I get to talk about food because I'm struggling the most. So Louis, following up the archers straight away. This is spears. Love this from B. This is the cool thing about playing Tuklac. Your infantry can build. So you're just going to build the walls up without risking workers at all. And what's up, Storic? Appreciate the prime sub, buddy. Thank you very much. Delegate to chat cast. That's true. You know what I need? I need to get like a text-to-speech script. No. and then I'll have a co-caster. Yes. That's what we should do. Twitch chat co-caster. I'll run it for a chat GPT AI to filter it a bit better. Oh, man. I'm writing this idea down. It's so dumb, it might be good. Like, and then the next level up afterwards is getting it, like, fixing the chat GPT so that it takes my voice input. So then it responds to me. So, like, oh, man, there's layers to this that we could build upon where we get it to combo my take and analyze that with your comments to come up with a combined analytical response. Dude. I'm going to put myself out of a job. This is the future. Future, not fuchsia. All right, Raider Elephant coming in. I'm actually legitimately writing that down in a document. So to-do list. a text hook for Twitch chat to pull their comments and feed it into a chat GPT bot, which then collates a response to be played by a text-to-speech for AI Codecaster. Then level 2 equal make it so that it also listens to what I say and combines the two to react. All right, back to looking at other things. We did have a little bit of stone gathering, by the way. Nothing too crazy, though, right? Wait, did he gather it? Yeah, he gathered quite a bit. Where? Oh, there it is. I was about to say, Tuklac a bad thought coming in. You hate all things AI? Why do you hate all... No, I hate lazy AI usage. I like creative AI usages. And having ChatGPT collate your comments to create something coherent as a response for an AI cast, I think is pretty cool. Because what you're doing at that point is you're simply using AI to sanity check what you guys are saying. It would still come back really stupid, but the degree of stupid... I'm not saying you guys are dumb, but I'm saying, if people just, typing Marine Lord Throw, it's not going to be a very imaginative text-to-speech response, you know? But then, depending on, they could respond, Marine Lord is throwing the game because he didn't eat enough Burger Kings and thinks that Wendy's is better. That, to me, is hilarious. All right? that I would love. I want dumb AI. I don't want, genius AI. I want it to just, bauble something into silliness. Compound Defender now coming through. Yes, he's going to be spamming up. He did already go for Ook. This is really good when trending towards castle play because you offset all of the disadvantages of costing more. Yeah, I mean, these upgrade costs, you can see it right there. Usually you pay 1,000 resources to get elite deck. It's practically there with this. AI is so bad there's nothing authentic. Well, this is the thing. There are authentic things. But the problem is, when the majority of people are willing to work the AI stuff over the authentic thing, that to me is a user problem, not it is a content problem. But the blame has to be laid at what people want. You know? I hate that React's content is so popular. But if that is if the stupidity of the environment we live in is that is what people want, that is a flaw with what we as the majority of human beings are seeking. You can't blame the person for providing the solution that everyone's asking for. You know what I mean? The buck has to stop. Where if more people objected against, for example, big YouTubers using AI solutions to create their thumbnails and whatever else, and to edit their videos, then you have a productive outturn. So, War's coming up. V is fully insulating. Louis is not full Waluiing yet. He has got Guildhall coming in. Remember, he did play Pro Scout, so pulled a lot of deer off the map. Trade-off is going to be the fact that B is playing into Imams with this Dome of Fave. So he's hoovering up relics. 2 already coming home. 2 more seeming quite feasible here, actually. Interesting he's not prioritizing veterancy on spears at all. Just ego challenge knights. Yeah, the problem is also as well is a lot of people think that AI is just going to replace X, Y, and Z. It's not. It's more like an assistant. There are situations, very advanced AIs that could replace you, but financially they're not very viable. My biggest pet peeve with AI, outside what we've talked with here, would actually be the stupidity of what feels like money laundering, of the way that the entire AI bubble functions. That I hate, especially considering the knock-on effect it has for games. Knight's under pressure, by the way. Like, V's doing a really good job of just kind of suffocating Louis into his base. And we have got, what, more forts coming in? No, just the one so far. Yeah, he's just prioritized on getting Lance spam pumping him instead. He's very strong right now. I mean, even though the threatency from Knights, Spearman behind us that he's worried about, even with Harden, could be a game changer. Does slip a few Knights over onto the gold. Good micro from Louis. Just shifts one away in an opposite direction and wastes the time of them. He's going to get wiped on that front line. I think maybe a bit overly ambitious from me. Probably retreat. Reaction videos have their place. I enjoy them. The problem with reaction videos is people don't watch the original content. Like, but they were never going to. But yeah, the chance they will isn't there. The problem, like, with reactionary content is the current structure makes no sense. It should be a shared revenue platform. And this, like, the model for this already exists because it literally functions for music, for example. If you do a rip of a popular song, part of your ad rev will go to the original creator of that song. So why don't we have that for reaction videos? That's my problem right now. It's like, I hate it when you see people like, I brought so much attention to this person's channel. No, you didn't. And there's been, like, plenty of proof to prove the opposite of that, where the viewership drops off the side of a cliff because now people have seen it. I think we had this React conversation the other day. And, like, I don't mind original Reacts content where it's like you are adding drastic loads. But if you're literally just sitting there watching the video while baking a cake in the background, like you're lazy. You just don't want to do original content, and you know it. Props to the people that like take a 15-minute video and make it an hour-long video with meaningful changes. But that's not the majority of React's content. So, reacting to this game, arbitrary switch coming in from Louis. Hasn't moved on to stone? No, he is down here. Okay, so we are getting a keep drop soon. More keep speed? No, and this is barely a keeper. He's still not adding anything off the castle. I hate fair use law? No, I respect fair use law and them being used correctly. But, like, loopholing the fact that a bunch of old men don't actually understand the internet and how to judge what would be considered abusive use of it isn't a good thing. Because also, the stupid part is those same old men will eventually make calls that they have no clue. Like, basically, if you're truly transformative, great. But if you're telling me the majority of React's content is transformative, maybe I'm just stuck on the wrong piece of the internet. So, it's a lot of depth here. Answers are still maintaining their lead, by the way. They somehow remain ahead, and we are getting more elephants, but I think Louis was expecting this. Like, the arbitrary read is going to have him nicely prepped for this threat. I like how this got very deep into content and AI discussions. I mean, it's crazy, a little bit of spice, because, like, right now we're not really seeing hard commitments from either player. It's a full macro game, which is understandable. It's a final game. And also, you know, Tuklac, we're kind of in unexplored territory for it now. I'm about to know if guys speaking real or KP or AI version. That's the dream, man. Live 10 hours a day, and it's not even me. System videos when the person reacting is only speaking like 3 sentences. Yeah, like when you're sitting there, go, yeah, yeah, that's right, and then like. The one that jars me this day is like there was that infamous video where it was XQC, I think it was, right? Like he literally just gets up, it's like be right back, chat, and he's gone for 30 minutes. and he comes back and the video's finished. That is not React. And even if he doesn't post it to YouTube, he still milked it on a live stream. Like, what do I... If I have to go for lunch, what do I do, chat? You know this. I put up one of my videos. And I say, guys, I'm not going to stream because that'd be silly. We'll be back. Here's one of my videos. And I know I'm going to lose some people watching because I'll be like, I've seen this before, KB. But I don't want to be that piece of crap who, like, opens Voldemar's video on his issues with tournaments and plays that. I think that's scummy. Most streamers don't interact. KP's right. That's because most of them got bots. Wait, oh my God, I got in there. All right, anyway, that's coming through. But the interesting part here is that Louis has no idea what's next. He just revealed it. It's 5 war elephants. I mean, I know I said he had arbitrary, but they have their limits. The weird thing to me is, like, B's build maybe feels a bit off, no? Compound and Defender in this format, you kind of wish you had House of Learning, and the Hoot's movement speed would have been huge. Goes in for the Clash, Archers, go straight after the Arbitrary. Does bait the Pavis early. Picks off the Lancers. War Elephants are looking to catch up now. Guildhall, I mean, it's obviously going to be on food here, right? Oh, he already pulled it. Yeah, Red Palace coming in. South side. That's going to secure the gold. And berries. That's a bit comical to say that about Red Palace, but the bigger problem is towards the main base. However, he will get crossbow emplacements in TC. Not as threatening, but something. And oh my God, if this had been just a few seconds sooner. Knights. They could actually just club down a few workers. They're going to go straight for it. So he's just going to skin down that worker lead a little bit. Tech up completes. We'll lose most of the Lancers for it. They've still got the War Elephants, and my God. Archers are trying to get rid of the last of the crossbowmen. It is going to be a reset. B, I think he wants to try and break the base here. It would be way too expensive now that the arbitrary emplacements are in and the castle's there. What do you do here? I mean, you're either going to have to go trebuchets or back off and go through. Alright, someone's got way too high of hopes for scientists. Like, your misunderstanding about scientists is they quite often just want to see what can make the biggest explosion and what they can make bang. You're overcomplicated. It's true, big explosions are fun. And banging can also involve big explosions. So it's just kind of a combo meal that naturally makes sense. Oh, nice plumber pull. Wait, no, shoot it faster. Shoot it faster. Red Palace OP. It outdone the healing. Yeah, he didn't get as close as he wanted, though. Like, you want it fully in range. It's kind of on the fringe. Still. You know, when you're walking down the road and someone buys a fresh ice cream, but then it, like, falls on the floor straight away and they haven't licked it, you know you're going to go eat it. You've got to go and eat it. It's fresh gelato. Can't resist that. We'll just make it out for the ball. What do you say is the prime number of trebs taking down a keep? I think 3 in the current format is pretty nice. Even if your opponent can keep it up, he's going to spend a lot of resources to do so. So it ends up being pretty efficient. Used to be closer to like 4 or 5. If you need it gone ASAP, 4 to 5 makes sense. But if you just want to grind him down over time with an expensive investment, 3 trebs is pretty strong. By the way, we have got Bakar, and we are finally getting upgrades coming through. This is going to inflate his food quite a lot. At this rate, this is going to make up like a third of his food income. I think that's the only other fort though, right? It's just been Ook plus Bakar. Nope, he's got a third one. Over here. Ah, that's pretty cool. He goes for the Governor Sawan. He got 5 relics after all, guys. So this is going to give him 20% more gold. So he essentially has 6 relics. And then it also buffs the gold gen on sacred sites, making you like Delhi. It's going to insulate him quite nicely to play towards Imperial. Guys, come on. I've food. I want to eat. You son. They knew what they were doing. I mean, it's a final game. They don't want to take the risk. Winner of this doesn't necessarily have an easy path either. They're going to face off against, what, Beastie, Scarlet, or Myriad? Eat the elephant? I just don't want to get tin in my teeth. Like, trying to eat through the metal here? Why doesn't AI just formulate a foolproof solution to fix every country's economy? Because no one will give over that control, and even if, like, they gave the solution, not everyone would follow it. You know there is such a thing as sustainable infinite growth. Like, it is theoretically possible to achieve that, where, like, positive growth for every economy. But the reason why it doesn't happen is because it would require everyone to act in good faith, which they're never going to do. They'll always act in their own interest. There's a perfect example of this when you look at, like, Russia and the embargo against oil importation, or natural gas importation, right? What happened is they just started offering a better deal to the east, and then all of a sudden India's like, we'll take that. Thank you. Doesn't work. Because in life, everyone wants to get ahead. You've all been there. You've queued into a pro play on the ladder. They've been like, hey, I'm trying some, like, less good civs right now. I'm thinking of Bassids. Maybe just don't pick Sengoku because it's, like, obviously strong, or, like, Lancaster's really strong. And, like, got it, bro. And you immediately picked Sengoku or Lancaster, didn't you? Didn't you? You know who you are. You just want that sweet, sweet elo. Timmy, who you work with, you had a race with him to get to 1,200 elo, and you could win those $200. You weren't beyond doing that. Here's our academy coming in, by the way. So remember, this is the one that allows you to generate resources based on each governor you've got. It makes a lot of sense for compound defenders because you can kind of just rush up the base structures and just get 100 extra resources per minute per. I sometimes feel like this is a bit underwhelming, though. Caps out at 600 resources if you have all of them. Most of these questions go far past AI. It's just a catalyst. Yeah. It's just a platform for everyone to receive responses to their deep, dark concerns in the world. Not one person has raised concern about Arnold getting very old and yet having to time travel back to save us when he's pretty much going to be borderline dead at that point. That's the real concern. All right, this is max cap, by the way. This is where Tuklac get really interesting. With Bakata being at tier 4, it allows you to generate stone infinitely, meaning you'll gradually get every single castle. Add in the fact that he also does have the ability to go tie bonds, which is now coming in. This is going to get pretty wacky. He's generating... What is this? It ends up being, I think, about 120 stone. Pretty good. How is Louis supposed to win this? He's French. It's called a guild hall. Put some respect on it. It's only 6 war elephants. You ever feel like they had to remove hand cannoneer elephants from the Civ because it would be giga-busted otherwise? It's like, okay, that would be giving them too many options. But you're going to have to reel that one back. Cannons breaking the wall. Louis now on approach. Difficult to break this. Remember, it's a max cap fort, and I love this. Eye of Sauron now on the way. This ability is going to decrease the attack speed of anything attacking, i.e. the cannons. Meaning you're going to burn through less stone to repair it. And their waves bulking up here. Horsemen are going to steer north, but it's already a capped out keep over here as well. Yeah, actually, this is pretty cool. If he targets with the elephants, remember, he's going to get a 20% damage buff. That's pretty nasty. Problem usually I see with this strat is you end up killing all the wrong units. But if you're only building war elephants and hand cannoneers, you're always going to be percentile damage buffing the good units, is the idea. All right, here we go, guys. Eye of Sauron up. This is a per castle upgrade, but look at the effect. 8.69 seconds between attacks. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to speed this up in post just to make it look authentic. It's like poor AI rendered slot. Soon. Soon. It's pretty clean as well. He's using, what, 4 workers to keep this constantly repaired? I think you do still run out of stone with this, though. Even with the passive stone income. 2 horsemen just having a poke. Rare elephants, we had to deal with that. What's B waiting for here? He's got bio already. Could want serpentine powder. There is a lot of arbitrary, so it could make sense. Kill the Vil? I don't know. I think in his mind, Louis is like, okay, he's wasting stone, so this is good. But because of this stone up here, it becomes a lot more annoying. Louis does benefit from this delay, by the way. Royal Bloodlines just kicked in. And remember, there's no clock on him. Sacred Site positioning has stopped B from truly threatening a weak condition. No roboticums for elephants? The problem is it's a lot of hand cannon here. Oh my god, he's actually going to pound into this. Alright, Madman goes straight for it. Keeps it fairly tanky. He's committed to the burn, but the Raider Elephant response coming in fast here will make him bail on it. Yeah, these forts are good, guys. 8 fire armor and 6,500 HP. Not fun. Not just that. Look at what happened. Because it's only crossbows, he advances. And Canonier's giving chase. Just trying to kite on the edge of range. Not going to be allowed to do so. Great strike out there by B. Wins both skirmishes. Man, Tuklac a bad forts are coming back, guys. Been looking like a meme since they released the DLC, but damn are they looking good in this. It's their buffers just helping him so much. So hard to breach as well. Cannons can technically be the answer to elephants, guys. Problem is going to be the healing. Need quite a lot of cannons. Switching to spearmen now, but I mean, if serpentine powder's coming, gives you a lot of chase. Tuklac eco and late is so broken. It's so hard to get there though. Once you're there, damn, this is strong. Whew. I mean, the difference between these numbers is crazy. Horseman trying to take a stab at it. Arbitrary are going to step up. But that War Elephant line. The buffs are coming through as well. Look at the buff. It's +8 damage on hand cannoneers. Elephants just fronting it. Louis fast running out of front line here. Hand cannoneer count is low. It's mainly just archers in that back line. 2/3 of the back line, in fact. But Bombard's now arriving. That's going to be great at sniping out the arbitrary. And the Raider Elephants! Where did they come from? Dive underneath the Red Palace. He will step back. You don't want to risk it. This is the quickest way to lose an army in Imperial. But with Bombards, he does now have the answer. Admittedly, he might want to keep an army here, though. I think he's broken him. He also just went... What else did he get? He got Elite Army Tactics. Has he made another fort? He has, right? Which I'm assuming is to buff the elephants, no? I'm trying to find it now. It's over here, right? Yep. Okay, this is the big one, guys. He's going to be capping this out quick. It's the increased health. These Raider Elephants, they have 512 HP. Yeah. I've seen this picture before. French do not like Raider Elephants. I mean, you just don't have good answers. That's why he's massing spearmen. The hilarity is, with this many War Elephants, you kind of don't care. Bombard's also just sniping them out one by one. The guild hall won't save him here. It's got 1,240 gold, but I don't see it being enough. Marches in. It's just so much front. Push through with the elephants. Front line is already gone. And the bombards, they're not even fighting. They're just waiting for their job. They're like, hey, army, you clear it up. We'll deal with the landmark. The Tuklac fun, boys. Anything but for the opponent in the late game. Great strategy by B. Tuklac bad forts actually looking viable now. And bloody ridiculous. Takes some effort to get there, but once you do, I mean, French that have been proven to be bullies in the late game and the guild hall strats, never able to hold a candle to it. Instead, it's going to be a lighter taken to all his hopes and dreams. This Louis will be crushed by the elephants. What a game. Let me know what you guys thought about this. How do you feel about Tuklac? Have you been seeing a lot of this now in your pub games, the fortress strategies? I think it can be tricky to navigate. You know, Louis maybe a little bit passive. Maybe he didn't have a choice, but it felt like there was some setup required. But once that was in, the speed at which B played with this to escalate into the late game was damn impressive. Whew. Nice. Can work at Elephant's Patrol. I think someone said they can't, because there was an inferior strat, but you'd have to shift click them. Because I think we were talking before about a body block strat on this channel. Oh man. But that means I am free to seek sustenance. That's right. Food is going to be mine. Guys, tomorrow I won't push to YouTube because we pushed the Cyberpunk one. I think it had 10 average people watching. So at that point, I'd say let's just condense it into one place. Live on Twitch, front page from midday UK time. We have got some epic plans in mind. Be sure to be there and attending. A lot of the ideas we have can actually involve you guys screwing with me, which I think is secretly deep down your favorite pastime. So be sure to tune in for that tomorrow on Tuesday. And then we'll also have other crazy, wacky game challenges on Friday as well. So next Age of Empires 4 stream will be KPMM Finals Thursday. I'm sure you guys join me for that. Please do join us for the Fridays. I think it'll be a nice little bit taste of variety. Like people are like, oh man, there's only 2 days a week of KPMM. Yeah, but that makes you appreciate it more. And also you get cool variety in the meantime. But yeah, YouTube, I'm getting the stream now. Twitch, hang around. We will find someone to raid. But hopefully I'll see a bunch of you tomorrow.